Well, I'm the designated driver now. I've got to be this dude's handler.
Yeah, you can handle me.
No comment.
I'll be okay. I'll be okay.
No comment. Okay. Don't clip that.
Just gotta.
Those guys are much easier to deal with than the fucking Panthers. Oh, no way. No way. No way. Yeah, we're not gonna talk about that.
Certain way with certain.
Get your AV emotes ready.
Top reactions. Screaming at the top of their.
You wanted this. You.
Constantly on camera.
I want banana, tasty banana. Put banana in my mouth, tasty banana. I need banana, tasty banana. Squeeze the feeling comes in and out. Put banana in my mouth, squeeze banana. Put banana in my mouth. Squeeze banana. Put banana in my mouth.
If it's not, basically, if you could support the 9 sub, super chat, membership, a tip, all appreciated. Thank you. Let's.
That's probably. I never made a sound like that in my life.
And I'm quite keen with my Honda. Let's see how this goes.
You better take a sip. Oh my god.
This is for the record.
What? 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 It did the sound. Oh my god, Sakurai. I am turning into dark.
This close to an uninstall. This fucking close. No, you can't see my fingers, but this close.
Dead. It's really hard to fly without a controller. That's probably for the best. I deserve that for my.
Because I'm Serpent Hunter, the best in the world. Alright. What? Yo. That wasn't my fault.
Oh, Roxy. Even though you live so far away on the other side of the entire planet, you still choose to spend time with me and my community. And I really do appreciate that. I know for you, the time is vastly different, but I appreciate your humor and your attention to detail and your amazing jokes about great, wonderful breasts, which I definitely plan to have in my new model. It's been a joy to have you here, and we had so much fun during the Donathon. I appreciate you, honey. Thank you for spending your time with me.
Oh, you bastard.
I shoot all of them but one.
Ladies and
Fucking
gentlemen,
search.
Garfield
Okay,
and friends.
We're ready to party.
We're ready to party. We're ready.
Yeah. lots of spaghetti.
Come on in, come to the place where fun never ends. Come on in, it's time to party with Garfield and friends. Dancing,
Fiesta,
romancing,
siesta,
samba,
la bamba. Ay caramba, disguises, surprises, and pies of all sizes.
Come on in, come to the place where fun never ends. Come on in, it's time to party with Garfield and friends. Come on in, it's time to party with Garfield and friends. Garfield and friends.
And pay attention. There'll be a test at the end.
Oh boy, I'm actually booting up the stream on time today, which is to say I'm booting it up at the normal time that I would be booting it up if I was as good a streamer now as I was 2 years ago. Hello everybody. Hello, welcome to a I don't even know, it's not even really the evening yet. Not really? I mean, looks so kind of like a transitioning to the evening. Yeah. We're gonna have a successful transition tonight. But hello everyone. This is another swollen __ dingus stream in the soon-to-be evening time. And I am sadly the host, swollen __ dingus. Big ups to the dingers, the dongers, and the swollen __ ones who are here now. And the dingers, dongers, and swollen __ ones will be here in and out and in the far-off future. Like Knock, Kazukana Sakura, Cerulean 86, among many other such positive people. Speaking of which, hello Mr. Fun. That means we have an early clock. Shh. You're not supposed to tell him about that part of the deal yet. Wait a minute. You're not supposed to, like, this is like a deal with the devil. The punchline doesn't come till later. You signed a dotted line with ink, and then after you sign your name, it like disappears in a bunch of flames. Oh, I'll hold these. These segment is 100 stream streak. Sheesh. Well, congratulations, you fucking idiot. You want a reward? Here's your reward. You get to see me react to this. This is quite pertinent, because I had seen this, you know, off the stream a couple days back, and then I was asked about it. But I was asked about it without the context as to what I was being asked about. It was a very vague question, but I had already seen it. But because I'll just show it. Here's some gameplay of the new 1-7 Dolphin Boardwalk. This is a ROM hack I was asked about by Seru. Now, I had seen this video before he asked me about it, but he asked me about it without telling me the name or being very specific about it, so I didn't know that the video I had watched was the thing that he was asking me about. But let's take a look.
Let's go!
Wow! It's the guy! And it has the music, and he ground pounds. And look at the coins. They flip when you hit it. He's got a little buddy flying behind him. Yeah, he can toss the star. Oh, he does the Odyssey thing. He does the dive. He's diving. Pretty cool. Hey, Kikase. Look, even when you go underwater, the music kind of like gets quieter. It has sidesteppers. The gimmick of the level looks like the dolphins. You have the munchers. No, not the munchers, the nipper plants. Then, you know, progressively, like an actual Mario level, it starts to quiz you on the gimmicks there. Oh, those are the, God, I don't even know their names. Jelly beams? Jelly beams from New Super Mario Bros. Wii. I don't think this is a ROM hack. I think this is... I don't know what it is. Well, I did look at the website. Here. Because I have this saved on my other browser. We can look at it together. Right. It'd be a real interactive segment. Very cool. Let me see if I can't find this. I swear to God, I just had this available to read. But there was some debate as to what it was. Here it is. Super Mario Brothers X forums. This thing. Dude, I didn't even know these forums existed. I knew this game engine existed. You're supposed to use it to develop your own custom Mario levels based on the SNES version of Mario 3, I believe. So let's see what this is. Super Mario and the Rainbow Stars. Gives me a Mario and Luigi impression. I read a little bit of this, so from what I'm to understand, it's an attempt to integrate the richness and the world building and lore of the Mario RPGs like Paper Mario and Mario and Luigi into the 2D platformers. So Super Mario and the Rainbow Stars is a project that aims to bring the unique traits of the Paper Mario and Mario Luigi series into a fun 2D platformer. Explore 7 different chapters. Wow, just like in Paper Mario. Discover new partners and unique worlds. And stop the Lord Darkstar's evil plans. Features new moves, cutscenes, a 3D world map, tons of power-ups, a 3 HP life system, partner system, original songs, and more. So this little dude in the level, if you recall, I gave Mario the ability to do like an egg shot that Yoshi could do from Yoshi's Island. So I saw some people like theorizing that maybe it was a Yoshi's Island ROM hack. It seems more like... So I know this is a thing you can download and make your own Mario 3 levels with, and I'm assuming that's the basis for this. But I think all the assets appear to be original. Even the stuff that looks like it's ripped from like other games, it seems to be like just those things in the style of the game is going for, if that makes sense. Like, it's not literally the thought bubble from Yoshi's Island, but it's the thought bubble. It is the thought bubble from Yoshi's Island, but stylized in their art style. Let's see some screenshots. I like the menu. And I really like this level design. See, that's like Donkey Kong Country Returns. I really love the world map here. It does seem to be very much like a marriage of Paper Mario and Mario and Luigi. Can I zoom in on some of these? You immediately thought of me, huh? Okay, it's a collage. We're just gonna have to work with it. That's as good we're gonna get, unless I get like I become a better streamer. So they got the heart system like Galaxy. I guess that's your Rainbow Star count. That's like the MacGuffin of the game. Sort of like how Paper Mario, we were collecting the Star Spirits and the Crystal Stars in Thousand Year Door. We got a Goomba. Oh, see, look. Look at the little flower dude. So that's not... hey, Beard Joe. That's not directly the flower sprite of the little dude from Yoshi's Island. That is the enemy, but it wasn't taken from Yoshi's Island. They just put it in their style. Then you got the little star dude as your first partner, and presumably the main partner. You can toss him and he'll hit things. This is a fan game. I know it looks like a ROM hack. I think it's just using the ROM hack engine as like the foundation, but all the assets seem to be original. Like I'm the fucking Mario nerd. I can tell you these assets aren't taken from any game. I like this level. The background suggests to me like potentially you can go into the background like in Donkey Kong Country Returns. I really like the world map too, what they got going on here. You got a blue switch palace here. It's probably activating that, or wait, no, those are levels. And these little jelly beam dudes, they don't appear. I like when not even just official shit, but even like ROM hacks use the more obscure enemies that don't get a lot of, they don't get a lot of spotlight. I really appreciate stuff like that. Big up Snurgle. Oh, the catsuit, dude! I didn't even see this when I was looking at this earlier. I didn't even notice the catsuit's here. That's interesting, because you saw in the video we just watched, Mario, he did a dive move without having the catsuit, but I assume you use the catsuit for this section here. You climb up. Oh, we got a little Rex dude. I like Rexes. They're like, I was thinking of them like the antithesis of Yoshi's before, I guess before Birdo became a bit more prominent. I know Birdo came first. I like what we got with the Thwomp going on here. It's like a natural kind of, seaweed growing on Thwomp. What?
I'm not trying to talk shit about PewDiePie or anyone.
I'm getting slimed! Thank you, TRPG Gamer. Welcome to the stream. Yeah, dude, Sarah, I'm actually into this. Like, what the hell? Oh, is this you think this is one of your little partners? And look, what is this? So, notice how... Yeah, some screenshots of the HUD have these shards and others don't. I wonder what the shards do. yeah, for all of the assets here are 100% original. It's definitely impressive just on that alone. I'm sure it's not the first fan game to do that, but most of them do just attend they do tend to have a lot of asset reuse from the official games. I wonder if this guy's a partner. Speaking of partners, you know, these guys remind me of Bowser's little his 3 little minions in Bowser's Inside Story. Sorry, I had a call there. But these guys remind me of Bowser's little minions in Bowser's Inside Story, the ones that betray him. We got this little boo with the little top hat on, and the pirate Goomba, and the... I guess that's an even angrier Babam. Yeah, that's exactly what they say, TRPG. That is the stated goal. They're trying to marry the unique traits of the two together. It reminds me, this cutscene alone reminds me of I'm assuming this is a cutscene. It even has like the little spinny star, like in Paper Mario dialogue. This reminds me of Newgrounds animation. Yeah, I like this. Apparently there is a demo out, but it's an outdated demo, so it doesn't really represent the final product. Okay, this is very awkward, but I do need to take this call, actually. So, wow, you guys. How was I supposed to know I was going to get a call? I'll go ahead and take that real quick. In the meantime, I'll replay the thing. If you're just stopping by, you just came here.
Let's go!
Pounding the peaches with my DDD asshole. I got a fur coat on. 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 And I slide through the town. Skirt, skirt, skirt. Coming up and down. Going down. Okay, sorry about that. I am now back. Very impressive. But not as impressive as an accomplishment for me! Eat shit! Very impressive classic moment of the dingus existence. Die. I think I'm gonna die. This is the perfect song. The blood slam jump? I can see it. Like just like an Odyssey, where you do the ground pound into the jump, and you get like a slightly higher jump. I'm all into that. Be quiet. Not into the butt aspect of it. What are you know what I'm saying? Why are you fucking with me? You're acting like I don't know.
Because it's a 16 star.
What an embarrassing clip right there. All right, let's go back into this.
Yeah, you have a fucking key, dang
What's the story? Shut up.
Oh my god, somebody...
One day, the Mario Brothers were hanging out near their house until they suddenly received a letter from Peach. They've been invited for the Star Festival. Before that festival starts, they're planning to take a trip with a hot air balloon. Things turn out for the worse when something goes wrong. Everyone gets scattered, and now it's up to Mario to find his friends, as well as retrieve the Rainbow Stars who are scattered by the newly awakened Dark Star. Mario must get these Rainbow Stars before the Dark Star. Otherwise, the plan of plunging the world into darkness might succeed. Thankfully, Mario will be accompanied by many different partners alongside his journey. Big ups Gang 1738. Yeah, it's supposed to be... I think it's supposed to be the star from Bowser's Inside Story. Oh, they got even more videos here. Dude, look, you sold me with just the first video. So, yeah, they do have a demo. with a very suspicious Google Drive link. It's quite outdated though. I might wait till they just get out a new, more relevant demo. Like if I can't play what I was shown, I'm fine waiting. This is updated from 2020, last edited 2024. So yeah, they've been waiting on this. They've been working, and we've been waiting for about 4 years now. Very impressive. But yeah, one of the accounts I follow had retweeted that video of the gameplay. So I did see it before you told me about it, Saru. But I didn't know it was that you were telling me about it. Thought it was like another Mario 64 hack. Alright, speaking of which, we have some drama to go over. Ah yes, we're starting the stream with drama. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm sorry you guys, but we gotta start off the stream with some toxic drama. Big ups Babuku and Papimi. What is the drama, you may ask? Well, I'll tell you. Guys, the Blue Muppet was not a fan of Princess Peach Showtime. Why?
This video was brought to you by Squarespace.
Let's find out why.
What's that? You need a website, but you don't know how to build one yourself? Yeah, that's
I'm being
tricky.
very negative about it. He liked the game, but he's got a couple of critiques.
You know, one that's kind of, I don't know.
As for the game itself, for me, we're in the post game. I gotta find all these little ninjas.
Anyone can do it. I built my site.
I basically gotta go through all the levels again. I did a lot of them last night, and thanks to the early boot, we should have enough time today to do all of them and fully 100% dominate the game. So we get started.
Schedule everything to go out later. Have it push automatically to social media, so I don't have to do a thing.
The Peach face drama. He didn't even really comment on that in any of his Peach videos.
Extensions and their very nifty suite of analytics are always there for me to browse. To try out Squarespace for yourself, head to Squarespace.com.
Alright, we get it. Squarespace. We love Squarespace. Pretty cool. When does the video start?
The video is.
I'm the guy.
Mr. Arlo, Princess Peach Showtime, and one Reese's comes to 6723.
Hello, Red Animator.
Okay. You know, my daughter is.
Yeah, I don't know what to
really
tell you.
looking
He was. Look, the title of the video is "I am extremely torn on Princess Peach Showtime." So I'll just let him speak for himself, and we'll see if we agree with him or not.
Yeah. Oh, actually, I should have asked. Would you like a protection plan? Mine too.
Yeah, I used to like Arlo a lot more when he was starting out. When he was a lot more negative. I say that like he was just flat out toxic, but he wasn't. It just, I don't know. He felt more real. He became fake.
Do you think you might want a protection? She's a sweet girl, real sweet girl. Her name is Rebecca, and this is all she wanted. It's her birthday today.
Oh my God, get it? It's gonna be so embarrassing when you go to GameStop and pick up your physical copy as like a 30-year-old man. Or 42-year-old Italian.
So it's $3.99. She says I don't have to buy her a present for the next 10 years if I just get her Princess Peach Showtime this year. Are you not gonna buy her presents for the next 10 years? No, of course
that sounds like a good deal to me.
That's how much she wants this. How much she wants to play Princess Peach Showtime. I love her so much. She's a precious angel to me. Rebecca sounds like a really sweet girl. She is.
Is this what actually happened when he went to go pick up his copy?
So the game and the candy is 6723, please.
I don't know. I feel like he's. If this is a bit. He's dragging out the joke.
I lied. It's for me. Look, man. It's for me.
Whoa! It's Unit W1.
Oh, really?
The Muppet did not like Princess Peach Showtime, and I'm about to figure out why.
Fire me. I work for IGN.
Thought I was supposed to finish this yesterday. I did.
Games.
This is now the post game.
Cool. I'm on IGN sometimes. I'll have to look you up. Don't
you
look
were
me up.
here. Like, what the fuck are you talking
In fact,
about?
I think they're gonna fire me anyway. My work just hasn't been up to snuff, and I was hired recently,
Disregarded?
so I
Well,
feel
I'm
like
about to
first
figure out
on the
why.
chopping block during the next round of layoffs, which is inevitable. You know
The
how
title
things
is
have been
he's
going in the
torn
industry.
on it.
I've
Not
been
that he
dealing with a lot
hates
of
it.
anxiety about it, so I really need to review this game.
For sure, this
and
should be
make
the
it
last
really
session of
good
the game, though.
So I don't get fired, and I can continue to provide for my family. I have to provide for Rebecca.
That doesn't count. We do 100% runs here. What the fuck you think this is then?
Princess Peach Showtime. Look, my guy, it honestly does not matter to me why you're buying the game. You could be buying it just for you, for all I care. That would be totally cool. I mean, I'll probably give it a go when my daughter's done with it. It looks fun. It does look fun. Yes. And I really like the costumes. They're fantastic. So, don't worry about it.
It's actually worse than like a Dave joke. A Dave joke would have less
so
short
that'll be
setup.
67.23. Actually, how much was that protection plan again? Rebecca spills a lot of food on my games. Her games. I've been waiting for Peach to get her own game for a really long time. Not because I'm a huge fan of the character or anything, but because I've always
Just
loved
because
when side
women
characters get the
empowerment.
spotlight in games and in shows.
Oh, I
and
can agree with
movies.
that.
It lets you see
I like when
things from a
side
new
games,
perspective.
side characters
It
get
pulls
their
the
own
audience
games.
into new situations. Luigi's Mansion proved that a Mario game doesn't need to star Mario to be a winner. And since
Yeah, but he
then,
was
the
still in
audience
it.
has only become more
Hey,
and
Captain
more
Toad.
receptive to the idea of more side character spin-offs, so to speak. And one could easily argue that Peach has been the most deserving of this treatment. She's normally the one
I'd say
being
Bowser
rescued,
more.
and sometimes she does get to help
Like a
out,
real
which is
Bowser
great. But
game,
giving
not
her
like
an
a
entire
RPG
game
spin-off.
has always seemed like such a great opportunity to
You need a
dramatically
real
shift
spin-off.
gears and provide a game with a much different feel from regular Mario. It would also be an opportunity to flesh out a character that typically comes across as a little one-dimensional. Now, don't get me wrong, I do also
Like Peach
really
literally
like
has
Peach.
her
At the
own.
very
Like she
least,
had
is
a
the fact
game
that
before
I've been
this
playing
one. I
games
like
with her
it,
in them
but
since
to
I
say
was
like,
a
oh
kid.
my god,
The
we really needed the
familiarity
Peach
alone
game.
has been enough to keep me crossing my fingers
All right,
for a
look,
full
I'm speaking
Peach
ahead of myself.
adventure.
Maybe he
But the
addresses
first
the other
3
game.
Paper Marios have also helped to flesh out her character a little more.
Oh my
And
god,
even
but
if
what
other
about
series
the
haven't really let this side of her
RPGs?
personality
I don't
come
know.
out,
They
you
weren't
might
written
even
by
say that Paper
Miyamoto.
Mario Peach is simply her own character. It's all still part of my own headcanon. I've known Peach for a long, long time, and I've
No, you
always
haven't.
known she has
She's not
great
real.
potential. Now, it is true that she technically
I know what he's
already
trying to
got
say.
her own game, but Super Princess Peach never really looked that appealing to me. It felt a little gross that when Nintendo finally
Gross.
decided to give her a game, they went straight to the stereotypes. I suppose for comedic effect, her power
Oh, yeah,
is
it
her
was very
ability
funny
to
to
have
see her
extreme
have
mood
the,
swings. Really?
I don't know,
Really?
emotions.
How many women
How
were in the
offensive.
room when you came up with this? Truthfully,
Really, Arlo?
No, I've been waiting for them to
Oh,
give it
my
another
lord.
shot. A real shot. Especially with today's
Does
tech.
it count
What could a
because,
real Peach
I didn't
game
like
look
the powers
Not
of the
just
game?
a 2D side-scroller on the DS, but a modern AAA title. Well, we've finally got one. Peach finally got her own game on Switch. And I would
Yeah,
say
it's a bit of pearl
I'm
clutching.
mixed on the
Oh,
final
he
result.
hated
I'm
it.
actually
No.
quite torn in many ways. This might even be the most torn I have been on a Nintendo game since, I don't know, ever? Conceptually, Princess Peach Showtime is perfect. Honestly, I don't think you could ask for a more perfect scenario
Alright, he likes
in
the
terms of
concept.
style and theming. Peach is invited
I
to
agree.
this beautiful theater where these little people called Theets are all about putting on plays. It's their whole thing. But before the show can get started, everything is derailed by a witch? Sorceress? Magically inclined person? Or possibly ghost? Whatever. Derailed by an evil lady named Grape. She locks the doors and hijacks all the plays. So it's Peach's job to perform in the plays herself and save everyone. And she dons 10 different costumes to take on 10 different roles, each with their own gameplay styles. Because Peach has historically been so one-note, it's immediately refreshing to see her in these different outfits, acting
Where's the
out
submit a
these
video
different
redeem? I need to
parts.
request
There's
this
a real novelty
38-hour
to it,
long
just in
Hillbillies
terms of
video.
sheer personality.
Yeah, that's why the
Everything
submit a
from her
video
facial
redeem isn't on.
expressions to her animations is different, and it feels like a real exploration of her character. She's normally so dainty that it's fun to see her lose herself in each role and take on a very
I need one more
active, heroic
ninja.
demeanor without ever losing
Guess he's in the
the
last
essence
area.
of what makes her Princess Peach. It really does just feel like we get to see a bunch of new sides of the character that have always been there under the surface. It's cool that she likes being dainty. That's who she is.
Oh, but the game
she's
wasn't
still
made by
comfortable playing the
Nintendo,
part of
so
a
it's not
ninja or a
canon. This
superhero
isn't
when she wants to.
actually
And again,
Peach, you
thematically, it
guys.
all just works so well. The whole glamorous theatrical angle plays
This shit's not
perfectly into
Miyamoto
her
approved.
usual aesthetic. There's an element of magic and whimsy running throughout the whole game that feels so
I
right
can
in a
agree with
story
that.
centered on Peach. Peach is all about her beautiful castle and her elegant dresses and being surrounded by people. So this environment works so much better than if you just stuck her into the kinds of situations Mario might find himself in. The game
Good point.
is unapologetically
It works
and
with
I'm
her
very happy that she's been
aesthetic.
given her own villain, her own evil counterpart, rather than just pitting her against Bowser or something, or using some other pre-existing Mario baddie. She's not fighting the same old fight, and Mario isn't even in the picture, which I really appreciate. This is
I
her
think
thing,
Mario could have gotten a
full stop.
cameo.
I'm Still not a fan of the name Grape, though. Truth be told. I mean, I get it, Sweet Peach and Sour Grape. It's just like you say, my favorite villain is Bowser. People are like, yeah. But then you say, my favorite villain is Grape. And people are like, what? It's okay though.
I did not try the churro Oreos now.
Going for her, and at first her motivation isn't actually clear, but by
So he
the
likes
end,
that there's a new
motivation
villain, but
kinda
doesn't like
reveals
there's not
itself,
much
and
to
it
the new villain.
retroactively
Well, it's a
feels very
platformer. It's not an
clever. Then her
RPG.
minions, the Sour Bunch, they're pretty fun. They're a fairly basic collection of baddies, but they've got some cool theming. A lot of them have this marionette puppet kind of thing going on, which is visually interesting, and also allows Peach to destroy them and break them into little pieces without it being, you know, too gruesome. But let's talk about Peach's different roles, because that's what the game is really about. It's not even costumes, as one might initially assume. I think it's less that she's donning.
I mean, I get it's disappointing. I wasn't really thrilled all that well with the villains either, but there's... I don't know, it's kind of like you go in with expectations that you know aren't going to be fulfilled.
Yes, I can use that. Well, you've got 10 different ensembles, and each one has 3 levels. A lot of these setups mainly boil down to running around and attacking, but having other elements kind of built around them. Sword Fighter Peach can attack with her sword, but she also has this bullet time thing where she can counter after avoiding an attack. Kung Fu Peach can kick, but in these stages the enemies are designed so that they crash into each other. Mighty Peach can
that was
punch,
fun, the
but she can also
comboing.
pick up objects and throw them. So for ensembles like these, it comes down to the stage design.
Did I
to
miss
keep
the
things
third one
interesting.
somewhere?
But then other ensembles bring in gameplay that's much more unique. Patisserie Peach doesn't really fight at all, but instead mixes up cookies and decorates cakes. And these feel more like a collection of mini-games. Figure Skater Peach naturally skates
guess I
around,
did.
so her movement is very different. And she both fights and dances using her spins and jumps. Mermaid Peach literally only sings, and this allows her to control fish, moving them around the screen. And of course, Detective Peach has you walking around and inspecting stuff, looking for clues and figuring out what people or objects to call out. So there's a pretty big
The detective
variety of
stuff not being
activities between
randomized
these
every
10
time you play it does harm the
ensembles. And I do
replayability for those
really
levels,
like
I think.
variety. I love the different roles,
Whoa,
the
he
different
loves
settings,
variety.
the different objectives.
You know what?
Constantly
I do
changing things
too.
up keeps the experience
So I
fresh,
like the
keeps
game.
it moving. You know that's my thing. There's no one activity that goes on too long. The problem with these different ensembles, though, and therefore a very big problem with the game, is that they're not all that much fun. This
What?
is Princess Peach Showtime's absolute biggest weakness. It offers a lot of gameplay variety, but it falls into a very common trap that you see in a lot of games of this type. It's a jack-of-all-trades, master-of-none situation.
Oh, just like
Polishing
DSP.
gameplay and making it consistently fun is hard.
Hey, that's
And
the
when you
consequence
spread
you gotta
yourself
take
thin
for
in the
variety.
gameplay department, it's that much harder to ensure that the whole experience stays fun all the time. Some ensembles are
Yeah, he's
simply
calling the
more
game
fun to play than
DSP.
others. And even within
It
each
doesn't do
ensemble,
anything
you've got
particularly
multiple
well, which I
gameplay
disagree
modes,
with.
and those themselves can also be all over the place. I would actually say there is very little in the game that feels downright good to play. There's
Well,
just
that's just
about
flat out
nothing that I
wrong.
find myself completely comfortable and satisfied with, which is
Not all of the
extremely
costumes are
unusual
bangers,
for
but
a
I would not
Nintendo
say
game
none
where
of them are
gameplay
bad.
and feel are usually priority number 1. Plenty of stuff comes close to being flat out fun. Much of it is perfectly serviceable, but then there's so much that just feels clunky and sluggish.
I think that's his real issue. His issue is that he's not wowed, it's more that it's just serviceable.
Video games, being fun is pretty darn important. It has to feel right when you pick up that controller. And a lot
The
of the
sum is
time,
greater than the
Princess
parts of the
Peach
game. That's a good way of
Showtime
putting
just
it.
Doesn't feel right.
I hope
It's
that's his
never
conclusion,
downright
too.
Terrible, and of course I kind of got used to it as I went along, but it never quite clicked.
Yeah,
The
he's got, like,
bosses are
partnerships
also
with Nintendo
wildly
features, so he can't be-
inconsistent,
he
and
can't
this
be
is
hating too much.
particularly disappointing because bosses in Mario and Mario
It's like one of his
adjacent
Pokemon
games are
reviews.
usually so
He
good,
hates
but most of
Pokemon.
these are fine. One
They're
or two,
fine.
I would say, are
They're
downright
all right.
bad. Poorly designed
Wait,
with
what?
poorly conveyed objectives.
Wait,
So-
no, they should talk to bosses?
Never quite clicked. The bosses are also wildly inconsistent, and
Maybe the cat boss, like the only one that was like, that's like the lowest one, and that's like, well, it's not bad.
This is particularly disappointing because bosses in Mario
What is he like? Paper Mario, Metroid, and Pikmin, and that's literally it. For every other franchise, of Nintendo franchise, he LARPs as a fan, but more often than not has not played many games in any other series other than the ones I mentioned.
Mario adjacent games are usually so good, but most of these are
Mario adjacent, like Mario Wonder's bosses sucked ass. What are you talking about? New Super Mario Brothers as well?
Fine. One or two, I would say, are downright bad. Poorly designed with
Which ones did he think were not good?
So that's a bummer. And
I thought the Snake and Lion were fun.
The difficulty. Or rather, the simplicity. Because it's not just about how easy the
No, he
objectives
hates
are,
Sticker
as some
Star.
people
He's the
imagine.
anti-Sticker
It's
Star
about how
guy. He
engaging
really
the
low
game
styles in
is.
your door.
There's been a whole lot of discourse going around, especially after the
He's one of
demo
those
dropped. A lot of
hardcore
people, myself
RPG
included,
guys.
have been afraid that
Mario
the game
RPG
would be
guys.
far too easy
Other
and
RPGs are
simple for
boring.
adults to enjoy. And then that, of course, gets a lot of people insisting that this is a game for kids, and it's perfectly acceptable
Whoa, it's
for it to be
Gondola.
as easy as it wants.
You
I'm not gonna
slept
go
for like
into the
20
whole thing
hours?
Here, it's kind of a bigger discussion for another day. But to touch on it briefly, I do think a game can be so easy that it hinders the fun factor. Nintendo makes games that are fun for kids and adults alike. Anyone can
I agree
pick
with
up a
that
Mario
statement.
game and have fun with it. Easy to pick up,
Wanna
hard
sleep
to
for 20
master.
hours?
That's
I agree.
Nintendo. Showtime is not like that. This game is extremely
Same here, Beer
easy.
Joe.
It does seem to
I wish
have
we
been
could go back to
designed
those
with
days.
little kids in mind, rather than an audience made up of both kids and adults. But even an easy game can be fun as long as it's still interesting, as long as the gameplay is otherwise engaging. And truth be told, this gameplay, along with not being very polished, is also aggressively simple much of the time. There isn't much variation in how to accomplish your goals, and it never really asks much of the player. The good news is, if you were put off by the demo, the game is a lot better than that. I honestly think
demo
Nintendo
actually
shot
turned me
themselves in
around
the
on
foot
it.
with that demo. It should have included a few more levels because
he
it made the
disappointed
game
by
look
it?
even easier and simpler than it actually is. The full thing is better, but it's still kind of pushing what I'm able to handle.
Hey, Bearded
It's
Biscuit.
not too simple or easy to enjoy entirely, but it's
Welcome to the
knocking on
Peachy
that door
game,
some of the
Princess
time.
game,
If
post
the
game.
gameplay was more refined,
We're listening
maybe
to
it
the
would make
Muppet
the
Man blow it
simplicity
the
less
fuck
of an
out.
issue, or maybe if it was a little more engaging, it would make the lack of polish less of an issue. But instead, the game kind of skirts this line where it's just fun enough to keep going. But for how long? Well, we'll talk more about my overall thoughts at the end. Because now I want to tell you why Princess Peach Showtime is enjoyable despite the lacking gameplay.
Oh, he gives
Going
us the
in, my
bad before the
biggest wish
good?
was that this would be one of those Nintendo games with a ton of heart, loads of visual elements, just exploding with charm. Because I know that that can help elevate
Would've
a
liked a more
project
open
that
world game like
otherwise
Goemon,
struggles in
but
the
with
gameplay
Peach.
department.
Well, that's
Yoshi's
just 'cause you
Crafted
like
World was a little
Goemon.
bit like that for me. The gameplay was fine. I did enjoy it, but it was really all about the fun visuals and all the effort they put into the overall presentation. And I'm happy to say that yes, this is the case here. Showtime's presentation is fantastic. Every level
Agreed.
is a unique scenario. The game doesn't just reuse the same assets over and over again. You're always coming up against something new. And
Oh,
since
that's
everything
kinda
is
iffy
made to look
depending
like
on
a
how you
stage
define
production,
asset.
this means elaborate set pieces that constantly change. Effects going off all
But yeah, the
over
set pieces for the
place.
most part
The
are all
feats
unique.
everywhere. They're a constant part of the production, and they help you out, and you help them out, and they comment on everything. I really do love their designs. I think they're really cute, and it's nice that they're always there,
the little
keeping
these
you
guys,
company,
they're okay.
playing along with whatever scene is unfolding. Even if it doesn't always play out smoothly, there are all these different
For the most
exciting
part, they just
scenarios
kind of
you find
exist.
yourself in. Lots of high-speed chase sequences with lots of visual flair, and I really do love how hard the game leans into the play aspect. There are certainly some sequences that push the boundaries of what you might actually expect to see during a stage show, but for the most part, they've done a great job of making all
We're
the
complaining
elements
about the
feel
realism?
like real play elements.
Oh, he's just
Lighting is
messing around.
used very strategically, especially spotlights, which can draw the viewer's attention wherever they want. Even as the Theets act all distressed, they never drop
Oh,
the
I really like Kirby in the
melodramatic
Forgotten Land,
overacting,
yeah.
like they're all playing along. Even the Sour Bunch's unwanted intrusion feels like part of the story. One of my favorite examples is how whenever there are ghosts or any kind of spirits. They look like they're being projected onto the backdrop. I just can't get over how clever
they
this
talk
is.
in the
So
platformers
it's all
now.
visually thematic, but even further, it also has
Feels
kind
like
of
for
a
a
meta
kids
quality
game,
to
there's
it,
more
where it's
dialogue
not
than
hard to
what
imagine
should
that
be there.
literally
Like
the
if
entire
the
game
premise is that you're gonna get this for your little
one
niece or
big
something.
play that Peach is the star of. Like even in world, this could all just
Like if you
be
got this for a little kid, would they need like help for like the detective level where you need to have like some sort of reading ability?
Fun angle. The whole thing has just got this very exciting energy. Peach has taken on these roles and dropped into these plays, and the Theets are always leading her along from sequence to sequence. They often run along with you between scenes, and something
Hey,
about
my niece
this
is a new
just feels
Kirby game. I
great.
don't think they
It's
ever
like,
finished
even
it.
though this game doesn't have the best gameplay,
Oh, that's a
even
shame.
though it's kind of unpolished and overly simplistic, I just can't help but get sucked into the imagination aspect. I get pulled into
Oh, they know
these
30-year-old
roles along
adults,
with
grown-ass
Peach.
men are gonna
They're all
buy
waiting for
whatever
a
they put
hero
out
to help
anyway.
them, and you're that
It
hero.
doesn't matter if your nieces or nephews aren't into it.
It's less about the
They're gonna
challenge
make their
and
money
more
back.
about feeling like you're really there, taking down these big baddies, doing all this amazing stuff. Sometimes it actually feels like the simplicity
To finish
counts
Forgotten
in
Land.
this
I played
regard.
it on stream. I really
Because
enjoyed
of
it.
course all this comes effortlessly to the hero. I'm playing a role here.
I tried to
Of
do a
course
little
the
race with
fabled
Dave, but
swordfighter is
he
going
played
to
that
defeat
game
every
way too
enemy,
slow
no
for my
problem.
taste.
Of course the power
Wasn't
suit
worth it
wearing
waiting on him.
superhero is gonna effortlessly smash every obstacle. And this right here is where I am most torn on the game. On the one hand, I don't think any of Nintendo's games should be aimed at kids and only kids. Because why limit your game like that? Again,
I think they're just gonna. I think like adults are gonna buy it, whether it's like for them or
Nintendo's whole
not.
thing. A little kid can enjoy a game that an adult can enjoy. But if you make a game too simple, then only the kid can enjoy it. Put on Mario Kart, a toddler
Yeah, he
and
rage
their
quit at the
parent
secret
will have
final
fun.
boss.
But give
Not
that
the
same
final. He
pair
beat the
one of
game.
those
He got.
little
He saw the
playsets where
credits.
you put
Final
the
boss was
shapes through
beat.
the holes.
The secret
Only the
optional
toddler
final
is
boss.
gonna
He
have
rage
fun
quit
with
at.
it. No, I'm not
Was at the
looking
end of
for
the boss
Dark
gauntlet.
Souls here. I'm just looking
So
for
it's
enough
wrong to
grab
say he
onto
didn't beat the
while I
game,
enjoy the
or
fun
well, I
visuals.
guess that
And,
was
like,
a rage quit.
there's
But like
definitely
he saw the
something
credits.
particularly frustrating that Peach's game specifically had to be the one aimed at kids. There are so many adults
what's
who
he
have been
getting at
waiting
here?
for this. The audience for a Peach-centered adventure extends so far beyond little kids. It feels like Nintendo doesn't really understand that that audience exists. And maybe I'm looking too deep into it, but I can't help but feel like, oh, so Peach gets her own game, but Peach is a princess and a girl. So the only people who will want to play that game is little girls. And girls don't play video games.
It
so
sounds
we
like
have
he's
to make
kinda
it
touched.
super easy and kiddish. Do you know
Did
what
they
I
make
mean?
fun of him at the store when he
Kirby
bought
and
his
Yoshi
copy?
games, they're more kid-friendly, easier on the whole, but in most cases,
I mean, it's so
still
different than
engaging
the
enough
reaction
to
you
keep
get when you buy a
adults
Kirby game,
entertained.
right?
And they always include plenty of tricky challenges, especially in the late and post-game. But not Peach. Out of all the colorful, kid-friendly games Nintendo puts out, this exact
Yeah, that's
one
probably their
is the
mindset.
one that
I'm not gonna front.
specifically focuses on little kids.
Why
first
won't they
and
think about
foremost.
me?
Why? Well, it must be because Peach. Because that's how Nintendo views Peach's fans. And I don't like that idea. Insert tearing noise. On the other hand, though,
Okay, now he's gonna
I can't
cap.
deny that in being aimed
He's gonna
more
cap
at
'cause he's
kids,
gonna lose his
this
partnership
game
otherwise.
does accomplish something unique. A little kid might be able to play Mario, but it might require using modes and characters that let them avoid engaging with much of the game, or they might not be able to actually get that far. Again, Princess Peach Showtime is like an amusement park ride, one that invites you aboard and consistently empowers you, makes you feel like
I
a
can see
hero.
that.
Its simplicity allows a kid to navigate this world on their own and make their way through this exciting adventure. It lets them have this theatrical, high-quality Nintendo-styled experience without
Nintendo
worrying too
style?
much about controls and difficulty. Kids will
Sorry,
enjoy
but
it
Arlo's really
because the
stupid.
game is
It wouldn't be the
unabashedly
first take of this I've
their
disagreed
game.
with.
I can complain about it being too simple and alienating older Peach fans, but
I
it
wasn't.
doesn't
I didn't
care.
feel alienated
It's
by
too busy
the
letting little
difficulty or
kids
lack
have the
thereof,
time of their
though.
lives, giving
I
them
feel
an
like if you
experience
feel
that they might
alienated,
not
isn't
have
that on
had
you
until
for being
years
so
later when their
self-conscious
gaming
about it?
skills
Like, do
were
you feel
developed
embarrassed
enough?
that you're playing the
And
Princess
I
Peach
can
game?
respect that. I actually
gives a
love the
fuck,
idea
man?
of a kid getting getting into video games precisely because this game caters to them at such an unusually young age, when most games aimed at them are simple educational apps based on kids shows.
Nergo, you probably weren't listening. He said that was good. He said he liked that. Like, because he said that they were projected on the screen as if they were on the backdrop. He said that was part of the immersion. He liked that, Nergal. That was a good thing.
They play on their tablets. Now, I will say, I still think the execution here is lacking. It's usually a game for kids, but there are
older
plenty
Peach
of
fans. Yeah, they do exist. They go to
certain bosses and sequences that I could see a kid really struggling with. Also, it's that thing where Nintendo loves to make games for kids that also rely heavily on dialogue. Gameplay-wise,
the dialogue.
it feels
He's
like a game
critiquing
for
the dialogue
5-year-olds,
use.
Yet some parts basically require the ability to read. Plus, a huge amount of the dialogue happens in real time without waiting for you to hit the button to dismiss it, and it goes
That
by
part
so
I
fast
don't
that
like.
even an adult might struggle to keep up. Like,
The
what is that
text
about?
does. I will say that sometimes for certain
It's
bits of
kind of annoying
dialogue,
how
like that,
inconsistent
you
the
can't
age
choose to
appropriateness
auto.
is
Like it
sometimes.
auto
And as we've
progresses.
already established,
And
inconsistency
even
is
for
a
me,
big problem
if I
with
was looking at
Princess
chat
Peach
while a
Showtime
cutscene was going
overall.
on,
It's
sometimes
just
I would
not
miss
very
some of the
well
dialogue.
tuned. Some stuff is fun enough, other stuff isn't. Some stuff works, other ideas fall a little flat. But one more big thing the game has going for it is how it unfolds.
Now that a Pokemon company like in the US that did the Pokemon TV app, I never downloaded that, so I don't have any thoughts on that. Probably a glitch.
From the very beginning. The whole experience actually gets better and better the more you progress. The first time you use an ensemble, you play what feels more like a tutorial level. It's the second level where things really start to get interesting. The gameplay is slightly more demanding, and the overall themes are better explored. Even more, things very often take a darker turn. The second Sword Fighter level takes you through a haunted castle. The second Patisserie level introduces a zombie element of all things. The second
I like the
Mermaid
second
level has you
Patisserie
facing
level. That
off
was
against
a little neat little
spooky ghost
twist.
ship. It's
You
actually
go in
really
there and
surprising how
expecting
the
a cute
themes
little
pretty
baking
consistently
adventure,
get
and
a
out
little
of
more
nowhere it's
dire, and
World
they
War
certainly
Z.
get a lot more interesting. Then, slight spoiler, I suppose, but the final level for each costume has you rescuing the Sparklas. These are the originators of these roles Peach is taking on. At first, I kind of thought she was just donning costumes and playing
Do you care
parts,
that much
but
about
she's
it, Eagle?
actually taking over for these
If you
extra
do, why didn't you
skillful
already
thieves
have
who
it
been
downloaded?
captured by Grape. And these levels are usually where the game shines brightest. They're weirder and darker than any other levels, taking place in some kind of strange dimensional place.
Carlo should know what a 3-act structure is, but I think is he not applauding that structure though? He's saying it's a good thing.
After rescuing a Sparkla, you then work together to escape, which just feels great. It's you and this revered professional, both being awesome and teaming up against the very last of what the Sour Bunch has to throw at you. These sequences are the culmination of each of the 10 different themes. And even if we're not talking about anything mind-blowing, it's still a satisfying way to wrap things up. It's that energy I was talking about, the role play, the feeling of flying through this little adventure.
Oh, I like
And no
role-playing
spoilers,
with
but the game's
Peach.
ending sequence goes a lot harder than I expected. Peach doesn't get games too often, so I love how they made sure that this one came to a very fun conclusion.
Yeah, the ending
A few
was
more
very
little things
satisfying with
before we
this
wrap this
secret
up.
transformation.
The visuals are lovely, but the frame rate suffers as a result. And it's not just that it's slow, it's that it's, what do you know, inconsistent. Dropped frames are common, giving the game a very choppy look at times. I know this won't matter to everyone, but
it's on
I
the
do
Switch. What are you
find
gonna
it
do?
kind of annoying. I'm not sure if they needed to lower the visual fidelity slightly or just optimize the game better, but whatever the case, I wish they'd smoothed it over somehow. The music is nice. It's really nice. Some of these
Yeah, I
themes
really
are
like the
very
music.
whimsical and well composed.
Good to know he
Soundtrack
liked
leans
it.
more into orchestral arrangements, which I'm not usually as much of a fan of, but it
Oh,
certainly
I hate
fits
him
the whole
again.
theater
Not a
vibe.
fan of
No
orchestra.
complaints at all
What a
here. It's all
loser.
quite enjoyable, even if nothing like really jumps
I love
out
when
at me in
non-developers say
particular.
optimize
Peach's
better.
voice is very interesting here.
Yeah, it's
I
a
don't
little
know if
bit
it's
deeper
because
than
of the
that.
Mario movie,
Oh,
or
here's
if
the Last
they just
Ninja.
wanted to do something a
missed
little
him.
different, but her vocal range is much wider. Peach usually speaks in such a high, almost squeaky voice, but in Showtime you'll hear
Yeah,
lines
some of the
delivered
voice acting for
much
Peach
lower,
didn't really.
way more deep than
it's-
we're used to.
I don't know. I didn't
The higher up
dislike
sound is
it.
still there sometimes,
but it's not
but
Peach.
not nearly as much. She doesn't use that
But it's the same
falsetto
actors.
we're used to.
But Peach hasn't
She
gotten
just
new
sounds a lot
lines in
more
so
like
many
an adult,
years.
honestly, and I actually kind of like like it. She sounds
It's all just been
more
reused
human,
audio.
more
So she
expressive.
gets new
It's a better
lines, but it's
fit
been
for
so
this
long
game,
since she
where she's
last got
playing
lines.
such a
The
wide
actress
range
kind of
of
sounds
themes
different,
and
even though it's the same
styles.
person.
Now, just to say I did it, I'd like to briefly touch on each ensemble and give my thoughts. Sword Fighter Peach. Swinging the sword doesn't feel great at first, but seeing stuff get all slashed up makes up for it a little. The slow motion thing is silly, but it's kind of satisfying to pull off. Visually, the outfit is one of my favorites for sure. She looks awesome. Patisserie Peach. Making cookies isn't super fun. Cake decorating is pretty okay though. It can be kind of a neat little challenge. The outfit is super cute. I particularly love her idle animation. Kung Fu Peach. Swinging on poles and knocking enemies around is satisfying, though the sluggish combat kind of gets in the way. The one-on-one
Yeah, there's a lot more to
battles are
game
pretty
development than
janky,
just
so I
saying
guess
shit
I'm
like,
not a fan. Detective
optimize
Peach.
it better.
I do like how thoroughly
Make it run
different
better.
the gameplay is here. It's nothing like the
Lower
rest
the
of the game.
visual
Not fun to
fidelity.
replay, but it's kind of cute the first time. Figure Skater Peach. I can't help but notice that it's not as fun and fluid as Ice Flower Mario from Galaxy, but it's still satisfying to glide around and chain together jumps and spins. Definitely one of the better transformations as far as controls go. Cowgirl Peach. Lassoing barrels and
Hey,
chucking
Red
them
Check.
is a lot of fun.
Is
though it
Muppet
never
daring to
lasts
dunk
long
on our
enough.
princess?
The horseback
Actually,
sequences
yes.
feel kind of clunky, but at least they're exciting.
No, you know, he
Visually,
still
this
has a
one is very
partnership with
strong.
Nintendo, so he's like, he's
Peach.
more
It's
mid on
really
it.
just
He's,
for the
it's a
grappling hook.
mid
I think she
experience
could've
for
used
him
more here.
as a
More
grown man.
involved hacking might have been nice, but the hook is pretty darn fun to use and offers some more traditional platforming, as well as something akin to puzzles. Love the outfit. Ninja Peach. Stealth is the biggest thing here, and it's unfortunate that it's not particularly well done until the last level. The different ways she sneaks are all funny to see. The camouflage paper, the bamboo shoot underwater, I like it. The running sequences are pretty fun. I love how she runs on the walls, that's cool.
Yeah, big
Mermaid
Goemon
Peach.
energy with all the ninja
Probably the
segments.
weakest. Controlling fish is an interesting idea, but the execution is very clunky, and it's just not very
That
fun.
I'll agree with. It was
Mighty
kind of
Peach, definitely a favorite
wacky,
of mine.
maneuvering the
Throwing
fish
stuff and
around.
beating up
Sometimes
big
they would get
robots
stuck
is
on
fun.
shit.
The visual spectacle
But
is some
none of the
best in
mermaid
the
levels
game.
were particularly
I mean, she
long
even
enough
gets
for
a
that to
little origin
be
story
a
where the
really grating
scientist
issue.
powers her up. That's just cute. Finally, I'll mention
Like,
the
none of-
amount
none of the
content
costumes
in the
overstay
game.
their welcome
the
at
main
all.
story took me about 8 hours to finish, and I didn't really spend any time going back through and grabbing all the collectible little sparkly
Dingus
things.
will still sound like
no
Dingus at
spoilers,
56.
But after the story, you
Yeah,
also
it's definitely a
unlock
we
some
can only
other
hope so
carriages and
moment.
collectibles, which encourage you to go through the levels again. There are also decorations to purchase.
As
for
my
the
voice
lobby,
gets
as well
deeper,
as
I will
outfits
sound
both
more and
for
more
Peach
like
and
Toad.
her little star friend Stella.
Oh, he
I
sounds
think.
great.
And some mini games thrown in there for good measure. So it's not a huge amount of content, but it's not an insignificant amount either. It kind of just depends on who you are and what you're getting from the game. It
Ah,
is a
yes. Well, as
relatively
a
short experience
domination
overall,
style
but it's
fella,
one of
I
those
will get
games with a
7
lot of
sessions
heart
out of
that
this
they
game.
spent a lot of
Ah,
time
yes.
on, with lots of different set pieces and unique visual elements. It's certainly an experience worth having. That said, though, personally, the post-game content didn't really do much to keep me playing because the game itself...
That's fair. You
Well,
just
it
play the
isn't
levels
fun
all
enough.
over again,
None of
looking
the
for
gameplay is
ninjas.
enjoyable
Not
enough
too,
to
you
keep me
know.
going and wanting to collect everything. I
Like,
enjoyed
unless you
myself,
really
sure,
give a
but once
fuck,
rolled the
I can
credits,
understand
that
not
was
everyone doing
kinda
that.
it for me. And that's really the thing about
Like
Princess
what? I'm
Peach
probably just gonna
Showtime.
get a
It's
dress
very
for fighting all of them.
confused, inconsistent experience. Where it excels is in its visuals, its energy, its overall spectacle. It feels like a dazzling performance, and it's fun to go along with the characters as they have the time of their lives playing out this fantasy. But the gameplay is also rough and seems to be aimed at a much younger audience, which means
But
that
I think
many
that's
adults
fine
will
if it's aimed
indeed
at a
end up
younger
feeling
audience.
alienated. I'm glad I played it, and I can definitely say that I had a pretty okay time, but I also wouldn't have wanted to spend $60 on it if I weren't
Well, yeah, the
reviewing
boss
it.
refights were
And
fun.
I can't say with
can't refight
confidence
them
that
until
I'll
you
find
beat the
myself
game.
playing it again someday. I mean, the biggest thing I can say against it is this. My nephew is about to turn 8. He's been raised on a steady diet of Nintendo games. He loves them all, no matter how easy or kiddish.
He's
Mario,
racing up
Kirby,
to be a
Yoshi,
dingus.
all of it. But he is just not into this game, and I don't think it's
Well, you
because
know,
it
that's
stars
the
Peach.
problem.
He
You
was
said
excited to
nephew.
play the
You said
demo,
nephew and
but
not
after
niece.
that, there just wasn't anything enticing him to keep going. He hasn't even touched the full thing. And in case you haven't put it together yet, he is a kid. But the
Okay,
game
but
is
he's
so
a
simple
boy.
that even a
He wants to play
7-year-old might
Fortnite
be
and grape
too
women
old
in
for it.
GTA.
So really, I'm very torn. I appreciate Princess Peach Showtime for what it is. I
I'm
did
sure if your
enjoy
little
much of
kid
it.
nephew
In
likes
some
it, then he
ways,
likes
it's a
it. But if he
perfect
doesn't like
game
it,
for
I'm not going to be
Peach.
saying like,
But
oh
in
man,
other
we really
ways,
fucked up
I
with this
find
game.
myself wishing for more. I don't know
Just
if she'll
chalked
be
it up to be
starring
him
in
being
more
a
games
boy.
in the near future, but if
I wanna
she
play as
does,
an
I
icky
do
girl.
hope they try to bring the gameplay up to the Nintendo standard and make something that everyone can enjoy, even 30-something gamer dudes who probably don't deserve it.
Ah,
All right,
well,
I
at
can
least
help
he's
whoever's next.
introspective
Oh, hey,
right
it's,
there.
Arlo, right? Yeah. Did Rebecca spill food on your game?
Rebecca spilled food on my game.
Yeah, okay, I'll help you out. Actually, can I get another Reese's too?
Very hilarious review, Arlo. 10 out of 10 video. He hated it. He wanted to say more. He wanted to shit on that game even more. He knew he couldn't. He knew he couldn't. He knew he couldn't. Oh, well. It's been a while since we've seen him truly mixed on a game, so I can't say it's not... It's not like something I didn't want to see. And some of the stuff he talked about, I even agreed with. Oh, hey, Ninja's right there. Yeah, I guess maybe he just really is not the target audience. But his complaint is that it shouldn't exclusively be a child target audience. And that he's somewhat offended that it had to be Peach's game that was targeted towards kids. Like, Peach should have a game, but it shouldn't be the game that's exclusively for children. But it's not really, like, it's only exclusively for children if you accept that. You can be a grown-ass man and play it, nobody cares. The only time I've dealt with a Switch game getting choppy was the forest near Faron Tower. Oh, I always hear, it's the Lost Woods. I hear that one a lot. Why do you think the latest Pokemon anime is bad? People hate the bland female protag. Yes, that's true. Everyone wants Ash back. I saw like one, not even the whole episode, but like parts of one episode. It just felt, something about it felt very corporate and paid for, market tested. It lacked the soul. And nobody's fucking talking about it, right? Never had any issues with Lost Woods and Breath of the Wild. Oh, okay. I'm mixing up places. You know, I haven't played Breath of the Wild, so I'm just assuming. Super Mario Wonder is as easy as Princess Peach Showtime? I would say Showtime's easier. Like, Wonder has a special world, at least. A couple of those end stages can be a bit tricky. The badge marathon. A lot of his critiques can be boiled up to him feeling self-conscious and wanting, I suppose, affirmation that it's okay for him to play it. I know a lot of it was played up for laughs, but a lot of it came across that way. I don't know if that was intended or if it was just part of the bit. He feels a bit shy about playing the game, so he wants it to be catered to more than just children. But that's like self-inflicting. You put that upon yourself, so you feel that way because that's what you think. It's not like Nintendo said, oh yes, this is a baby game, and Peach will only get baby games, and this is exclusively for little girls. It's like, whether that's you or just you reading too much social media, you kind of imparted that on yourself. Nintendo never said it was a kid's game. Oh, there's the last ninja right there. I feel like I didn't have issues with Tears of the Kingdom unless I had all spirits out, but I really did that. What, you want to make the game even easier? You want to play Dave mode? Yeah, it's a casual game, dude. That doesn't mean it's a children's game. Fucking moron. Okay, I've been meaning to watch this one too. Disrupting a scammer for a whole week!
The person you see on his own webcam is called Farhan, and I'm going to be spending a week trying to disrupt his scams while the police catch up with him.
Dude, he's got that May 1st hairdo.
He's very interested in online banking because he wants to work out just how much money each of his victims has. Then he
Do
will
not
get them to
redeem!
buy gift cards.
Do not
But more
redeem!
about this in just a second. Farhan is the closer in a pop-up scam. On screen is an example of one of those pop-ups.
Yeah, this is my go-to
If you're
anti-scammer
familiar with this
fella.
channel, you'll know that these messages are fake, but nevertheless malicious.
He has fun like Kid Boga, but he also
has been locked up. To unlock the computer,
he does more than just mess around with the scammers. Like he shuts down entire operations and whatnot.
Good American accent, and from one of the files on his computer, I can tell he was always good at English in school.
He doxes the
With
scammers
maths,
too, which is like
not so
hardcore.
much, but his real talent is scamming.
Alright, I'm asking you that did you use your card online as well today? Somewhere?
No, I always put Jim Browning over at Kid Boga. I've seen Kid Boga, but that doesn't mean like I put Kid Boga above Jim.
Anywhere by any chance did you do that?
I didn't use my card online today.
He doesn't sound as fat as he looks.
You didn't do that, right?
How many times do I have to answer the same question?
The reason why I'm asking you about this...
Dude, I don't know what you're talking about, sir! What the fuck do you guys keep calling me?
Okay, let me tell you, yes sir I do. Yes sir
Why
I
not
do.
fix your hair?
Let me
DSP
tell
did
you
this
why
too.
was
Well, I
asking
don't
you
know.
about it regularly.
Oh shit, he doxed him.
The reason was because I can see that there is one charge for...
We got his license over there on the far right. Pretty cool. But so I don't know if the customer can see him, Saru, which is, you know, contributes potentially to the lack of you know, caring about his appearance. What Jim Browning does is usually he tricks these guys with you know, links that allow him to send rats into their PCs, or he just puts them there themselves when he gains access of their computer, which he usually does by pretending to be an old fella and then calling them himself. And then once he gains access of their device, he just turns on the webcam. So maybe it's not even intended that this guy works with the webcam on.
regularly. The reason was because I can see that there is one charge for $10,000 that is posted on your account here.
Oh, $10,000? No wonder this dude is pissed.
You know what? I'm calling the FBI. This is a scam.
See,
what?
There's a charge for $10,000, which is
no,
on your
no,
account
no!
right
Do
now.
not call! Do not call!
I wanted to just confirm it. It is from your
What
Chase
account?
card.
What account?
It is
What
from
account?
your Chase card, sir. And this charge has been made today online.
Well, I'm going to call Chase and talk to them about that. I'm
Oh,
not
no,
gonna
no, no.
talk
Do
to
not
you.
call Chase. Do not call Chase. I am Chase. I am
We
Mr.
are Chase, sir. We are Chase. I
look, he
told
said
you
it.
already that we are Chase.
I am
And we are
Chase,
just
sir.
trying to take care of this situation for you so that we are able to take care of this. Now, you said you have not used this card anywhere online today in the morning, right?
That is correct.
Then it means that you are getting compromised. That's the case here. There's a fraud on your account at this time.
No, I haven't
so we
seen
have
Atomic
to
Strip,
work on
not.
it accordingly. That's what you called for, and this is exactly what's happening here right now. So there is a fraud which is going on your account at this time, and this fraud is a serious one because this is actually allowing the hackers
These guys are
to
actual scum, though,
basically,
targeting
steal the money
exclusively
from
the
your account
elderly.
as well.
Farhan nearly lost the victim there, but he was able to pull it back just in time. However, he still has access to the victim's computer and can therefore see his various balances. This means he will sound all the more convincing.
That would be a card that I have, I guess.
Right. So just try to check that and see that do you have the exact current balance right now of $141?
Brother got a wild scam recently. Papa Dingus got scammed by a couple of these dudes. I saved them just in time. That was like a decade ago.
Other telephone calls. I'm saying goodbye now.
So you don't have to make any telephone calls, sir. I'm taking care of this for you. You cannot make your calls because your phone lines are getting compromised right now.
He's very calm and collected. Most of these guys get way too emotional, and that's kind of what gives it away. Like real trained professionals.
Hello.
For the most part, wouldn't act like that.
But Ferran had seen that the victim had a lot of money, so I knew that he would be very persistent from this point. So I called the victim to warn him. He turned out to be a US Air Force veteran.
How'd you get the phone number?
I can see his computer and I can see everybody's called.
The ear pick is in the inside of Dave.
Yeah, about 2 hours.
Yep. Okay, that's the reason why I've called you. Is most people I've called in the same situation have bought gift cards.
Hello, Heavy Metal Gamer.
Money stolen. So.
Perfect. Okay, I appreciate it.
Okay, I'll let you go. Thank you. Bye bye.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Browning.
No problem. Bye bye.
But I had warned him that Ferran was likely
Imagine
to make other
scamming
calls,
a
and
Chair
sure enough,
Force
it wasn't
veteran.
long before I saw him try to change his number.
No, they were just giving him something to do. Besides sitting on a chair all day.
9475 ये डाल देता हूँ और ये नंबर से कॉल करूँ अगर तो.
And now that he's changed his caller ID, he can make a call to the victim and pretend to be from the FTC. But he'll attempt to change his accent so that the victim
Let's see
doesn't
Pudgy Willoughby. I
recognize
haven't
it's
seen him in
just the
months.
same guy again. Have a listen to this.
Okay, my name is Jason Cooper and I'm
FTC. I have received.
Whoa! It's my Mario Wonder keychain combo.
The Microsoft.
It's right over there.
That you are having hacking problems. Is that right?
Say again, over.
Are you saying that your own bank is trying to hack you?
I'm not understanding what you're saying. It sounds like your own bank is going to find you. What's that?
I'm saying, is your
Are you
own
speaking
bank?
English?
Is your own bank
He's
hacking
trying.
you right now? That's what I'm asking you?
That's none of your business. I'm calling the FBI. I'm getting this.
You're already talking. You're already talking to FTC. This is Federal Trade Commission talking to you.
I thought I was talking to Chase.
Why do you want to call anywhere?
I'm going to because I don't know. I don't believe you. I'm going to call the FTC myself at whatever number I can find, and I don't want you to give it to me because I don't trust you. How's that sound?
You're already giving it to FTC. You're already talking to FTC.
Just say prove it. Tell them to prove it.
Kiss my ass. Goodbye.
Yes.
Game over, man. Game over.
Oh, that's felted. If that isn't felted, I don't know what is.
And it's to try and defeat people like Ferran, but I have
Ask
teamed
for a
up
badge
with
number?
the
Nah,
sponsor
they
of
give you
this
fake-ass
video,
badge numbers.
Mario. Remember the pop-up that I
That's what okay, so Papa Dingus did that when he got scammed, and they gave him a fake number that if you typed it into Google, it would pull up something that looked like it was a legit link, but it was some weird SEO optimization they had going on where if you typed in that exact number combination, it would bring up that as the first link. But it was just another one of their tricks, so don't ask for badge numbers.
Showed you at the start of the video. Well,
Hey-o.
this is what happens when you've got
Hello,
Guardio
sir.
installed.
We're learning about
It's immediately
scams.
and correctly identified
That aren't
as
based out of
malicious.
Renton,
But it
Washington.
won't just stop malicious sites. One of the most common ways that people are scammed is via phishing emails, and Guardio is superb at identifying and blocking these sites. But combine that with how easy it is to install
the sneak
on
sponsor
all
segment.
of your electronic devices, and you have a very good way of defeating scammers. So head on over to guard.io/Jim and you will get 7 days for free and 20% off. And don't forget, this covers 5 of your family members. And now back to
Yeah, I've heard about that grocery threat theft ring.
Here he is on a different day trying to get his victim to buy gift cards.
They're stealing everyone's property
No, I didn't go to
that
Home
they
Depot.
don't yet
Where are
own.
you?
I'm home.
So why are you not in Home Depot?
What am I supposed to do at Home Depot?
Yes, I told you that you'd have to go there
For?
so that you can charge your card.
Why do I want to charge my card at Home Depot?
A very good question. Scammers don't want
You
to
gotta
use
plug
the
it into
word
the
gift
outlet at
card
Home Depot,
because
dude.
people will catch on it's a scam. So what does Fran actually want this woman to do?
Okay.
I like how they choose Home Depot specifically because it's not where you go for gift cards. If they were to send you to, like, I don't know, a Target or a Walmart or anywhere else where you would actually make that kind of purchase, the employees there might be a little bit more trained in detecting what is obviously a scam. So let's just send them to the most obscure kind of retail place that still sells these kind of cards in the hopes of that not happening.
We're going to do that job of
so let's send them to Home Depot.
From your compromised account to your secured account. I do not need that money.
Go get me Amazon cards, but only go to Staples.
No, I understand, but I just want to make sure that how do I know that you're not somebody else saying if it isn't fake, but you know, and just doing it. That's all I'm asking.
How can anyone have this phone number if they're not from Citizens Bank? You tell me this clearly. You have a number displaying on your phone, which is exactly the same number that would be at the back of your card as well. You can cross-check it and confirm it and make sure.
He acts like it's impossible. It's not. They bank on these people being technologically illiterate, and for the most part, they are. Because they're all old.
On your caller ID, it still could be anyone.
Right?
Okay. Yes, you're right. I'm sorry.
So can we go ahead and let's get started with it and get going?
Let's get started with this scam, please, now.
For you?
Yes.
All right. So get all your essentials. Get your driver's license. Get your debit card, and then head towards Home Depot. Okay.
Okay, what if they can't drive?
With the victim, I took the opportunity to...
Like, okay, if they can drive or they have a suspended license or something, well, they would probably push for them to get an Uber or to walk over there or take the bus. These guys are very persistent. Like, that would not be an issue to them.
Quickly give her a call and
hey, Stinky Zuck, would Grandma Dingus fall for this scams? Well, she's not with us anymore. But, so no?
Hello, my name's Jim
Papa Dingus almost fell for it.
The person you were just speaking to is a scammer. I don't know if you're aware of that. They're pretending to be a bank.
Yes.
Okay, are you aware that that whole thing about Home Depot is a scam?
I'll not play the whole phone call, but suffice to say she was grateful for the warning, but I wouldn't be so lucky in the next one.
My name is
Ron
it's
White, okay. It was years ago.
Chase Bank. How are you doing today?
Hello, I'm back from the Chase Bank. Hello, sir. I'm the scammer.
Yeah. Right, I understand that. Well, your case files have been transferred to me by Apple.
Apparently both Apple and Microsoft send him case files when he works in his bedroom Chase Bank.
Issues that you're facing on
I didn't know they were like so collaborative. Apple and Microsoft working together.
I spent the last 3 or 4 hours with Apple, and evidently my account has been, or my Wi-Fi has been hacked.
The hacked Wi-Fi.
All kinds of whatever the hell you call it, but right now I'm looking at my bank account. It doesn't look like there's been anything there that's been taken out or with my Schwab account. So
right. See, basically, you won't be able to see the things happening on your account yourself. You know. So
why? It's their account.
Oh, I won't.
Yes. It's not going to happen in front of you. You will not be able to see that, but still, there will be if.
What a great excuse. Yeah, it's you know, you can't see it, but it's totally happening.
No fraudulent transactions visible to the victim.
Whoa, hello, Chrono.
It will be up to Farhan to explain how he's going to safeguard his account. He used the victim's zip code to figure out.
A lot of the police are in on it. You see examples of that a lot on this channel. TRPG.
Check out your accounts.
It's just how it is.
To make sure that your account.
He always reports these guys to the cyber police once he gets their docs, but nothing ever happens to him.
Fraud going on with it right now. You cannot conclude it yourself that there's nothing wrong with it, you know.
But for this scam to work, Farhan needs to scare the victim into doing his bidding.
You can see that there's a charge which has been made today early in the morning at 6:30 a.m. On your credit card for Chase Bank, and it was made for $10,000.
Of course, he's just making all of this up.
Oh my God, you're kidding.
Oh my lord.
Discharge.
Well, somebody has hacked it to
Yes, this charge was made on your credit card and at 6:30 a.m. in the morning. And there's
Yeah, I did beat the game yesterday, Chrono. I'm just doing like side game, post game stuff.
Has been already taken out of your
Be
account.
redoing levels, looking for little
so
ninjas.
You don't have those $10,000 anymore. And what we need to do is we need to
those grumbles. Did I see the new ooh body cam video? I did not.
Because you just don't want to
well, which channel of theirs is that on?
Right?
The main one?
It's your hard-earned money. You don't want to just lose it like that, right?
And Fran comes
If he didn't want to lose it, he wouldn't be talking to you, buddy.
Back to this man's account.
I'm trying to think which one is closest.
Yeah, Home Depot is like...
Hey, ooh, body cam, alright.
Yeah, Home Depot is like, it's only 2 to 3 miles from where you are. It's in 95758.
Yeah.
He's probably been to that Home Depot before. You don't need to give him the directions.
I need to go to Home Depot.
Yes, and you have to
specifically
go
Home
there
Depot.
And you have to swipe your card.
Don't
for
go anywhere where the
10,000,
employees might give a fuck.
Return the Home Depot gift cards. Okay.
Now, unfortunately for me, Farhan was keeping this victim on his cell phone, so I couldn't get through to him. So my only option was to contact the Home Depot, which I could see on Farhan's computer screen.
Oh, these parts are always dicey when he has to call the employees, and it really all comes up to a dice roll on which employee you get.
And ask them to
Gloria.
intervene.
But the long and short
What does
of it
ninja
is,
mean?
I
You know
can
what it
overhear
means.
A scammer instructing a
Let's see how this
person
goes.
very close by, he's within 5 minutes drive in Elk Grove, to buy $10,000 worth of gift cards. And I can't get through to him because he's constantly on the phone with the scammer. He's got the phone in his pocket. And I
Why are
know
you
he's
calling
about
us?
to go
Why are you
into
calling
your
the police?
store to buy
What do you want me to do
$10,000
about
worth
that?
of those gift cards. Would you be able to help him?
Okay.
Hey, Ivan.
Okay.
Well, no, because we won't sell somebody that many gift cards.
Well, that's a good thing.
We have a limit that's way lower than that.
He needs
Okay, that guy almost gave me a heart attack. He was like, no. And then he said, we're not even going to sell that many to begin with. Let me hear that again.
$10,000 worth of those gift cards. Would you be able to help him?
Okay.
Okay.
Well, no, because we won't sell somebody that many gift cards.
Well, that's a good thing.
We have a limit that's way lower
Basically,
than
he needs.
Even Home
I can't
Depot
get
has a fucking
message through
limit.
to him to say that he
Well, he
is
seems
being
cooperative.
scammed. If someone could
Sometimes he gets like
identify
employees
him
who are
and
like
say,
literally
"You've got
nothing
a
I
phone
can
in your
do.
pocket," that is not.
If he wants to get
Chase Bank.
scammed, get scammed.
That is a
Actually,
scammer.
just as
If you
bad
could
as the
get that
scammers
message
themselves.
To him somehow, hopefully he can go to the police because he's being scammed.
Okay.
Yeah, that's one of the failures, the failed ones, Rumbles. The lady with the Bitcoin
I will
ATM.
certainly try.
Okay, I do not know the man's name.
I do recognize your voice. It's kind of weird.
Really?
Oh, he's seen his videos.
I'm amazed with that, but if you've seen any of my work today, you know it's not some prank or anything.
Yes, yes, I do.
Big ups.
Thank you very
Getting
much.
recognized in the wild like that.
Thank you.
Okay, alright, thanks again. Thank you, bye-bye.
And a few minutes later, I could hear Farhan giving some last-minute instructions to the victim who was outside the Home Depot store.
Yeah. Okay, please do not talk to me while you're inside. Only talk to me when you come outside. So keep me in your hand.
Don't talk to me when you come inside.
Keep me in your pocket. That'll be easier for
I'm
you.
so immature, I'm sorry.
And you already have my number. In case if we get disconnected, call me on that number, okay? Which you have in your pocket. All right?
Yeah, every store knows about this shit now. Even when I was back at the old store, they taught us about this shit too. Though I was already watching these videos, so I was more than informed.
$10,000 worth of Home Depot gift cards, and you need it for early Christmas shopping for you and your family, okay?
Oh, what a story, Mark.
All right, best of luck, sir. Just come out there as soon as possible.
Best of luck on getting me my fucking money.
Talk to me when you're outside.
And amazingly, because Farhan was listening to the conversations, I could also hear this conversation inside the Home Depot store.
Hi, Gio.
Hi, how are you? What's your name, sir?
Jim. How do you pronounce your name?
Gio, G-E-O.
Yeah, kind of almost Italianish, but not really, right? Hey,
Wouldn't it be Geo with an I? The subtitles are kind of incorrect there.
And they're all coming down here for Christmas.
Hey, Daluz.
Yeah, so I already got
This is Jim Browning. He like blows scammers the fuck out. He's like, first of all, this guy is trying to trick an elderly man into buying thousands of dollars of gift cards from Home Depot, specifically a Home Depot, because other main big box retailers, their employees are trained to recognize these scams. Basically, do not redeem, get me my gift cards. And Jim Browning has been spying on this scammer for months, using a rat thing in his own device to turn on his webcam and look at his slovenly figure.
from somebody that this is a scam. We don't sell that many gift cards in the first place. The gentleman that comes with it.
Yeah, it's a shame rent check, but a lot of it is really just, you know, confidence. It's a confidence trick.
It's a scam. It's not real.
Like once you calm down and like think about it, you'll realize that like a lot of the shit they're telling you just doesn't make sense. Oh yeah, you won't be able to see the charges. You won't be able to see the $10,000 charge on your account when you look at it yourself, but we promise you it's being made.
Unfortunately, this victim's ordeal isn't over yet as he gets back on the phone with the scammer.
Jim?
Can you hear me?
This is Tim. Yes, I can hear you.
Yes.
You know what they just told me?
Huh? What did they tell you?
They said this is a scam.
Yeah, the
They
reason.
just had a call from somebody.
Yeah, the reason why they told you about it is because
They're in on it.
You told them that you are facing a scam right now. I told you strictly not to tell them anything.
Oh, that's a very unique response. You fucking told him this was a scam, wasn't it? Fuck you. No, I mean it. Eat it.
Would you listen to me? I didn't.
I heard the call.
I heard the call. I heard the call, sir.
What you said.
You're the one.
I heard it.
Listen, I'm going to tell you one goddamn thing. I'm telling you the straight out truth. And I did not say anything about a scam. They are the ones that told me about
Look at him. Look at his slovenly face
you
there.
said that I am facing a scam. That's what you said.
I don't even think he said that. He's just making shit up.
There is something which is going on there. That's what you told them.
I did not tell them a damn thing. Nothing.
Why would they tell you anything is a scam? Why would they tell you what is? Why would they tell you what is?
Maybe they've been trained on it before, Regard.
They told me. They just.
Dude, the gaslighting is like a pre-stream.
Sell anything more than a $2,000
I would not do it,
gift card. I told her I had 6 kids come to Christmas and wanted to give each one of them gift cards. And so she went to her supervisor, and her supervisor then went to another person, a guy by the name of Gio, and he said, I just got a call, and he said, this is a scam.
What's he doing with the phone?
Okay,
I never
so
said
let me tell you that.
Let me tell you. He's activating his script.
Let me tell you that
their social security number is now banned.
Hackers are staying one step ahead of us. And they are probably taping.
Oh my god, his manager got after him and told him, you motherfucker, you're supposed to advance to this part of the script. Oh, he changed his script. He probably got yelled at. He wasn't supposed to get hostile yet.
Conversation. That's why.
Yeah, because, okay, so I've seen segments like this before. They're supposed to advance to this part of the script if they're told by the employees that it's a scam. You're not supposed to yell at them. You're supposed to say, oh, the hackers got to the store first. I need you to go to another store where hopefully the employees are stupid or don't care.
They are aware about it and they are calling them
Yeah, he fucked up there.
So you have to be extra careful in that, and you have to let them know that whatever it is, just make sure.
Again, it's a confidence trick. He has to hope. He has to hope the gaslight is successful.
You know,
it's about speaking with conviction and passion or a paycheck.
From there, if it is possible, tell them that you need it for yourself. But if you have already
well versed in this scam, I watch all his news videos. So does scammer.
I have not told them anything else. And I cannot go back in there because all three of the people that look like supervisors are standing around as this man tells me this is a goddamn scam.
All three employees in the whole Home Depot?
If
They're all supervisors?
Then this means that this is basically something which these hackers have done.
Yeah, this shit's a lot more common now. So they do train the employees on it. It doesn't matter if it's fucking Home Depot where you wouldn't think this happens.
How the hell they would know?
Yes, the phone lines could be compromised. That's what I'm saying. You have
They
to be extra
compromised
careful,
phone
and you have
lines?
to make it
Oh,
look
he
like
really
a
wants to make his
regular,
sale. That's
normal
crazy.
transaction. So you have to now head to another Home Depot or Lowe's, whatever you have near you,
Ow!
and that's where you.
Ow! Oh my god! 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 Help! Help! Dude!
Yes, the phone lines could be compromised. That's what I'm saying. You have to be extra careful.
It actually
and you
is
have to
it's
make
worse
it
than
look
an
like
ear
a
pick.
regular, normal
Look at how casual! He's so
transaction. You have to
casual!
now head
It's not
to
even the
another
tip. It's not
Home
even
Depot
just the
or
tip.
Lowe's,
When he
whatever
looks
you
at
have
it,
near you,
he
and
does
that's where
more
you
than
have
one
to get the
finger.
transaction done.
Well, I am in the car and I
He doesn't
will
even
go
wipe it.
to another Home Depot.
Dude, at
and
least
get
Dave
done
wipes it
there.
on the pants.
Unbelievably,
That is still on his
despite the
finger.
victim being warned it was a scam, he's now willing to go to another store to get more
Oh,
gift cards.
that was like
Let's
3
talk to
fingers.
Then you can just go to
On
Home
both
Depot
nostrils.
And, then if,
And
you know,
it's
they
still on
don't
his
give you the
hand as he
complete
does work on the
10,000,
computer.
then just take whatever they
God,
can
that's-
give you, and
that's-
then the rest of it we can get from Lowe's. Okay?
My mind is like, kapow.
But make sure this
That's
time when
actual
you go
filth.
there, you are just telling them that you want to get
All I am telling them
cards.
is for Christmas. I am not saying a word about a scam or anything.
Yes. Don't try to say that, because these hackers, if they are one step ahead of us, they will try to just change everything. And just make sure that you are heading there as soon as possible. Once you, how much time do you think it'll take for you to reach to that store?
Probably 10 minutes.
10 minutes. All
God,
right,
could
I'll
you
wait for
imagine, like, I don't know if this dude had plans or not, but like, your
let me
whole
know
day is
when
ruined
you
because of
are
a
there, okay?
scam.
So sadly,
You gotta waste your day, like, not even being sure if you're being gaslit. You are, but you're not even being sure if you're being gaslit by a dude from across the pond.
This case was one where they could really help me. They're an entirely non-profit group of people who volunteer their time and services.
You think they would make sure there's no
to help
webcams
people
where they
like
operate
Tim.
from? Some are
Neighbors
smarter than
even
others.
bombarded Tim's phone with
This is
messages
not one of the
about a
smart ones.
scam, and they eventually got through and spoke to him. They convinced him to block all of Farhan's calls, and from that moment he was safe. But I was only disrupting Farhan's scams while he was waiting for the police to act. I'd reported him to his local police service in Ghaziabad, and eventually, after a few weeks, I didn't see Farhan's laptop come back to life again.
Not even the watch pirated
What I
movies?
don't know for sure is whether the police actually arrested him or not. I've certainly passed on all of his personal details, including his home address, but I don't know if I'll know for sure whether he was definitely locked up as a result. But even if he wasn't arrested, I hope that this video will put him off scamming, and maybe even a few other scammers, for
Yeah,
life.
see, he always gives them the
And
info,
finally,
but
if you
rarely
would like
does
to help
anything
me
get
fight
done with it.
scammers, there's a few ways you can do this. Firstly, if you're not already subscribed, do hit that subscribe.
You know
and
someone
bell
who's not
icon.
subscribed,
Hitting
get
the
them
like
subscribed,
button
and
is
the
your
more
way
the
of
merrier.
recommending these videos to other people on YouTube. YouTube will often not monetize these sorts of videos, so you can support me on Patreon.
At least they,
There's a link here, and it's in the
got to him and helped him
description.
out, convinced him in the end not to go through with it.
Keeps me going, so there's a link to get me a coffee.
Yeah, but like I was
if
saying,
you so
not
wish.
every
I'm
one
on
of those
Twitter,
turns out like that. If you
TikTok,
get like a
and LinkedIn, so
bad,
you can
ignorant
follow me there
employee,
too. Lastly,
you
thanks
know,
for all your
sometimes the sale
support,
just
and
gets
see you
made.
on the
They don't,
next one.
not employees are built equally. Some of them just want to clock in and clock out. They don't care if they assist, even tangentially, in the scamming of elderly people.
Each time.
Okay, I was asked about Uwu body cam. Is it when a routine eviction ends horrifically? I'm gonna assume from the adjective horrifically that is the one. All right, we can watch this one. Hopefully this is embedding allowed.
We'll get it together. We will work whatever we need to work out together right now.
Have you ever had a forced entry for eviction? They possibly have access to grenades and explosives.
What? Back out!
No. Radio, we got an officer stuck.
Bring a few of those rifles from the armory ASAP.
Bring all of them.
This is exactly how shootings go down doing like this.
When police officers in Euclid, Ohio assist with a routine eviction, they have no idea that they're walking into a deadly confrontation with a man who has no intention of leaving.
Yeah, I like the funny scam baiters, but for me, the amusement is more I'm more interested in the logistics behind it, like the nitty gritty. Which is why I like Routing's channel a bit more than the rest.
Afternoon of November 9th, 2023, 2 Euclid police officers respond to a call from a bailiff carrying out an eviction order on behalf of the municipal court.
Chad McGraw, I'm sitting inside. I knocked on the door. He came to the door. We opened it. He cracked it open.
Saying how big your country is, dude. An entire continent. Hey, you know what they say? The old meme, India, the next superpower.
After the second time, he closed the door and locked it. I knocked on it again. And he said, 1 minute. And then that was it.
Okay.
When I called you back.
Has he been living here for a while? Because I've never been to this residence for anything.
I believe so. We had a court date.
What the hell's going on with this siding? Jesus.
Yeah, I saw that once, RPG. They made their own counter call center.
So has he been to court, or?
The Jim went there all masked up, like he was like a secret agent or something.
Okay.
Which was Thursday, last week Thursday?
Yeah.
And so he knew to leave, but let's try it again.
Okay. I'm about to say, you're busy today. I was like 2 in 1 day. People just aren't listening.
Right.
The bailiff prepares once again to rouse Chad McGraw from the house, this time with some assistance from Officer Schwett and Officer Lindsay. While there's nothing yet to suggest that there will be a conflict, it isn't long before the officers begin to have serious concerns about McGraw's behavior. And as we'll see, those concerns will turn out to be horribly justified.
I don't know if he got a weapon or not.
What's his name?
Mr. McGraw. Mr. McGraw!
Oh, like the textbooks? Hey, baby, I'm calling the cops right now.
Hello, Mr. McGraw.
The guy in the A-Main video, all the people in that video, they all hate Worski now. But you already knew that.
How old is this guy?
There's a little trivia for you there.
Looks like he's probably in his 70s.
Okay. Hey, he's at the top. Hold on. Mr. McGraw, it's the Euclid Police. You need to open up now.
But I'm pretty sure, like, they didn't that night. It wasn't Worski who got arrested that night. It was the guy with the gun. That guy specifically hates Worski now. Feels like he was the fall guy that night.
You don't need 5 minutes. You need to open now, please. No, Mr. McGraw, you need to open now, please. If Euclid Police, you just saw me through your window, bud.
Even when performing what might be considered a routine duty, there's always the chance that something could go drastically wrong. The closed door between police and McGraw means that
Karma hit Andy after that night, because that was the start of his downfall arc.
Remaining on the front porch.
Please open the door. We're going to allow you to grab your things before you leave. Okay, so please open the door.
We will work things out with you. You please gotta open the door right now so we can talk this over.
Just watch the door. I'll watch this window.
Through the door, McGraw tells the officers that he's got something to finish before he can come out to talk.
Hold up, I'm loading my Glock, sir. Give me a moment, sir. I'm going to pop open the door and start shooting in just a moment, sir.
We will work something out with you, sir. You please just
look at how he's positioned. He knows what's gonna happen. That's why he's standing like that. Check his positioning. He doesn't trust this dude for a
Oh, you did the
second.
other ones already?
The beware of dog sign tells you everything you need to know.
And then go, I'm like, we're not kicking the door in. Oh, I know that. Yeah, no, they'll drill the lock. I just don't feel comfortable with this situation. That's all. No, it's.
I'm not
it's
comfortable,
what he
sir.
said. You didn't say nothing.
Oh yeah, that's very risky with your back turned like that.
Drill the lock out. I know, but it's a safety thing.
He can pop out at any moment.
That's concerning part. Right. You think he might want to sniff himself out? That was my first thought.
With that implied threat now having been spoken aloud, Officer Schwett raises a question that could have a grave impact on the situation.
Does the landlord know if there's any weapons or anything in here?
No.
Can you go ask him? Okay, just be advised. Males refuse to open the door. Oh. What the f was that?
What?
Is that a gunshot? No.
They're so paranoid. They're on edge. Like, oh shit! Oh shit! Oh my god! Oh my god! What's going on?
That sounded like a muffled gunshot for a second. I was like,
If this call seemed typical when it began, McGraw's antics have elevated the potential threat. Officer Schwett flags down a neighbor to see if he can get a better picture of who it is they're dealing with.
Hey, sir. Yeah. Do you know your neighbor at all? Very little. What's up? No, we're just here for an eviction. He's refusing to open the door. I didn't know if you knew him. That's all.
Oh, is the neighbor gonna sell him out?
Him several times, but friendly guy. Huh? Friendly? Yeah. Older?
Yeah, man.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. Appreciate it.
They have no idea of any weapons.
He said the neighbor said he's like an older, friendly dude.
He just told me to hold on.
He's always been a cool dude, man.
The information from the neighbor is encouraging, but it's not much to go on. Officers must remain alert because as long as McGraw is hidden inside his house, there's still the potential for things to take a nasty turn. After waiting for more than
sure,
8
man.
minutes,
Wouldn't hurt to fly.
officers decide
They won't
they've
shoot at
given
ya.
him long enough.
Not one bit, no how.
With a locksmith heading toward the house, the police give Chad McGraw one last chance. Officer Schwett approaches while Officer Lindsay crosses the door to stand on the other side.
Mr. McGraw, we need you to answer the door or we're coming
Mr.
in.
McGuy, you're the one.
No more minutes. Mr. McGraw, we're coming in if you do not open this door. Do you understand me?
Hold on, man. One more minute.
You need to open the door, please.
Oh, they got the locksmith coming in.
What do you say?
What was that? I need you to come to the door and talk to me.
The locksmith enters the porch, unaware of the mortal danger lurking behind the door.
Oh, no way.
Stand off to the side, too.
Yeah.
Get one. Damn.
They're like, boy, you better stand. You better not stand in front of that door. You better stand to the side. This dude, they didn't even give him anything. Like, he's just a normal locksmith. He's just a guy. They're literally putting like the civilian dude in the line of fire. That's messed up. They should train cops in locksmithing. You know what I'm saying? This is just like, he didn't want to do this shit. I know it's his job, but when the cops call you, yeah, you know it's over. Yeah, I hope they paid him well.
That was impressive.
Yeah.
All right, run. Go.
I didn't have to use a drill. Well, it took much longer. We gotta get over a rift. Because
Yeah, I hope the job was 150, because they really need to give him a vest.
Okay.
Or you better skedaddle.
I don't know.
Hey, Cookie.
The locksmith exits, but what the officers
Okay,
don't
the
know is that
locksmith
McGraw
is
has been
safe.
waiting for this exact moment.
Did you see that?
But
You
what
see
the
that?
officers don't know is that McGraw has been waiting for this
I'm getting out of
exact
here.
moment.
You play the Hanna-Barbera skedaddle sound effect? Oh god! Uh-oh.
Mr. McGraw!
No!
Shots fired! Shots fired!
Shots fired. Locksmith was he was the smart one there. Oh god!
Shots fired! Shots fired! Lindsay, get the out of there!
Dude, the officer is trapped in the patio.
Lindsay, can you get out? No.
No, I would not risk it. You don't know where he's at. You don't know what position he's in inside the house.
Lindsay, hold on! Radio, we got an officer stuck.
That's kind of scary because look at it. He's in the patio. You don't know. You know he's here, but you don't know where he is. You cannot risk it. I wouldn't risk it. And even more so. What if it's like, because you got to consider everything. So what if there's a back door and like you think he's right there, but in reality he's sneaking out from around the back to shoot you from behind because he's by a window. You see him hit the window by the patio, so he's in front of a window. Now imagine he goes out the back door, then goes around to the window and then shoots him from there. Obviously Mr. McGraw is not thinking that, but you got to consider all the possibilities there.
Radio, we got an officer stuck.
No, this is not Cobra's eviction. Cobra doesn't have a gun license, tools.
Officer Lindsay is stuck in the house.
I don't think this dude could react fast enough, and this dude did a full-on sprint.
He's on the mail. He's somewhere in the house.
He sounded pretty slow. It'd be a little bit of a delay
nab the shooter,
if he went at full sprint.
Blasting FJB Nobody Likes You on his speakers.
Lindsay, can you hear me?
I can hear you. I can hear you. I cannot get out. 4-3, I can hear you.
Lindsay, are you okay? Lindsay! Lindsay!
Still on the porch.
Okay, listen. I am gonna lay down fire and then you run the out.
Negative.
With Officer Lindsay,
he's like, no, I ain't doing that shit. Fuck off.
Begins to arrive on the scene. They're heading into a treacherous situation, but have no idea.
Dude on the porch is calmer because he has the full scope of the situation because he's the one trapped there. The other guy doesn't know like where in the patio he is.
Capable trap. Backup begins to arrive on the scene.
Like he didn't, like the other guy ran to the car. He didn't see where in the patio Lindsay fled to.
At the home of Chad McGraw.
By the way, his name Chad McGraw.
All right, what we got? All right, I'm moving up. Let's go.
There's definitely some Chad behavior here. It's his last stand.
I'm moving up to the van. There's too many people. All right, go.
Buddy, at the station, bring a few of those rifles from the armory, ASAP.
Bring all of them.
A massive police response is gathering on the street, but every second is an eternity for Officer Lindsay.
I'm in the porch. The only way out is crossing the front door, which I am not doing.
There's no way for Officer Lindsay to escape, and there's no way for officers to rescue him without putting themselves in the line of fire. As perilous as this situation is for the police, they aren't the only ones affected by the sudden outburst of violence on that November
Better change that name to Officer Pussy. I wouldn't risk it.
Euclid resident Jenna Catrone says she was driving by the house when the bullets started flying.
I see this police car coming towards me with their lights on, and I kind of out of the corner of my eye, I'm driving down the road and I see, police in a driveway. I'm not, whatever, not thinking twice about it. And all of a sudden, I just hear a menagerie of gunshots. And instead of probably hitting the gas, I slam on my brakes. I mean, I stalled out and hit the ground. Like I went down because I was pretty sure that those shots were coming right at my car. And I stalled out directly just past the house. We're thinking, they're hit, I'm hit, somebody has to be hit. Because they were just zooming right past us, the bullets. And that's the first thing you do, you just go down. And that's what I did. I slammed my glasses into my shifter. And yeah, because I had my seatbelt on, just the way I went down, I fractured 2 ribs. It was interesting.
At this point, police have no way of knowing if McGraw was taking aim at passing drivers like Jenna. Indeed, they know very little at all about the man inside the house. Who was Chad McGraw before police knocked on his door that fateful day? In this car dealership commercial, McGraw introduces himself and explains his position at the company.
My name is Chad McGraw.
Okay, he looks a lot more cleaned up than I was expecting. Interesting. What a twist. He certainly looks like a Chad McGraw.
Here at Beechwood Infinity, sales and leasing consultant.
From the outside, McGraw seems to have a thriving career in the car business, and we don't need to go all the way back to 2017 to find evidence of that. On his own YouTube channel, McGraw has uploaded nearly 400
the Chad McGraw YouTube channel.
Car-buying customers. The latest one seen here was uploaded only 3 short days before the shooting. According to McGraw's LinkedIn page, he's worked for Cleveland dealership Central Cadillac LLC since 2007. And that isn't his only professional endeavor. In 2013, he's featured in a local news profile to promote his hot dog restaurant. How does such a man find himself shooting at police officers? Can external appearances be that misleading? As important as these questions may be, the present moment is all that matters to officers on the scene.
I knew this was bad. He kept telling us to wait.
This is especially true for Officer Lindsay, whose entrapment on the porch culminates in one of the most intense moments of the afternoon.
He shot at us through the door in the living room. We're pointing at these 2 front windows in the front of the living room. I shot through. I don't know if I hit him or not. We need to get Lindsay the out there. On your 6. Hey, you have the shield.
Check your 6.
Lindsay is in this corner. Lindsay is in this corner right here.
Okay. Well, we're really set up right here to get shot in the face. So I say we grab him and get out. What do you think?
Could you tell it was rifle or handgun? I'd say big hole right there, dude. I don't know. We just got blasted with and we backed the up and he got down. I don't know if I'm hit. I don't think so. Hit all over me.
I'm gonna check you, okay?
Yeah. I don't feel like I'm bleeding or anything.
His channel's still up? Nice to know I can always go watch videos of cars if I ever need to.
As bad as the situation is, the officers get information that could turn an already perilous scene into something much worse.
Did they say grenades came in this house?
Yeah. This guy sounds like he doesn't have any CCA, pretty much. That's
or is he a veteran?
We don't really have history from him, but I just heard Sergeant Eddington say something about grenades and explosives and multiple firearms.
The idea that McGraw is holed up in his home with explosives adds a layer of immeasurable threat, not only to the responding officers,
yeah, that's
but
a massive
anyone in
what the moment.
Vicinity. Knowing that another round of violence could erupt at any moment, an officer attempts to evacuate McGraw's next-door neighbor.
Hello. The person next door just shot at us a bunch.
Oh my god.
We'd like to get you out of the house.
Yeah, I think you're in danger here, ma'am. We want to get you out of here.
Thank you.
Yep.
Okay. Thanks.
As Officer
Is it really
Gilmer
that
tries to
urgent
get
if
the
he's letting
woman
her
and
take a
children
few
to safety,
minutes?
more information comes over the radio about the suspect.
Chad McGraw, 41471.
Oh, he's ancient.
5'10",
Wow.
200 pounds. He is a black male. And he...
Why is he gonna be black though? I like that she was completely oblivious. She ain't got no idea what she didn't even hear the first gunshot.
Black male? Yeah, I thought the
department doesn't have any issue with him.
I thought he was in like his
A single arrest for a dog fight.
Yeah, hey, yeah, sorry to bother you. Your neighbor might be insane. Gosh, letting you know here. It might be a good idea for you to get out of here.
Concerned his bulldog Max attacking postal workers in the yard. In the second incident, McGraw told officers that he needed a protective dog like Max because of, quote, the violence that regularly occurs in Euclid.
What do you mean by that?
It is, of course, McGraw's violence that has caused the chaos on this November day.
Not trying to rush you, but we gotta go now. Come on.
Come on, Kai, we gotta go.
Come on, Kai.
Sorry.
Hello.
You don't know him like that. Don't talk to the kid.
With them shooting at us already?
Yeah, I didn't.
We don't want a bullet to come through your house.
I didn't hear anything.
Why are you talking to her like you're a teacher?
Officer Gilmer tries
You're
to
gonna
get the
die!
neighbors out of harm's
Get 'em
way,
out of here!
Even as swarms of law enforcement officials descend on the street.
We don't want them, like, shooting at you, okay? Like, no, that would be very bad. So, like, you guys need to, like, you really need to get out of here, okay? Like, you're gonna get hurt.
Pull forward.
Hey, daughters.
Hit my car. Don't hit the car.
Oh, this black guy's. They're trying to evict him, but he's holed himself up in his house and he's shooting at everyone.
Police are still getting information over the radio, and the news gets worse by the moment.
Apparently, there's also an adult son who is believed to be residing there. They have multiple firearms and possibly explosives, such as grenades.
I f***ing asked if there was any firearms in this house, and I was told no.
Oh.
That would have changed everything.
As far as the police response goes,
Dude, the tone of his voice, dude. I was fucking told that there were gonna be no firearms. If I knew there were firearms, this wouldn't have rolled out like this. I was told that there were no firearms. When they're telling me I gotta go in there, and not only does he have firearms, right? He has, quote unquote, grenades and multiple explosives. And, like, correct? You want me to go over there, and you want me to be the one to deal with him, even though it was your fault that I was not properly informed, and therefore I could not be properly prepared for the situation.
Apparently, there's also an adult son who is believed to be residing there.
This was just supposed to be an eviction.
And possibly explosives, such as grenades.
I f***ing asked if there was any firearms in this house.
It's like DSP getting upset.
No.
Fucking asked you
That would have changed
about the firearms.
as far as the police response goes, it already has changed everything. Multiple agencies arrive at the scene, including the Lake County Sheriff's Office.
Look, he just
the
turned
Wickliffe
up.
Police
He got
Department,
shot at.
and the regional SWAT team.
Oh god, we call it the SWAT. This was just supposed to be an eviction, by the way.
Come outside with your hands up. Any occupation site 781 East 250, the police department.
I was right there. I did have to pull over, but I'm watching. I've never
Moon
seen
Girl?
like it.
I haven't seen a single episode of Ikaze. I have completely fallen off of Western animation.
And the SWAT team, and I'm just like sitting there, and it was like being in a movie.
The emergency is such that off-duty cops leave their second jobs to respond to the crisis.
Second jobs?
I drove out of the parking lot, probably.
Oh, that's tough. You guys, these guys, it is so tough being an officer in Euclid, I suppose.
The emergency is such that off-duty cops leave their second jobs to respond to the crisis.
I'm gonna get fired from Amazon for the way I drove out of the parking lot, probably.
No, Amazon!
Various police agencies bring with them heavy artillery and armored vehicles.
You know what's funny? That's the same one I drove in Iraq. I'm just having a glorious...
Thank you for your service. You guys are so cool.
It is what it is. I didn't die in it, so that was good.
In addition to guns and reinforced vehicles, the police have access to technology that will allow them to get a peek inside
I like the way Vets talk. It's like
we'll see
Papa Dingus talks like that too.
By the drones.
He just
First, however,
gives
the
zero
dramatic
fucks.
fate of Officer Lindsay
Yeah,
will
I'm glad I
finally
didn't die
be
over there.
Okay, here's what we're gonna do. How's your field work?
Been there, done that.
How's your field work? Never done one before, so figure it out. Give it the.
If you need a second job to be a cop, I'm not being a cop. Yeah, that's kind of tough. Like, shit. You think they would pay you the most to be a cop?
We're gonna pull him out. Okay, hey, hold on.
Maybe it depends on the department.
Wait, hold on. We gotta let 20 know. 3 here. 20, we're coming.
Whoever's moving up to me, come up by this pine tree. The shots look like they're going at an angle out that front porch door.
Alright, I'm gonna just hold the shield. You
Dude, for being locked in the patio, that guy is the most calm and collected. He's like being a tactician right now.
My gun is hot.
Yeah, this guy's responsible for like 90% of the crime in Euclid. Him and his fucking dog.
Go.
Ah, look at him skedaddle. Ah! Man, he probably wasn't even in the doorway by this point anyway. They're overreacting.
Come on, go! Behind the shield!
Was the locksmith still there?
Yeah, I got it.
Was that the locksmith? That dude should have been gone. Oh, I'm actually... Was the locksmith really... What was he even doing there? That ain't him! The locksmith is still... Get the fuck out of here! Go home! Why are you not part of the force? You're in trouble! You're in danger. Go away. He thought he could be like a more use to them.
I got it.
Your role has been played.
Okay. Got a curb coming up. Watch your step curb. Guys, good on me.
Oh, okay, he's undercover. Alright, my bad. Paid by the hour. Maybe he just doesn't want to go to the locksmithing store. He doesn't want to go, but he wants a little bit of action. Slow day at the locksmithing store.
The rescue of Officer Lindsay is a death-defying success, but the police are acutely aware that things could have gone much worse. McGraw didn't.
I don't know if he's still peeking out the door waiting for someone to leave cover.
And now it's up to the drone to
but they just escorted one of the neighbors out. Wouldn't the neighbor be in like the same vicinity? And they put the neighbor in their car too and let them drive off.
Who was that, blood?
It's a very simple eviction.
No, I think that's that.
Look at this little game controller.
Oh, is that on the floor?
That is some homebrew shit.
I gotta stop recording and I gotta switch to...
It's better than that Logitech controller they used for that submarine, though.
The first drone fails to get through the doorway, but not before the operator notices some alarming visuals on the screen.
What?
The question is whether he really saw blood inside or just debris from the barrage of gunfire. It'll take a second drone to find the answers. Here's the actual camera footage from the drone they sent inside the house.
Let's see here.
That's glass. That's the drywall. You're watching over your shoulder here.
Careful with the drone. If he sees it, he's gonna like shoot it or kick it. I'm waiting for him to pop up.
Oh, there's bullet holes in the...
Did he hide behind pillows? He got the pillows all piled up. Careful. I'm waiting for the jump scare. Freddy's gonna pop out and yell at me. Yell in my face. Freddy and Chica. It's like Virtua Cop. Yeah, it's literally Virtua Cop. Like this is the crime scene. The drone is like you, the player character. Yeah, I can see DSP doing this. Oh, look at the slides, all discarded on the ground. You know that's how that was. That wasn't the result of the gunfire. Oh.
Jansen, I got blood.
Oh, he self-belted.
With the help of their technology, the officers know that Chad McGraw is no longer the threat he was when they arrived. Still, there are...
Could you imagine if like he's been like that since you know the shots were first fired? Like one of their shots got him, and then he waddled over to the kitchen and then died. And they've been crying over an hour over the possibility of him still being alive. I would think if someone, because he seems like a volatile person. He seems like a volatile person from how quickly he reacted. I would say if an hour passes by and he doesn't do anything, you don't have any action from that house, he's probably fucking dead. Like he was probably dead as soon as the first shots of fire. Like one shot from them hits him good, and he stumbles over to the kitchen and he just fucking dies. And they've been scared, paranoid, and anxious. Officers having to leave their second jobs. Other officers cursing their superiors for not giving them the whole story. And it just doesn't even matter anyway, because he was already dead.
Are rumors of explosives and an adult son who could be inside the house. And even though McGraw himself appears to be deceased, they can't be sure the danger has truly passed.
I think he's dead. They can't be sure. They can't be sure that the danger has passed. I don't think he's getting up.
To help clear the house and confirm that McGraw is no longer a threat, the police send a robot inside to survey the interior.
Look, Nurgle, I'm looking at it from a perspective of after the fact. Obviously, if I'm in the heat of the moment, I'm gonna like react differently.
Go bump his arm.
I'm not gonna go fucking inside, man. Yeah, they're sending in robots. Special delivery.
Whoa, it's too quickie. The 100-bit cheer. This wild cops used to have to walk in a damn house to get people out or take them out. Yeah, don't you just love technology? Why are people afraid of robots and AI, right? Eventually, we're gonna get actual RoboCops.
Full of blood. He's got his breathing going on. Guns near his right hand. When we go in, we'll leave with a shield. We'll run. We're gonna drop a bang like right by him. See if that elicits a response to that gun. I don't think it's going to, but if it is an ambush, he's more alive than we think. But we just don't want to be in that situation. I guess we just nudged him with.
You're gonna get him an ambulance, but he's like, yeah. I think he's dead.
I don't think he's much of a threat.
Jer showed this video once on Mad at the Internet of this like disabled cripple guy like causing a ruckus outside of, I think it was a Home Depot, and he was just shooting everywhere, and it took like a not insignificant amount of officers to bring this wheelchair-bound fellow down, and they shot at him. They killed him instantly, and then they still handcuffed him after they very obviously, very clearly, no doubt ever in anyone's mind, killed him. They still handcuffed him.
I think we should, because if the sun's the concern, give him a chance to come out. I'm on the phone with Mike, and there is
These are your fucking tax dollars at work, right?
Even having cleared the house remotely with drones and robots.
Like, I get it. You can never be too sure.
To go sideways.
But the overaction is kind of like, I feel like only Americans act like that. The Netherlands would never.
Police have done everything they can from
500K of vehicles, guns, armor, officers, drones, and shit. Yeah, you know, calling in the SWAT. You got like a whole fucking conga line of officers going into the. They think he has friends or something. Like, okay, we can't count it out, but like, this was just supposed to be an eviction.
Yeah, I think we need it.
Though McGraw appears to be incapacitated, the officers decide to throw a flash grenade just to make sure that he doesn't have more life left in him than it seems.
Oh my god. Get to the air!
I'll secure that gun. You got him? Okay, gun secure.
I'm just saying it's kind of silly, Nurgle. Yes, let me handcuff this corpse.
He's secure. Medic, your thing.
With McGraw in handcuffs,
zombies could be real. You never know.
House and get him to the hospital. Meanwhile, the officers search the house, and while they don't find grenades, they do find an open box of 9mm ammo in the upstairs bedroom, and something very suspicious.
Yeah, no wonder he asked for them to give him a minute.
Oh, that's incriminating. What?
What's he got?
I said that's incriminating. What is it? A bunch of cell phones inside of a burning container with the f***ing fuel oil underneath it.
What?
Yeah.
Another officer finds some.
What kind of Wile E. Coyote shit? A bunch of cell phones inside a burning container.
Cell phones inside of a burning container.
Hey, Aqua Saber and Golem.
Fuel oil underneath it.
That is crazy. In the basement? What do you have on those phones? Hey, Gecko.
Yeah.
Another officer finds
what did he
something
do?
peculiar that McGraw was writing. Perhaps even as police were knocking at the door.
You're writing something?
Black people indigenous to Turtle Island.
Turtle Island? Is that where Master Roshi lives?
Blackland, U.S.
Blackland?
You'll never have justice on stolen land until we own it.
What a
Police have no way
twist!
of knowing if it's an aborted manifesto or something else. But it's one more bizarre.
No, I think that's pretty clearly a manifesto.
I did not know this gentleman, and I
did not know this gentleman was a supporter of Blackland.
I did know him, and they said, you know, that he was going through something. But I know he
apparently
was
he wanted to create a black ethno state.
A restaurant at one time. I have a background in the automotive
industry. He supported Black Lives Matter. In fact, he thought they mattered so much that every other race did not matter.
I think we've all been in a dark place. I think everybody has been in a dark place.
Yeah, I think he is in a dark place. He's in Blackland, USA. It's a darkest place in America.
Out in the street, officers are still wrapping their heads around the chaotic
He needed
events of
help.
the
He
day.
needed. That's what he
I was
needed.
listening to the radio. I'm like, this guy ain't coming to the door.
Yeah, but then stay plugged in.
He needed family. He needed to talk to family or some friends,
When he was
someone very
answering the door,
close
I'm
to
like,
him.
this is exactly
He
how
needs to
she
go
was
commit
doing it.
himself.
Euclid police
In.
released a statement to the media confirming that 52-year-old Chad McGraw was found inside his home with a gunshot wound to the head. He was transported to University Hospital. where
He should
later
have. I
died
don't know.
from
He
his
should have
injuries.
risked it for the biscuit. He
statement
should
also
have.
confirmed that the house was
He should have
searched for
continued the
explosives,
gunfight.
but none were found. An online obituary described McGraw as a fun and outgoing man.
Oh yeah,
who
he was
fathered
so
5
fun and
children
outgoing.
and was loved by many.
Everyone
In a
loved
video
him.
uploaded 6 years before the incident, McGraw recited spoken word poetry, which included the question.
Is it okay for a man to cry, or would you rather see him die?
McGraw's
Apparently,
poem,
we would
titled
rather
My
see you
Cigarette
die.
Burns, was playing inside his home at the time of the shooting. Investigators have not yet officially announced whether McGraw's fatal wound came from police or from his own handgun.
That was amazing, Scrumbles. That that had so many twists. I don't even know. There's a reason you suggested that to me, I bet. Alright, well. Alright, he's probably up in the great black land in the sky. Why didn't he just move to Detroit? Yeah, that was certainly wild to be sure. That is curious though. If whether it was like suicide. I said it was probably more likely. I think he got hit by the first shots and then stumbled into the kitchen. Like maybe because wasn't the basement right past the kitchen? Maybe he was he gets shot.
Surrender your sweets.
And then gets 100 bits from Too Quickie. When am I moving to Turtle Island, aka Blackland, USA? As soon as I unlock Ultra Instinct. But no, wasn't the basement past the kitchen? I think he got shot. He knew it was over. He stumbles over to the basement to finish the job with the cell phones, but then he can't make it there in time, succumbs to his wounds, and he dies in the kitchen. Because I didn't hear any gunshots after the initial wave. So if it's a case of suicide, wouldn't you have heard that last gunshot? Oh, you think it's sewer slide? Yeah, I guess we'll never know what was on the phone. But it said it was a gunshot wound to the head. It's still possible that could have been from the officers. They don't know what his position was. Didn't they say that? They don't know what his position was when he fired? That means when they fired back, it could have been in such a way that it could have hit him in the head. Very, very good video. Dude, I'm all hopped up on true crime now and other crime. Let's see. Let's watch another one. Cop saves woman from getting eaten alive? Yeah, let's fucking go. Okay. This is one of those videos. See, I jinxed it. I jinxed it because I said earlier, oh, I sure hope this isn't embedding restricted. Okay, we'll watch it.
Monday.com has definitely changed and improved the way we work. Having a place.
Yeah, the next
that
Peach
provides
game is gonna
vision-
have Police Officer Peach, and then we're gonna have a level like this.
A lot of blood, dude.
Get off of her!
This woman's
What?
shit.
That sounds like... You know those bits in Family Guy where Brian acts like a real dog and he goes like that's Brian right there.
This woman's torn to
Very badly, like you can see her bone, pieces of her everywhere.
Oh, hello, Brian.
I better say did autopsy.
Oh, not that. Yeah, not you, Brian. Family Guy, Brian.
Morning in Fort Dodge, Iowa, a woman is found at the mercy of 3 vicious dogs. It's Friday, November 24th, 2023.
Hey, that was very recent.
911 to report a woman screaming for help in a residential neighborhood. Fort Dodge police officers rush to the scene, where they find an unimaginable nightmare unfolding before their eyes.
Get off of her! Get off of her!
Why are you talking to the dog? They don't speak human.
Don't.
Yeah, this is quite nightmarish.
LC 2132.
Emergency medical responders arrive, and it's not a moment too soon for the victim, who's barely coherent through the agony.
Can you roll away? Can you roll away? I put 3 dogs down. She's in bad shape.
Yeah, that's why he barked. He thought he would understand his fellow, the tongue of his people.
LC 2132. Is everybody else inside? We're at 823. I don't know.
2122. If there's other units here, we'll need to get in here.
I don't know what would be more like nightmarish, mauled by 3 pit bulls or mauled by the chimpanzee that attacked that one lady, who then eventually succumbed to her injuries.
Stretcher, but the last living pit bull in the yard isn't ready to give up the fight just yet.
Nope. Watch out!
Yeah, I was expecting cannibals too.
Hang on. Could you move her? Watch it. I got it.
Yeah, thankfully there are no pit bulls in my neighborhood. Worst we got is fucking chihuahuas. Really? There are more cats here than anything. Like, there's so many fucking cats. These strays are all fucking each other and reproducing. It's like rabbits.
So he thinks.
Alright, here another dog, so. Do you live here?
What's the point if it's all censored?
Fuck you, Susan. No, really.
Careful. Oh, see 2132. Just so you know, there was multiple shots fired.
Yeah, thankfully they never interacted with a pit bull in real life.
Can be heard from inside the house, which means there could be more.
Imagine they're like Matilda, but more violent.
Prepares to investigate.
They have Matilda's energy, but they're hostile.
Anyone home? Anyone home?
Obviously, they want to make money, scrumbles.
But I can't see it.
They're misery brokers, cashing her a paycheck, making money off of this lady being mauled. How dare they?
Is the dog definitely upstairs?
Hey, Frosty.
It was.
It sounded like
There was in the window before when we were out here. I don't know if he come down. I don't know if he's gonna come down.
What's it doing a dog attack? Shove your finger up its butt or lift its hind legs.
Threshold.
What? I don't think I do the finger butt thing. But yeah, something to like get it off its guard. The hind legs I get.
Well, she's ripped bones
on her ankles and legs.
If I were more rabid, I'd probably bite right back.
She's ripped to shreds.
There are medics in there?
No.
Oh, no.
She's in the
She's in the ambulance that took off, or there, maybe, I don't know.
There's more dogs here, but we don't know if there's other people that is here that need help.
And this obviously happened inside, so we're guessing she is one of the residents, but she wasn't able to talk to us.
She said, that guy over there said there's a male and a female that live here. And that was the female, but... Right?
We don't know if there's anybody else inside.
Yeah.
We do know that there's dogs inside.
The officers can barely comprehend the magnitude of the woman's injuries, and they know that the dogs inside the house could be just as dangerous. The officers
Why would you have so many dogs
steps inside the foreboding residence, ready for anything that might jump out of the shadows.
All right,
I'm on. So you said one was up here? Yeah, one was upstairs. I'm a crossover. There's a
dog fighting.
Here that can maybe be
that explains the aggression.
I'm just gonna clear the first half here. It looks like this is where it started. I'm gonna step in with you.
Is there anybody here? I'm gonna yank you out as dog comes down.
Hello, Goon.
I'm gonna shoot the damn thing. Yep, I can hear
I'm
it.
gooning right now.
Police decide to wait for assistance before pushing further into
Doing
the
dots
house.
on Chad
In the meantime,
McGraw,
they begin to collect information
not making
on
it
who
to
exactly
Blackland,
lives at
USA.
this address.
Anything that could give us a name?
It's what's his name, Junior? He dresses as a female sometimes.
Excuse me? He dresses as a what?
Where you found her, she was laying right here, and they were ripping her. Like I pull up, they were ripping her.
Are they talking about the victim?
It's what's his name, Junior? He dresses as a female sometimes.
Where's she at? Was she?
She was laying where you found her. She was laying right here, and they were ripping.
Are they? They're saying the victim dresses as a female, and they're referring to her with female pronouns.
Her. Like I pull up, they were ripping her. As I pull up and ran towards them, I was yelling, and two of them look up, charge.
You weren't
at me,
just yelling,
drop
you were
this
barking.
One. That one came after me, dropped this one. He wouldn't let her go, so I pull him over here.
Are they talking about the
shot
gentleman?
it, ran inside,
Okay, Nurgle, thank
and
you.
then that one got up and ran off, but then came back around and ran at me again, and I shot it 2 more times, and then I shot this one.
If you guys can figure out the name.
All right. C2132. That's gonna run this.
The chaos has drawn area residents to the scene, and they have pertinent information about those who live here.
I know the one. I live at home. You know her name? The lady? Yeah, that lives here. Well, I know the kid, RJ. Kramer?
Oh man, this
Is it Kramer or?
now this dude's sus.
Yeah, Kramer, yeah.
I don't know nothing, man. I don't know her.
Because I got a restraining order. I know Robert, transgender, whatever.
I don't know none.
Yeah, like him and his mom live here.
Okay.
They have like 6 dogs.
Okay.
They got way too many dogs, man.
There's more.
There's more. Yeah, we know there's more in there. We can hear him. Yeah. We hear one back there and then one.
The other guy's all right, but that far left guy, he's the way he's standing, the way he's posed. I don't trust him.
Narrowed down an ID on the people who live here, but they still know very little about the situation inside the house. More neighbors show up, and they tell police that this isn't their first time having problems with these dogs.
Hi, Mark Barnett, Sandy Hook.
What?
Here.
Sandy Hook? Look, this is what we have to deal with when I can't embed the video.
He's the one who called 911. Yep. I know that wasn't fun to do. Yeah, my condolences.
That's all right. Do what you got to do, right?
No, I understand this. We've complained about these dogs for years.
Meanwhile, one neighbor returns with disturbing news.
I just got on the phone with the old boy who's here. His son. I didn't like send
No, you don't get it, Nurgle. One guy, literally one guy, said bad things about Sandy Hook, so we still gotta talk about it in the now.
So
was he coming here?
I don't know. I'm guessing. I mean, I'm letting you know.
What's with that top knot?
You know what I mean? He probably gonna show up. He ain't give me no problem.
Dude, he's baked. Look at the chain.
He'll probably definitely need to be watched. He'll probably try to up constantly.
What's with the smirk?
He's kind of.
Okay.
He's gonna look old, man. I don't know what's going on with him.
All right, thank you, man. Yep. All right, have a good one.
This news adds one more thing for police to worry about, but some on the scene.
Yeah, he's got the drip
beginning to
going. I
wonder
won't
if the
deny
woman
that.
was
It's
a
just
resident of the house
I'm gonna keep my distance from you, man. You walking on a sidewalk, I'm across the street before I cross paths with you.
Conflicting stories about who lives in the house and who might still be inside makes it all the more urgent for police to investigate.
There's 2 more in there. Anybody else in the house? We didn't see anyone, but there's 2 dogs in there. We need to work on getting those dogs.
Niggas to use ad block. Well, I'm not watching this through a browser, but like a browser source.
Like, they chewed her. Like you can see everything. Everything. Then they came after me, so.
The responding officers cannot stop describing the extent of the woman's injuries, relating horrifying details again and again, perhaps in an effort to come to terms with it themselves.
I mean, she is. It is bad. It's like bad. There's a chunk of her heel down here.
For what?
Heel. You can see her.
Her heel?
Photo of that too. Okay.
the meat on her legs.
I don't even want to imagine.
She is, yeah, they ripped her up. Her pieces of her is everywhere. Oh, yeah.
Saw a pit bull break into a house and maul a cat a few days ago?
They were eating her. Yeah.
Did they put the pit bull down at least?
She's in their guts.
Hello, JC.
I just stepped on something. I looked down at it and I'm like, oh, that's...
We're watching 3 pit bulls maul a lady.
Police
Allegedly
know what
not
these
to
dogs are
death.
capable of, especially those who were first on the scene.
But like, I
New
wouldn't
law
want to be
enforcement
her.
Rivals attempt to piece together how many shots were fired in those chaotic first moments.
And I just did the recount and it was 12.
It was 12.
Oh, boy. Okay. What? I mean, they were all angled down. They weren't... No, I wasn't just...
Can account for the rounds. That's what I'm worried about. I'm not a fan. I'm not a fan. I had a lost track too.
Yeah, I mean, I got 3 dogs, like...
I remember how stressed English was for just having to shoot 1 dog.
Yeah, some stress.
I'm glad he wasn't here today.
Yeah, look at the houses here. You might be right, Jay Frosty.
It may be important to collect shell
We all
casings for
know the dog
investigation,
fighting ring
but the
took place
more
in that
pressing priority
house.
is
Look
getting
at
the
it.
remaining dogs out of the house. Animal control officials and police prepare to make their entry.
Is there any reason I can't
You want to bet on a dog fight? Look for the house with a heart on the front of it.
Absolutely not. You need to do what... Yeah.
We need to get the dogs out. Make sure there isn't another body laying in there.
I just need a shield.
Do something to
keep in front of me.
About the sale.
Yeah, the table's probably fine. Yeah, we got over top.
I just moved it out the way because we're going in.
We got it. Am I good to go in then?
Yeah. Let us know if they get obvious or we're prepared.
Yeah.
Where you want me at? In the back?
That's fine.
There is one upstairs.
I'm gonna kind of see what's back here real quick. And I'm gonna just see the thing. Somebody's phone is going off.
We got like a cat blanket in the house of the dog fighting ring. How legit dog fighting ring house. No wonder the dogs were always on edge.
The other end of the line is heartbreaking. For now, however, they must keep pushing forward into the house and into whatever danger they may find lurking beyond the clutter.
You want to cover the top? There's one. There's one upstairs and one down here.
Okay, there's one back here. But there's a bunch of bikes in the way, so...
Good God, man! Stop eating those. You're gonna blow up.
Oh my God.
No, I'm not.
The ads.
Hi, baby. It's okay. I don't think so. Hi. It's okay. It's okay.
Dude, that's a murderous pit bull. Be careful.
The animal control official isn't
By the way,
just
the house?
concerned
What
about
the
threat
hell?
from the
Yeah,
pit
there's
bull.
definitely something
She's
sussy
also
going on here.
concerned about the conditions the dog has been living in.
That sounds like it's a puppy.
She's saying just had puppies.
She's covered in yellow, Carl. Can you take pictures? Do you have your phone handy?
Yeah.
Can you take pictures of the inside of that crate? You're okay. We're gonna go for a ride.
We're coming out.
Yeah, I don't like the look of this house. The microwave in the bedroom, by the way.
Can we get pictures of her feet? You got your
Pictures of her feet? Are you Bache? What's wrong with you?
Okay. Can you hold her? Oh, we're so hungry. Here, right here, Mama. Good job.
Come on, slide and fall.
Yeah, people do not live in that house. That house ain't used for nothing pleasant, I'll tell you that.
Not taken care of at all. I'm like stepping in something. I look down and it's covered.
At long last, the workers.
Well, yeah,
bring
just
out the
dogs
first of the remaining
running
dogs,
around in that house.
washing
Of
it
course
past
it's
the
covered in
bodies of
shit.
its fallen housemates.
I know, you're so hungry. Look at
you. Yep.
In the meantime, an officer finally answers the victim's ringing cell phone inside.
Just answered the phone. The person who screams, "Where's my mom?"
She is.
She is. Yeah, you don't want to know about your mom right now.
Yo.
Brittany Scotland?
Yeah.
That's who she is. The daughter's on the phone in there.
That's who that was, Brittany?
I believe so.
She doesn't look, that's not a very full face. She doesn't look like she eats.
We deal with, rascal all the time.
I wonder if she's come to visit then.
And her phone was ringing, right?
Normally,
did you answer?
Yeah,
I was able to. It's Haley or something. Yeah. That's her daughter. They live. It bounces back and forth. They live just over here.
Police have tentatively identified the victim, but if Brittany Skoland was a guest at the house, where is the person who let her inside?
Yeah, exactly, Nurgle.
Junior lives here. Every time we deal with him, he's here.
Yeah. Well, how about his initial? As soon as they get that dog out, we need to make sure that nobody else is
here.
Terminated in there.
Alive. They'll probably be upstairs.
A few minutes later, an animal control official brings out a second dog, and the officer makes an interesting observation.
So the crackheads who abuse dogs and I guess get some sort of gross amusement out of dog fighting.
So all the males were out
That's
here.
how you get your sick
attacking,
kicks.
And all the females were inside.
The house is clear and no other victims are inside. Even so, the damage done by the 3 dogs will be enough to leave responding officers with images that won't soon be forgotten.
What happened?
Oh, you're right. It could be a puppy mill.
Just gnawing on her?
And they had shit like that outside the casino.
Dude, you can see her bones. Oh my god. Like, it is bad.
You said that?
Right next to all the dispensaries.
Yeah. There's more here. I mean...
Oh, yeah. Is that girl her, the name I gave you? Do you think?
Yeah, maybe the dog is like all the dogs like.
Yeah, no, I mean,
I don't know. I don't want to say it's justified, but maybe they pushed him over the
Brittany
edge.
Skoland's injuries were so
Like some sort of weird karma or maybe even divine intervention. The dogs rose up
100 miles away. According to a GoFundMe started by her Aunt Teresa, Brittany suffered serious head trauma, had to have both
I'm not
legs
gonna say she
amputated
deserved
to her
it.
knees, and will need facial reconstruction surgery to recover from the vicious attack.
So I'm running up and I'm like, get off of her, get off. You know, thinking they would just run in the house or
something.
Yeah, like, you know.
It tastes of blood though.
Yeah, no, they weren't giving
Lagoon
that
says, my dog is a pit bull, had her for 7 years. The previous dog I had was a pit bull too. People will just move on to other big dogs like Rottweilers.
Was away, and Webster County
Maybe
officials
they made him
announced
illegal.
in December 2023 that no charges would be filed in the case. County Attorney Darren Driscoll said, quote, these dogs attacked the victim while she was inside the home of the dog owner, alone with the animals. There was no...
Wait, isn't this what Jay Frosty just said? These dogs attacked the victim while she was inside the home of the dog owner, along with the animals. There was nothing revealed during the investigation to indicate that any criminal act occurred.
The victim while she
No
was inside
charges,
the home of the
baby.
dog owner, alone with the animals. There was nothing revealed during...
Did we just go through the trashed ass house and decide, oh yeah, business as usual. They're just hoarders. All right, bye-bye.
the investigation to indicate that
Isn't
any
that still a
criminal act
health
occurred.
hazard? This would never happen in Euclid County. I'll tell you that much. That one was actually a bit more like the last one was funny. That one actually kind of like they just didn't investigate. That was a little bit annoying towards the end. Oh, okay, well, we have a dreading. Let's go ahead and do some dreading. Yeah, saving the woman. They kind of just waited until she was already mauled. And they you know, they got the dog away from her, but it was kind of like, I mean, she didn't die. Hey, Sea Snow.
Scenario.
Okay, the thumbnail for this one was interesting. I don't know the case. He asked for it. You wanted this. The disturbing case of Mary Kay Lethorno. Hey, look, it's Derek on the far right. Doesn't that look like an aged up Derek? That's Derek if he gets his life together.
scenario. A
I'll know it once
35-year-old
I hear
and a
it.
12-year-old
Okay.
are in a car together. This adult is not the child's parent, but a trusted supervisor. The 35-year-old
We learned from Christian's house sewer, people are allowed to live in squalor as long as there are no dangers to the general
The
public.
adult pulls over and asks the child
Hey,
if they
Bob
would
got
like to
angry for
drive.
nothing.
Let's even go so far
The
as to
health
say that
department
this child has
sees
been asking
those
if they can
videos,
drive for a
they could
significant amount of
evict
time,
us.
because
You
they're
upload it,
interested
you
in
better
cars.
unload
The
it.
child, of course, is excited by this prospect. They want to drive the car because it seems cool to them, adult-like, and they have very little concept of how dangerous vehicles can be in the wrong hands. The majority of children idolize the concept of adulthood and the things that are kept away from them. They want to be taken seriously, to be respected the way they see grown-ups are, and they will try to emulate aspects of adulthood in their youth in order to feel that respect. They don't realize that when your foot
The
is on the
dealership we
brake,
never
the
found
car will still
porn.
move.
It's like
And
a
they can't
Marvel what if.
conceptualize how fast the car is going, and they're not tall enough to see properly over the dashboard. In short, they don't realize how dangerous and damaging what they're doing actually is, and the car ends up crashing, with both the child and the adult being injured. When police talk to the child and the adult, they both have the same story, that being that the child wanted to drive the car on the highway, and so the adult allowed them to. The adult is insistent that what happened is not their fault, but the child was incredibly convincing, and that they simply couldn't say no to them. The adult claims that they have been going through an incredibly hard time in their personal life as well, making them susceptible
They both
to
commit the
child's
most attacks
incessant
per year, look
prodding
it up.
about driving. How were they supposed to know that letting the child drive would end in
I don't have the
destruction?
data on that
In
on
this
hand
scenario,
personally,
who's
so I'll have to take your word
responsible
for
a
it.
car accident? The adult or the child? The majority of you would likely state that the adult in the situation is responsible, because obviously they are the adult. When the child was thrust into their care by the parent, they were done so with the notion that they could keep the child safe from danger, including the danger of making a stupid-ass decision that the adult should have elected to have ignored. No matter what the intention or the excuse, they knew that allowing the child to drive was dangerous and could be life-threatening, and yet they still chose to do it anyways. Moreover, children want to do stupid things all the time. As mentioned, kids will parrot the behavior and actions they see from the adults around them, but it's their guardian's job to make sure that they stay safe. Unfortunately, that is not what happens in today's case. Welcome back to another episode of Dreading, or if this is your first time here,
hey Joe Block.
welcome. Today we are going to be covering the case of Mary Kay Latorno and how this teacher tried to rewrite her diabolical actions into a love story. This topic has been heavily requested since the beginning of our channel, and we have always meant to cover it. However, we wanted to make sure that we were properly equipped to
What is this
handle
video
the
about?
sensitive
It's true
subject
crime.
matter
It's
before
just
we made
starting.
any
This is like the
document on
segment where he
case.
tries
With
to
that
equate
said,
it with
this video is going to contain details
scenario.
about the case that most people would find difficult to stomach. If you're not in a position to take on that information for any reason, or simply feel as if you might be negatively affected by this video, please click off. Your mental health is important, and this warning is as effective as you want to make it. With all of that said, let us begin.
Ah yes, Mary Kay
Catherine
Latorno.
Schmitz was born January 30th, 1962, to parents Mary and John Schmitz. Her father was a Marine officer and teacher of political science at Santa Ana Community College, who first made headlines the same year Mary Kay was born for stopping a stabbing near a Marine base. According to the articles that were written at the time, using only the sheer authority of his voice, John Schmitz was able to effectively disarm the assailant. Despite his vocal intervention, the victim unfortunately perished, but he was nonetheless touted as a hero. This event springboarded him into the spotlight and subsequently fueled his political ambitions. John would speak openly about how the world had become a much more dangerous place since he was a child, and stated that the stabbing that he had stopped was just a sign of that. He blamed multiple different movements and groups for this change, and that he would be best suited to help America return to the beacon of safety it had been. John would go on to run for Senate 2 years later as a staunch conservative. The Schmitz became a deeply political family, with Mary Kay stating that she could not recall a time where the press and media weren't involved in their lives. Similarly, her mother would go on to be a political commentator who supported her husband's campaigns.
I missed the second
and also
one.
spoke out against the women's movement.
I missed the third one
stating that
there.
women were better suited as wives, mothers, and general caretakers. Their family was consistently in the spotlight due to her parents' remarks, and her father was going so far as to gain the ire of his own political party at times. However, the family's political career would come crashing down when, in 1982,
Dude, Fuentes would
John
love
would
this
admit
guy.
to having a near decades-long affair with one of his former students. He had fathered 2 children with this woman, and had only come forward about the affair when she had been charged with neglecting their child. John had always been vocal about the role of family in his campaigns, and with how ingratiated his own wife and children were to his political ideals, many people felt shocked and betrayed by the affair. Moreover, when it was later discovered that the relationship began in 1973 after the accidental drowning of his 3-year-old son Philip,
Accidental. Wait, Philip!
Dwindled considerably. Mary Kay was devastated by her father's betrayal. According to multiple family friends, political aides, and acquaintances who knew both John Schmitz and Mary Kay at the time, she idolized her father. She was constantly working alongside
Yeah, it's a few years
him,
too early to be our
campaigns,
Phil.
listening to speeches, and doing whatever she could to be near him. Because work was so important to him, she spent a lot of her free time in his office making herself useful. But when she realized her father had been living a double life, that he had an entire other family that he kept away from them, she was furious. She had always done what her parents had asked of her, going to an all-girls school, getting good grades, and making sure to uphold their standards. But at this point, she decided to gravitate towards her own wants and desires. When she graduated high school, she would decide to go to Arizona State University. Her parents tried to convince her to go to a Christian university, but she rejected their advice, later stating that she wanted to go somewhere to let loose and have fun. It was at Arizona State that she would meet her future husband, Steve Latorno. In some interviews, Mary talks about her husband as being a kind, generous man who she felt inclined to date due to societal pressure. At times, she claimed they were young and only got married because she became pregnant early on in the relationship. On other occasions, Mary would state that she never loved Steve, that the relationship was one she was pressured into, and she always knew it wouldn't last. Her next-door neighbor and future lawyer would also claim that Steve abused Mary throughout the relationship, and that he had put her in the hospital on 2 separate occasions. He alleged that the police were called, but no charges were filed.
What an asshole.
And there appears to be no record of these incidents that we were able to find. Because these statements were made by her lawyer, it's probable that she agrees with this assessment. However, I have not been able to find proof of her alleging this herself. After giving birth to their first child, Steve and Mary would move to Alaska for Steve's work. However, after a year, they would move back to the continental United States, more accurately, Seattle, Washington, with the intention for Mary to finish her teaching degree and get back into the workforce. Despite her musical ambitions, Mary decided that she was better off following in her father's footsteps.
I'm reading too much into it. See, being in this sector has rotted my brain.
She would begin teaching 2nd grade at Shorewood Elementary School, where she would meet her future victim and husband and truly follow in her father's footsteps. Before we begin this portion of the video, something that should be made clear is that Villy is a victim of long-term emotional, psychological, and sexual abuse. His actions as a minor who would be experiencing his
you're right.
first
That's why I'm
romantic
saying that.
relationship
I've been
held against him,
toxified.
used to justify Mary's actions and discussed as a way to sidestep what occurred in this situation.
I just hear
Notably,
Seattle and red
many
flags
people
go off.
are of the mindset that if this situation were to happen
That's
to a
all the
girl,
ninjas.
she would be a victim. But because it happened to a boy, he isn't. He must have felt lucky, and so on. Mary herself has stated this outright in multiple interviews, trying to defend herself. This mentality often keeps young men from coming forward about sexual abuse, or not acknowledging it as abuse
Wouldn't you
in the first place.
come forward?
The
Wouldn't you
concept of
brag
if
about
Philly
having
was
sex
a
with the teacher,
consenting
though?
party and he
If you're gonna
pursued
say it's like,
Mary,
oh, it's
is
that boys'
irrelevant
club
in this
mentality.
case, or to any case involving children.
Wouldn't
He
you
was a
boast to
child.
your
He
friends
could not
that you
have made
laid
those
the
decisions
teacher?
for himself, and it was the responsibility of the adult in this situation
I totally
to not allow
slammed
the
that cougar
relationship
puss,
to
right?
develop. When we discussed the case of Roman Polanski, we talked about how Angelica Houston defended Roman. She stated that when she was younger,
pumped so
she had
many
been in the
fat
same
loads into
position
Miss
as his
Jackson,
first
guys.
victim, and it was just a part of Hollywood. But the child knew what she was getting into when she met the famed director. As Angelica understood it, she was not a victim, and therefore the minor, who had been assaulted in her presence by Roman, wasn't either. Her reasoning is complex, as if she were to say what happened that night was sexual assault, she would have to reasonably understand that she had been assaulted
I was
in
seeing
her
red
past,
flags in Seattle
which is a
before DSP
horrifying
even moved
concept.
there.
Many victims of assault
Yeah, in
and
general,
abuse
Seattle
do
is a
not
very suspicious
conceptualize
place, yeah.
themselves as victims, and instead justify what happened to them in some way. While we cannot state that is what is occurring with 100% certainty.
Remember when Dale was talking about getting assaulted by an older woman? He didn't know he was a victim.
It can provide understanding to what seems like confusing behavior.
I remember the Hooters episode where he worked at Hooters.
1983, and was one of four
You're talking about.
His father was not
You're
in the
talking about
picture
LTG.
for
I'm
the
thinking about
majority of his
Dale,
life.
like
His
King of
mother
the Hill
worked
Dale.
extremely hard to take care of him and his siblings. They
Well,
lived
similar
in relative
situation.
poverty, but Philly would state that his childhood was not an unhappy one. When he was
But now
in
you mention
second
that, yeah, I
grade,
remember
he
that
met
Dale
Mary
story.
Kay Letourneau for the first time, and although neither party recalls anything specific about their interactions at this time, it should be noted that the first time Mary Kay would meet Philly, he would be either 7 or 8, while she would be in her 30s. As he continued to progress in school, Mary would move from elementary to middle school, more specifically 6th grade. Her students reportedly loved her class and viewed her as the best teacher for that.
No, Jersh has not done a person stream on LTG.
Prior to entering the 6th grade, he had heard nothing but good things about her and hoped that he would be in her class. And unfortunately, he was. According to both Philly and Mary Kay, Philly was allegedly the aggressor in their relationship.
I don't really know how much there is to go over with LTG. Wouldn't it just be a stream of just playing fan fiction clips and gameplay clips?
The 13-year-old out to be
Maybe
a
that's
physically
why.
dominant force that she had no control over. She would cite that he had repeated kindergarten, making him older than anyone else in his class, that he was taller than many of the other kids. And that
I
he,
guess you could play his
most
his
males do when they go through
vlogging
puberty, had a
videos.
small mustache. It would seem that she argued that these factors alone would make her attraction to the 13-year-old appropriate and, in a way, understandable to the public. To be clear, it did not. She would also state that because he was Samoan, that he just, quote, seemed older, which is unfortunately not uncommon. Philly would go on to say that he began to pursue Mary as part of a bet with another classmate who stated that he could get any girl he wanted. Philly
See?
took him up on that offer.
It's
and
that
said
boys
that
club
he could get
mentality.
anyone, even Mary. Following that interaction, he would approach his teacher. This clip is significant, as it flies directly in the face of what Mary Kay had stated before, that being that she never crossed any boundaries until after he stopped being her student, and that if any of them was inappropriate before, it was him and him alone. But to ask a child to, quote, hold on to their romantic feelings for you, an adult authority figure in their life, to keep them locked away until you can actually be with them, is inappropriate. The only acceptable response to this declaration would be to shut him down. Tell him that those feelings are not reciprocated and report what happened to the school and make sure nothing further develops. Her continued laughing and smiling while recalling this memory indicates that she still views this moment fondly, but what she is describing is textbook grooming. She liked Philly, a child, and didn't want to tell him no when he admitted to having feelings for her. She wanted him to continue to pursue her, to not let go of his romantic notions towards her, even though they were inappropriate. Instead, Mary Kay began to become a more prominent figure in Philly's life, which would allow the child to believe that he was building a significant romantic relationship with her. She would open up her classroom to him, helping him in ways she hadn't helped other children. She would allow him to stay after class to work on assignments, let him stay during recess and lunch under the guise of helping him with schoolwork, and even began giving him rides home. Mary Kay took advantage of the fact that Philly's home life was less than ideal. Because his father was not in the picture and his mother had 3 other boys to look after, Mary was able to present herself as a helpful authority figure in his life. Mary seemingly had the idyllic life, with her own husband and kids at home, which made her interest in Philly seem sincere and safe.
Yeah,
But
she
very
had it
few
easy with this
people
kid,
had
sounds
any
like.
idea of what Mary Kay would actually
Didn't have to do much
During those
work,
private
because the
moments,
kid's
she would
own
open
life
up
already
to the
sucked.
13-year-old, telling him various
Yeah, but I
stories
agree.
about her life
Insane
and the things
grooming
she was
here.
going through. Staff members and other students noticed how the two were interacting and felt mildly uncomfortable with their behavior. Whenever the teacher and student would pass each other in the halls, they would tell the other they loved them and were obviously strangely close. Mary would tell her husband and other teachers that she was just Philly's mentor, that she saw his artistic potential, and that she wanted to make sure that he was afforded every opportunity he deserved. On multiple occasions, she told those around her that he was an artistic genius, that no one else in his life could see
If Mario
how
was
amazing
here,
he
how
was,
bad would his
and that's
singing
why
be?
she needed to see him as often as she
Almost
did.
as bad
She
as
painted a picture of
Super
Philly's
Mario Brothers
life
Super
without
Show
her
theme.
as being sad, lonely, and borderline unlivable.
What are you talking about? That's
Without
not
her,
a
she
bad
said,
theme, that's
he
a
would end up
classic.
at some blue-collar job and not achieving any anything. Despite how odd her interest was to those around her, they couldn't fathom the idea that she would actually pursue a child. As the year progressed, it seemed that Mary had concocted a plan to continue to see Billy through the summer and away from school.
Kids and teachers nowadays aren't able to have a close relationship. Oh, you know what he probably meant when he said that.
Class at the same time.
Relationship doesn't always mean relationship.
But this was purely to help him with his art, to ensure that he has the best chance at succeeding with his passions. But obviously, she just wanted to continue to pursue a romantic relationship with a child. Mary Kay's
but I also
story
like
is inconsistent.
it's on purpose. Like I hear what I want to hear.
Claimed that no physical boundaries had been crossed prior to summer, and that when he stopped being her student, they had only kissed. Most regard the latter to be true, as when both Billy and her recount the story of their first kiss, she was giving him a ride home. He asked what she would do if he kissed her, and she responded that only a coward would ask. Which, again, to be clear, is her encouraging and pursuing the relationship. By this point, she had ample opportunity to tell Billy to say she was uncomfortable and to stop seeing him privately, but she didn't.
How about don't drive him home at all in the first place?
That this child was giving her and the power she had over him, so she continued to encourage his pursuit. After the two kissed, the relationship began to pick up speed, with Mary Kay and Billy calling each other at all hours of the night. Mary Kay's husband, Steve, would comment that he found this to be a little weird, but whenever he brought it up to her, she would immediately deny any wrongdoing and continue to press that Billy was a troubled child that she was helping, nothing more. Mary began inviting Billy over to her home often, usually when Steve was out of the house, and the two began their sexual relationship. Notably, according to Mary, the first time she had had sex
it'd be worse with the husband there, I think, making him watch.
Notably, Mary
getting cucked by a
13-year-old over at her house so often that he would become friends with her eldest son.
He needs to like zip up the pants or something. No wonder she's a sicko seeking out company from actual children.
Outside of school, when she would have the 13-year-old stay over
either
at
take
her
control
home,
of the household or leave that
hang out
bitch.
with her son. Therefore, nothing weird was going on. On June 18th, 1996, the police would find Mary Kay and Billy in a compromising position in her car. Mary had driven Billy to a parking lot by the marina, and multiple witnesses claimed that the two had begun to have sex in the back seat. When the police pulled up, Mary was witnessed jumping back into the front seat of the car, scrambling to make herself presentable. Meanwhile, Billy pretended to be sleeping in the back of the car. When questioned by the responding officers, both Mary Kay and Billy gave false statements to the police.
You know she groomed them on that too. Okay, if we get caught, pretend like you're sleeping. Pretend like you're sleeping.
And
you know what's gonna happen.
Recollections to have rehearsed a fake story, but both faltered when questioned. Notably, when Billy was asked how old he was, he claimed he was 18, which at the very least shows that the
another grooming tactic.
Their sexual relationship was inappropriate. Unfortunately, this is irrelevant.
He was
detail,
specifically
as Mary
18.
Claimed she had no idea that what she did qualified as a crime. When questioned by the police at the scene, Mary Kay stated that Billy
Come on, if you
was
were
a
being
family
crafty,
friend
at
who had
least
been staying
say
with her and her
19.
husband the night prior. She claimed that while he was there, he witnessed a fight between Steve and herself. He ran away,
18,
and she had just
moron.
picked him up when they arrived. Both parties claimed that nothing inappropriate had taken place, and that any witnesses who had said otherwise were simply confused or didn't know what they saw. The pair were brought into the police station, and Billy's
you don't
mother
know what
was
you
called.
saw,
The police
idiot.
gave her a brief synopsis of what happened, stating that they had found her son with Mary, but didn't divulge anything further. According to his mother, she wasn't told he was found sleeping in the back of Mary's car, or that he had given a fake name and age when questioned by the police, or that Mary had scrambled from the back seat to the front seat when police had arrived. All they knew was that Billy was found in the presence of a woman who she had come to trust with his safety, and that they were being questioned about that. They asked her what she wanted to do.
It's
and she told
Almighty
them to
Goki
release
with the
Billy and Mary, as it
5-bit
sounded like
cheer.
nothing
And
out
he
of the
says,
ordinary had
this
happened.
one's for all my
Shortly
ninjas.
thereafter, Mary would become
Big ups,
pregnant.
Goki. And thank you for the 5-bit cheer. We are indeed looking for the ninjas. I'm on the 3rd floor already. This is absolutely the final princess stream. We are watching True Crime, the story of Mary Kay Letourneau, the teacher who sexed the 13-year-old and pretended like it was totally okay.
Relationship with her husband had deteriorated over the years.
It is the final stream. I'm already, like, I only got 2 floors left.
Though not impossible. At the same time,
You better
had
hope
found
this is not an
Mary's
early
journals,
stream.
where she had written all about her relationship with Philly in lurid detail. She wrote the child love notes, talking about
He didn't
getting
explain
married
why
and
it took so
raising the
long to get
child
the video
together,
out, so
even though
I
he
guess
was a
it's the
child
internet again.
himself. The journals were graphic and horrifying, and completely changed how Steve had viewed the last couple of months with his wife. She had invited
One video
his
a month.
13-year-old over
I
to
used
their
to do
house.
weekly
He had become
videos.
friends with their children. He had slept over next to their 12-year-old
Hey, here
son,
he is.
all the while Mary
There
had
he
been
is.
grooming him and sexually abusing him.
That's the groomed right there. Hey, he groomed his hair too. Yeah, what a nice fade.
Although, to be clear, Steve didn't necessarily see the relationship as sexual abuse. Again, the majority of people do not fully understand sexual exploitation, especially sexual exploitation of young men. They were of the mindset that a body's reaction is the same as consent, and that if a young man was sexually pursued by an older woman, that didn't qualify as sexual abuse. In interviews he would give later on, he was more horrified at the fact that his wife, who he had been married to for nearly 2 decades, would cheat on him with a child, an adult.
Why
he
didn't
could
you do
understand,
anything about it?
But a boy who was a year older than their son was horrifying. Steve would confront Philly with this information and tell him that both he and Mary would be in trouble if they continued to see each other. Steve stated he wouldn't tell anyone about the relationship in order to protect Mary.
I'm not
However,
gonna
he could
tell
not
anyone.
completely keep
I
it a
love
secret.
you.
Steve would tell his friends and family what was going on in his marriage, how his seemingly perfect wife had been sleeping with a child, and how they were going to get her divorce. And at least one person in the family who heard the
But
story
yeah, there'd be no
felt that
fucking
what was
debate if the
happening was
genders were
wrong,
reversed.
because they would eventually call the police. According to Mary Kay, she was never arrested. In fact, no one had ever told her that having sex with a minor was wrong, so when she was contacted by the police in regards to her relationship with Philly, she was more concerned if he was the one in trouble. In various interviews, she has claimed that this concern
Yeah, no one
stemmed
ever
from
told her
belief that
sleeping
the
with a
police
minor was a
accused him of
crime.
assaulting her.
I
They
can't
would
believe
think
it.
He, the 13-year-old that she had been caught with on numerous occasions and taught, was the one in control of the relationship and had sexually
Yeah, it was
assaulted
actually-
her.
it was
She would
actually the
elaborate by
13-year-old. He said-
saying
he said he would
she
kill
had
me.
such a small frame and looked innocent, whereas Billy was already bigger than she was. Mary would go on to clarify that she had no idea that she, a woman, could be accused of rape, and that the very notion was nonsensical. This is a statement
I'm a
she
woman. I
repeated
can't
until
be
her
a
death.
rapist.
To be clear,
It's like how,
this is a belief that unfortunately
how they
many
say
people
black
have,
people can't be
as they
racist
state
because the system of
arousal
power
can
and
be
all
used
that.
as a
Only
sign
white
of
people can be
consent.
racist. You know what I mean?
However, that is not true, no matter what gender.
Women can't
When Mary
grape
came
a
to the
moron.
police station for questioning, she claimed that she wasn't concerned with proving her innocence, but defending Billy and making sure she would be back at school the next day to, quote, take care
Carl.
of her kids, unquote. But
Wait, you're
that
right,
wouldn't happen.
Peaches.
Once more,
Doesn't this
I have
mean
to
Jordy was
recommend you
right?
watch Autobiography, Mary Kay.
Doesn't this mean like Jordy was right? There literally are 12-year-olds fucking on the regular. I guess we gotta put an asterisk to that. It's more like 12-year-olds are being groomed into fucking adults. But Jordy wasn't wrong.
Kay Letourneau.
I guess he was wrong. Well, the sentence was Jordy regularly sees 12-year-olds fucking on the regular, which I don't know. This didn't happen in South Carolina. Now that I think about it, so it's probably still not an accurate statement.
Which is linked in the description box down below.
But I start so
because it
early.
provides such
I
an
got everything
insight
I got
into the
done
type
that
of
I need to
person
get
Mary
done
was.
early.
She's incredibly similar to Sherry Papini.
What, do you want me to start
not just
late?
in her appearance, but in the way she interacts with the world. She talks about her arrest and speaking with the police as if they pulled the wool over her eyes and tricked her into admitting to a crime, when all they did was ask about her relationship. The police,
They
from what I
fucking
have seen in
tricked
this
me?
case,
I did
were
nothing
extremely
wrong?
kind towards her and forthright with information. They told her exactly what was happening, that she needed to get a lawyer, and that she was never going to be allowed to teach again because she had sexually abused a student. Yet she acts as if this was a ludicrous thing to have done. She balks at the
So
assertion
wait a minute.
that she shouldn't be
You're
allowed
like
near
taking my
children
job
because
away
of
from
her
me? That's how I
actions,
feed my
and tries to
family.
paint the police
Right?
and the justice system to be monsters for saying so. To be clear, this was a woman who had groomed a minor and his parent into trusting her with his well-being far beyond the scope of her job, as well as introducing this minor to her son in order to have him spend the night at her home without suspicion, and then sleeping with him, and had taken
Oh, I didn't hear that part. That's even craftier, having him befriend her own son, give him excuse to stay over. had a teacher in junior high that I thought was pretty cool. Her name was MRS Hooker, ironically. She went to prison like 10 years after I left junior high for having sex with a male student. For us, it was one of the gym coaches, which, in hindsight, that guy was a bit too handsy with the ladies. Everyone thought he was just a nice guy. And then the truth was revealed. People like this lady are literally insane. Yeah, she's got a few screws loose. Yeah, it was crazy. They got like they got rid of him immediately. He was like the head coach. Everyone loved him. And it wasn't just one lady either, Peaches. He had like a harem or something. He was like all the seniors, a harem of seniors. He was like some sort of mastermind. He was the playboy. I never really interacted much with him, and I don't think he thought much of me either.
Control over his life and decision-making in just a few months. The court system was not wrong for wanting to monitor her interactions with children, but from Mary's point of view, everyone was just making a big deal out of nothing. To hear
That never
Mary
happened in
Kay
your
discuss
school
her
district.
trial and sentencing, you would think that she was being treated completely unfairly, that she was
Hey, isn't
set
it
up
a
to
great
fail,
thing? Isn't it a
that
good thing
everyone in
that
the court
this
system
is
was
not a
out to get
common
her,
thing that
and she had
happens?
no chance of receiving justice. However, that was far from the case. Many people were
Oh,
sympathetic
Mrs.
to
Hooker.
Mary during the course
So you gotta
of
put the
case,
period, or I'm just
mainly
gonna read it
because
as
she was a
MRS.
woman. Though people viewed the case as being strange and her relationship with Willie as being inappropriate, many argued that she could not have raped him because she was an attractive woman. Similarly, Willie stated the relationship had been consensual and that he was deeply in love with his former teacher. Very
Doesn't
little
matter if
regard
it was
or weight
consensual, it's a
given to the fact
fucking
that Willie
crime.
had been groomed and exploited, and many media figureheads applauded him for sleeping with his attractive teacher. Throughout the lead up to the sentencing, Mary publicly
One of
stated
your high school
she
teachers
had
got
done
busted for
nothing
fucking a
wrong,
student a few years
that she
after
didn't regret
graduating.
the
He's a really cool dude.
relationship, and that all she wanted
Yeah,
to
the
do was
case
get
I
back to
referenced
her
was the
normal
only
life to
case where it
teaching.
happened for
She
me.
seemed to believe, no matter what
Or,
her lawyers
well,
or the
for our
courts told her,
district.
that she would be allowed to go free with virtually no consequences. Her lawyer would try to break the situation down to Mary and eventually convinced her to plead guilty to avoid a lengthy trial.
Girl
In
accusing a
multiple
teacher of feeling
interviews
her
given
breast, but I
after
think
the
that was a
fact,
lie.
Mary would
Of course,
say
it was
that
the
this
awkward
decision
science teacher that was
extremely
blamed.
hard for her.
Oh,
She
that's
was so
tough.
self-sacrificing that she had wanted
If
to
he
ensure that
didn't
Billy's
do it.
family was protected and kept safe as much as possible. Their ultimate goal was to get her off on most of the charges and have her take court-ordered sex offender counseling without any jail time. But the prosecution was adamant that she should spend some form of time in the correctional system. Her ex-husband and family repeatedly stated that Mary was a wonderful person who did wonderful things, and that her actions with Billy were not exactly in line with what she had done. The lead prosecutor rebutted that assessment thoroughly, telling the media that anyone who sleeps with a minor is not what she considers to be a good person, no matter what qualifiers they state, which is accurate. While the prosecution wanted to sentence the former teacher to 7.5 years
A student
in
being a
prison,
teacher,
Mary
though,
Kay
was a male
able to
student
take
and a
plea
female
agreement. She
teacher?
would plead
The teacher
guilty
was
to
not
2
pretty.
counts of child rape and receive 6 months
Oh,
in
he
prison
didn't even
with a
really have
3-year
anything to brag
suspended
about.
sentence. She would also be required to take court-ordered sex offender rehabilitation classes. Mary Kay's lawyer went over the details of the
Sex
plea,
offender?
including the fact
There was
that
no
she would not be
offense.
able to
It was
contact
consensual,
Billy
you
or
fucking
the newborn
buffoon.
child or her
What?
children with her first husband or any other minor, and that she would be required to continue sex offender treatment outside of
The
prison.
teacher is a
Her own
4.5
lawyer,
at most.
the
Well, I mean, this is
prosecution, her
like,
counselors, and the
this is
judge
long after
all
the scandal,
verified to
right?
Mary that if
She
were to
obviously
break
had a
any of the
healthier glow
stipulations
about
of the
her
plea
when this was
agreement,
all
she would be
unfolding.
incarcerated for the full 7 years, and she agreed. There are videos of her agreeing to this, and yet Mary Kay felt that that was unjustified. So
No mercy.
unjustified that she
What?
decided she wasn't going
It's a GPM Guitar Punk Masquerade with a party of 4. Whoa. Thank you, GPM. You've started the reign of Shy Guys. Hello, GPM. We're watching True Crime. This teacher sexed one of her students, and she does not believe she is a rapist because she is a woman. And according to the laws of nature, women cannot be rapists. Just fundamentally, they can't be rapists. And it was consensual, so Romeo and Juliet laws, they did nothing wrong, and they did everything correct, and they should just let her go. Hello, Jesse. Hello, Soft P. Welcome in, everybody. Obviously, I disagree with her assessment there. No, she's a predator, and a groomer, and she got what was fucking coming to her. Correct? Yeah, the student was a male, so he obviously wanted to bang the teacher, right?
To do it. In her mind, she wasn't a sex offender.
We're playing the princess
She wasn't
game.
even a
This is the last
pedophile.
session.
She had
I'm just
simply
doing
fallen in
the
love
last of
with
the
a
post-game
13-year-old,
stuff.
which was entirely different.
I'm looking
She
for
continued
ninjas,
to
dude.
repeat The relationship had been consensual, and that she couldn't have taken advantage of him because he was a man, and would later go on to claim that the laws surrounding statutory rape were outdated and meant only for men. She would expand on her.
God, that
opinions
is
about what
crazy.
happened.
She used every weapon in her arsenal. Well, if you think about it, most rapists are men, correct? So the laws are outdated and don't really apply to me, and because they don't really apply to me, there's really, like, you can't really arrest me, correct? Because, like, the laws were drafted in regards to men specifically, so if anything, you need to draft, like, new laws, but since there's not a law existing now, right now, I did nothing wrong, literally, and I need to be let go. Yeah, 13 and 33, by the way.
To her as being unjustified, specifically because in Washington, there's a specification that an adult can marry a minor if they happen to be married. She believed that this one loophole was a sign that the law is sexist and unjust. Therefore,
Oh yeah, she was totally banking on
What
that.
she didn't seem to consider is that that portion of the law is outdated. Most people would agree that adding a stipulation like that does nothing to change the toll that it would take on a child, and would gladly vote to remove that portion of the law. They would not, however, remove the other portions criminalizing adults having sex with children. When Mary went in for her first counseling session, her court-mandated therapist reportedly told her that she was never going to be the same person she was. She would never teach children again, and that she would likely never
obviously.
see her children again due to her
You're never
comments.
gonna
She
teach another
explained this to
child.
Mary in the form of a metaphor.
I think she's
She
done
told the
enough
sex
teaching with all the
offender
grooming
that she
she's
needed to
done.
think of things as if her foot had been cut
And she
off.
never stopped
She could get
teaching,
a
it's just, you know, her
prosthetic,
lessons
learn to
got a
walk
bit
and run
more
again, even
manipulative.
run faster than she had before, but she should never think that she still has that foot. Many viewed this as a horrible, untrue, and entirely unkind thing to say. One let her know that this counselor was not to be trusted and should be ignored entirely. She would later state that from the moment of that first counseling session, where she was told that she should not expect to talk to
Man,
her
look at him.
children,
Look at him
that
right
she
here.
decided she was simply going to ignore what
Look
the
at the
courts had
teacher. Dude, she's in love. And he's like, yeah, I'm hitting that. I'm the one. So this is what they look like during the relationship. When you see her in the interview footage looking all frazzled and dirty and beat up, that's like after the scandal. This is what she was during the scandal. Look at how happy she's got little dimples out. She was at the top of the fucking world there.
expect to talk to her children.
Yeah. Yeah, that's my girl. Yeah. Yeah, I'm hitting that. What you gonna do about it? I'm the one. He looks like that dude Chad Warden, the PS3 fella. That's Chad Warden. He's banging the teacher now. What are you gonna do about it? He's getting the extra credit. You're not getting nothing. With his PS triple.
That she decided she was simply going to ignore what the courts had said. She told as much to her lawyer.
My name is
tried to
Chad
explain
Warden.
to
I
Mary
hate
that
every
she had
single
gotten
one
the
of you.
best deal possible, and unless she wanted to spend more time in jail, she needed to abide by their rules. But she refused to do that. In her mind, she was standing up for injustice, and she was not going to go down without a fight. Her time in prison was allegedly not
Yeah, he
great.
probably did.
She was kept isolated from the other
Oh, God,
prisoners
she looks
for her own
insane in this
safety
photo.
due to child predation, and repeatedly refused to abide by any instructions given by the guards. She carried herself as if she was the one in charge, and would spend
Looks like a
significant
female,
amount of time in isolation. because
Wait,
of
what's that kid's name? The
Moreover,
Home Alone
she would
kid.
try to talk to her
Macaulay
children
Culkin.
as often as possible, which again was against the terms of her plea agreement. She attempted to give her mother letters and messages to send to her kids, despite the court order. Her lawyer repeatedly informed her that she only needed to wait 6 months, to just be patient and run out the clock. But Mary refused. She argued that what was happening to her was completely unfair and unacceptable. Mary was eventually released
Whatever
from
the fuck
prison
he's
after
called,
6
Carl.
months, and was once again told that she was not to contact Billy for his own safety. However, she would immediately break that order. Throughout the years,
Oh, boy.
Mary Kay and Billy would give various stories about how they reconnected, and it's likely we will never know the truth. In one interview after her arrest, Mary said she only reached out to Billy so she could see their child, which she was not legally allowed to do. But in some of her last interviews, she claimed that from the moment she was sentenced, she always knew she would contact Billy the moment she got out. She claimed he still needed her, and his life wouldn't be the same without her, and that their love was one that could not be broken. She was adamant that he needed her, and she would have blood on her hands should she not see him. In the A&E documentary that she helped create, her lawyer would talk about how days after her release, they went out to lunch to discuss possible next steps.
Wait, A&E documentary that she participated in production of?
She asked her lawyer if it was possible for the police to put a tracking device on her car. It was at that point he said,
"Are we supposed to think she was right in hindsight?"
He realized that she was going to be going back to prison. 2 short weeks after being released, Mary Kay was found once again in a car alone with Billy. The pair was mere blocks away from his family home, and when approached, lied about their identities and what they had been doing in the car, with Mary Kay going as far as to
about we
pretend
just don't do
that she
shit
was
in the
alone
car anymore?
When the police realized who she was and that she was violating the protection order set forth by the court, she was immediately taken back into custody. Her car was promptly searched, and the police found over $6,000 stashed away, as well as baby clothes, her passport,
Dude, that was like
along
a
with
gazillion
receipts for
dollars in
clothing for an
2004.
adolescent male. It seemed obvious, based on that evidence alone, that she had been planning to run away with her child boyfriend in the near future. However, when questioned about the uncommon items,
she was down
Mary had an
bad.
answer, as she always did. The money was simply for some cosmetic treatments that she had been wanting, as well as
you need a lot of
pending
them.
divorce. Similarly, the receipts for the clothing weren't for her adolescent child boyfriend. They were for her, because she wore boys' clothes all the time. She was never able
that's
to
totally
provide
normal.
proof of ownership for these
I wanted to
items,
divorce my
so
cuck
she was
husband
probably
and then
lying,
wear
but
boy
who's to say,
clothes.
really? It's not like she's lied about anything else before this. Immediately thereafter, Mary Kay went back in front of the judge and was sentenced to 7.5 years. Mary once again thought this was cruel and unusual, and to the day she died, she regarded this penalty as being unjust. She
It was
stated
7
that she was
years.
sent away,
All things
not
considered,
because
you
she
got
did
off pretty
anything wrong
easy.
by having sex with a 13-year-old, but because of the crass media circus that arose around the scandal. However, to be clear, Mary sexually abused a child for months, admitted to that, and had served an extremely light sentence. She served a couple of months in prison, with the only stipulation being that she would have to go to counseling and not talk to the child that she assaulted when she left prison, and she would have
Yeah,
been
wait a minute. Wait a minute. They gave her 7 years, which is like, if she just behaved herself and sat out the sentence, he would be 20 when she got out.
That's a laughably light punishment for what she did, but she couldn't follow the basic
laughably
instructions
light is
set before
alright.
her
That's
and did
correct.
exactly what the courts told her not to do. There is no world in which she didn't deserve to go to prison, and the fact that she only got 7 years total is still ridiculous. While Mary was incarcerated, she discovered that she had become pregnant once more with Philly's second child. While in prison, Mary Kay regularly tried to contact Philly despite the no contact
Oh,
order
my
still
lord.
being in effect. She regularly made calls to his home,
Yeah, Rencheck, I don't think he found another lady.
telling him that she still wanted to be with him and that she saw them getting married one day. She drilled matrimony into his head, repeating that they needed to stay together to be man and wife, and that if they were to get married, she'd probably get out of prison sooner. This notion
It's like
was
some sort of
extremely
twisted
important to her,
Disney
that they
fairy
needed to
tale.
get
True
married
love
so she could
prevails
get out of prison.
for
Her
all the
life,
wrong
she
reasons?
said, was in Billy's teenage hands, and she continued to try and pressure him into, quote, saving her. She was caught a couple of times trying to get letters out to him, and each one was inappropriate as the last. While Mary was in prison, attempting to manipulate the young man she had groomed and sexually abused from behind bars, Billy's life had fallen to pieces. His name and what had happened to him was everywhere, and there was virtually no escaping from it. He began to suffer from severe depression and turned to alcohol while he was
I
still
had depression,
underage. He would go on
stupid.
to drop out of high school due to his mental health struggles, and by 1999, when he was just 16 years old, he would attempt to take his own life. He'd been deeply affected by what had happened to him, as any person would be, and he struggled to differentiate what was real and what was manipulation. In 2002, Billy and his family would sue the Highline School District in the city of Des Moines, Washington, for emotional
Being 14
suffering and
years
lost
older than your
wages.
daughter is
They
kinda
argued that
wild.
The school and the police department had failed to protect Billy, as there were multiple signs
Oh, for
that
sure.
something deeply wrong
Maybe
was
not,
occurring.
like-
For
like, I
evidence,
wouldn't
they cited
say-
how Billy had
It's
been
weird
found
because, like,
alone in Mary
a
Kay's
gap that big, I wouldn't say, oh yeah, that's practically your little sister. Because 14 years, for like a sibling relationship, 14 years is pretty big. But for a father-daughter relationship that's like very small, disturbingly so.
Car.
Maybe that can be like, oh yeah, 14 years, no, like, maybe, no, there's no scenario I can look at that and say, oh yeah, that's normal.
By police, how multiple teachers and students had witnessed uncomfortable, inappropriate situations between the two, and how multiple witnesses had come forward during the media blitz, including teachers, to say they always knew something was wrong. These witnesses were everywhere when the story broke.
Oh yeah, the slander
interviews
tour.
And discussing how they saw inappropriate behavior constantly, leading to the question, why didn't they stop it? Unfortunately, the trial resulted in no damages being found. However, in his testimony, Billy would describe
Groomer W?
how, while he had a crush on his teacher, she had pursued him as well, even going so far as to tell him that she would strip for him while he was still in her class.
All right, well, you're of age now. I guess you can go to prison too.
Point in time that we know that Billy was not in contact with Mary Kay, and it differs greatly from what he would say while in a relationship with her. He would later go on to state that he lied during this trial, but whether or not that is actually the truth.
That was the Beach Game of the Year. I gave my Over the Credits review yesterday.
I like it. With any accuracy.
It ain't nothing bombastic or spectacular. It was much better than I feared it was going to be.
As well as read every interview, seen every article.
I got some critiques.
Their stories will change and shift with the time. It's clear
particularly the post-game content and
on their side.
Not all the times you need to replay a level for completionism.
However, the moment their stories would be disproven, they would change them and pretend they had never lied in the first place. Mary only admits or acknowledges what she believes she has to, and tries to bury the majority of what happened as much as possible. And as Billy was the minor being manipulated by the adult authority figure in his life, and that she was the one who had the most to lose in the situation, it seems obvious that the lies were manufactured by her, and that manufacturing will become all the more clear.
Uh-oh, we're gonna see the whole interview.
Prison on August 4th,
oh my lord, did they do a whatever happened to segment?
Mary?
Yeah, they aged up pretty well, I guess. They're still in love. I mean, there's something like this, you get like a... I wouldn't call this a good ending. Not really, but, I mean, they look happy still. You would think the relationship would not still be going, is what the point I'm trying to get at. Like, I'm not saying this is good, but it's good for them because they're still together, but also, like, this is still terrible. You think they would be broken up by now, but they're not. Yeah, that's her and the dude all grown up. Yeah, this is a DSP interview moment. Yeah, not to cap for this, but I am shocked that they're actually still together at this point in time. Yeah, they stayed together. She's still a groomer, and he's still a victim, but I guess he never got the help he needed.
Was released from prison on August 4th, 2004, and immediately reunited with Billy. He was 21 years old, legally an adult, and the two got back together. Mary stated that their love was an eternal one that cannot be broken no matter what. And she
it can't be broken because he groomed him.
Relationship not only proved that she was not a pedophile, but proved that the justice system was flawed.
Mary Kay would destroyed the allegations, man.
Throughout the years, trying to demonstrate that she was not the predator that people
oh
made her
God,
out to
please.
be,
Well,
they all felt
can
flat. She would repeat that she wasn't attracted
it's like
to
she
children,
has
only
too much
Billy,
makeup,
and that
but
because
not
they were
enough
married and
makeup
adults now,
simultaneously.
everything was fine. Despite Mary claiming that the two were star-crossed lovers and nothing could ever get in the way of their romance, Billy would file for a formal separation from the level 2 sex offender in 2017, although he would later withdraw that filing. In 2018,
oh, they just had a little fight, that's all.
Autobiography, Mary Kay Letourneau, a documentary meant to tell her story, so to speak, about what happened. She contested that while some people generally knew what happened about her and the child she took advantage of, the media hadn't reported on the more pertinent, clarifying details of the case that would allow the public to see her in a rational light. A link to the documentary will be left below, for those of you who would like to watch it in full, as it does an incredible job at showcasing how abusive the dynamic between the pair actually was, and how Mary had spent years trying to twist what she had done into being a love story. She admonished the legal system, tried to argue that she was unfairly penalized, and while also
why would you admonish it? They let you off pretty easily.
To promote the documentary, as well as to try and convince the world that she was not a predator, Mary Kay and Billy did an interview with 7 News Spotlight, which left the majority of people feeling even worse about the relationship. A link to the full
That she didn't
interview
apply
without
enough. It's the
commentary
best way to
will be
insult the
left
woman,
below.
pass it
If you'd like to
along.
watch it without any of my
I don't
interjections,
really like it
I
when
will
you
also
cake
be
yourself
leaving
with
a
too much
timestamp in the
makeup.
description box, so that if you would like to skip this portion of the video, you may do so
he
as
like
well.
fucking
With all
fake,
that
man?
said, let us begin.
Just use Instagram filters.
As we'll see tonight, this is a family still grappling with the truth of what happened more than 2 decades ago, and who was to blame.
No matter, what you might call this relationship,
Makeup's Australia.
It hasn't been fleeting. How long have you both been married for now?
I think this year was 13. Yeah, 13, and then...
Nah, he's fucked. No.
Yeah.
No, I can already, bro. Look at how she's still bubbly. She's all cheery. She's like a shoujo protagonist or something. She's all up in her own little world is essentially what I'm getting at. But look at him.
You've both been married for now?
Yeah, I think this year was 13.
Look at him. Look at him. Look at him. Look at him. She's trying. It's kind of like how, dude. It's like reverse with Phil and Kat. Like Phil kind of looks at Kat for a response, and she just looks at the camera like no response at all. That's like he's in the sunken place. She tries to turn. She thinks that he's gonna turn to meet her, and he instead just stares at the interviewer.
Yeah, 13, and then...
Then he notices that she looks at him, so he looks back at her, but she's already turned back, so he focuses back on the interviewer. She notices that he turned very briefly to look at her, so she turns again, all bubbly. He does not turn back to look at her again.
2005, 6. Okay.
Zoom in on the whispering. She's very crazy.
Yeah.
About 30.
Okay, he's on the precipice of breaking the pygnosis.
10 years. I mean,
13 plus, yeah.
it's quite incredible.
Okay,
Has
so a
that
little bit of
time
emotion
gone
there.
Quickly, slowly.
Time kind of just really flies by, actually.
We're scratching the armpit.
I mean, you're busy every day, so.
Well, you're busy.
Pausing here initially, we can already make some observations. Firstly, and most notably, Mary Kay is extremely performative in her demeanor. That's not to say
No, I feel like
being
she's like
false
that
or
all the
lying,
time.
But there is a sense of showmanship.
I don't think that's
in how
performative. I think she's
acting.
always
When
like that.
remembering things, she looks up and to the side,
She's in
whispering to
her own
herself
little
in a way
world.
that you would usually
Like a
see in
high schooler.
sitcom geared towards children. Her head and upper body is hypermobile when she talks, as if she is on stage acting for the back row. Again, she hasn't said anything that is untrue, per se, but she is very engaged in performing likability here, and it comes across as exceedingly unnatural. Her smile never meets her eyes, and she beams at the interviewer when it doesn't feel appropriate, especially when compared to Billy. Billy's behavior is in direct contrast with Mary Kay, as he comes across as entirely nonplussed about the interview. He isn't performing, and he isn't incredibly engaged. In fact, he doesn't seem like he cares about this at all, likely because he doesn't. It's Mary Kay who has put herself and their family in front of the media for years, trying to insist that everyone is wrong about her, and that the majority of people have no idea what actually happened. The
Yeah, it probably would have been
contrast
better to just let
between
the
behavior
case
is stark and
die.
telling. Mary is putting on a performance, that of an all-around pleasant, kind person.
I mean, from her
while
point of
Billy is just
view.
being himself, treating this interview the way he would treat talking to anyone. He doesn't need to pretend to be nice or pleasant. He's just doing that, and it makes her look bad. The way she looks towards him after he answers is also notable. She goes from having a giant false smile on when she's staring at the interviewer, even though it's not circumstantially appropriate. However, the moment Billy begins speaking, the smile drops and she looks at him as if he is saying something wrong. All he said was that time had flown by, a normal sentiment, but you would think that he had thrown her under the bus in some way by her reaction alone. Billy looks over towards her with a relaxed smile, but upon noting her odd reaction, immediately adds clarifying details to validate his already normal statement. The dynamic between the two is strained.
I wonder if she
likely
coached
because
him on
Mary
this.
Kay views this interview as a chance for public redemption, while Billy views this as a thing he has to do to appease her, and based on the first 30 seconds of this alone, he has already failed.
You're busy, very, very busy being parents.
I think those years were so, when you're moving through the school years, those went really fast, it seems. I'm like, oh my goodness, weren't they just 6 and 8? Just.
This is
And
uncomfortable.
that's what I tell parents. Like, it's going to go fast. And it's like, every day matters.
Can barely string a coherent
And
thought together.
because, we have friends with children that were
I think they both might be in the sunken place.
Grade school and middle school, high school, and now both of our daughters are graduated recently, and it just, especially high school, it seemed to go by very quickly. There were so many involvements, their activities, and you just like staying on it, uniforms for this, and going from this activity to this activity, and here comes the homecomings, the proms.
She fucking the daughter's boyfriends?
It just keeps going and fast. And all of a sudden,
If she was, she's not doing it anymore because she's dead.
Mary Kay's anxiety is palpable.
Well, there's
It
that.
seems that she is so nervous for this interview that she is having a hard time staying on track. She comes across as manic and strange, even though what she is saying is understandable. But more importantly, she seems entirely unaware that talking about how fast time goes by when children are growing up is inappropriate. She met Billy when she taught him in 2nd grade. She began abusing him in 6th grade. Talking about how the school years seem to fly by when kids are growing up is objectively a bad thing to do. It serves to remind people why you are being interviewed in the first place, but she is so anxious that she isn't able to consider that before responding.
all of a sudden,
Whoa, hello, Eddie B43. This is a cog leaving the sector.
It's funny you should
Did he put out a
mention
stream
you're
or something?
on the cusp of a big life event as parents. Your
Cool
youngest
life.
is preparing to
Cool
do the
sissy.
unthinkable and move out. Billy, how are you coping?
But yeah, if you guys don't know, Cog has left the sector. He's no longer doing Ralph streams, allegedly. He's only doing police body cam streams, like that segment I did earlier.
A little longer.
Oh, I think the opposite.
Which is kind of what he did before he stumbled into the YouTube Ralph grift of being the only person who makes fun of Ralph on YouTube, really.
Our daughter was
Besides
college bound,
Aldentum,
and
I
now she has
guess.
a different idea. And so we have to be patient with
The
that.
dox was too strong. He couldn't
So
recover from it.
She was always our youngest.
Thank you, O, for the lemonade.
We're going to be patient
Got it right
with
here.
that.
I know I was
She
out
wants
when I
to
was
take
16, so.
16?
Yeah.
The big ups, Eddie B. You may have heard of this story. The teacher who sexed that little kid that she taught, and now they're all grown up, and they're very awkward. She groomed them. Tries to claim she did nothing wrong because she's a woman, and woman can't be rapists.
They're a little more independent, you know. I mean, a lot of the girls that I knew growing up, they were out of their house.
Another mad at the internet. He said it's on permanent hiatus. Not permanent, but it's like hiatus for the foreseeable future.
You come from, fair to say, a very big family.
Yeah.
More clips of him having a stroke. Cog is not. You're mixing up Mersh with Cog.
There's a total of
Cog is
18
the guy who donated at Tesco's.
I grew up with
Mersh is the stroke guy.
full-blooded siblings.
I know they may as well be interchangeable.
I eventually met the rest of them when growing up. I still have more to meet, but
No, Jerish has not explained why.
That's yeah.
I actually think Mersh is a little bit below Cog, just to be honest.
I mean, there's a lot going on at Christmas.
At least Cog had the Portugal thing. I don't think Mersh is ever taking a W.
not everyone gets a Christmas gift, but yeah, just close relatives, you know.
Yeah. Mary, what about you? What about your background and your upbringing? Tell me a bit about your family.
Right. So.
All right. Time for my prepared answer. Correct. Yes.
My father was married once.
Why is that funny?
Just saying. So.
This is a strange thing to say when your father had a secret other family, but sure, there is a clear difference between how Mary Kay and Billy answer questions. Billy has nothing to hide or nothing to really consider, so when he is asked a question, he simply answers. He is just factual and calm. Meanwhile, she is the exact opposite.
Oh, where are we
Yeah, they need to stop with the zoom ups, the close-ups on her face. It's offensive.
I have a mother. My father's passed away. And I have
No,
6
press F.
siblings.
Was it a-
Five still living.
Was it a Catholic upbringing for you, Mary?
Yes.
And what did that involve? How kind of devout?
Here, I can't. I just can't. She is just so abominable to look at.
That's how I do think of it. I just, personally, when I've traveled internationally, something about going into a Catholic church, it's just, they're all the same in the sacredness feeling.
And that's the live action Peach after she hits the wall down there.
I know you're asking what was that like as if there's some uniqueness to being raised Catholic. But
you're not supposed to talk about charity or something.
How does it feel to have been raised Catholic? I just think of it historically.
It's 58 and 70 at the same time, right? It's like a mixture of the hair, which is like the part of her that makes her look 58, and then the face. Not even like portions of the face. Portions of the face make her look 70.
When I go into a Catholic church, doesn't matter where it is, it just feels really good. It's like this flooding of heritage. And I won't say that I am entirely. If someone put a certain doctrine in front of me that was Catholic, said, what do you think of this? It doesn't mean a lot to me. I'm more, I shouldn't say it like that. I don't like...
Catholic and groomer makes sense. Yes, like well, at least this is consistent with the meme. I think for the Peachy.
And I'm more appreciative of the roots of the Catholic Church, which is really just the core of Christianity. People think there's a difference. Really? No,
and
there
that could be a whole separate lengthy discussion.
No, I'm just saying no, there isn't. You know, no, I just. I'm not sure what your question was, but I think that you think that...
It might be attention, Carl. Or maybe she feels like she has something to prove.
Certain... If there was a uniqueness.
Like, honestly, she kind of got away with it. The sentence was very light.
He wasn't at all. But okay, so let's go over what that was.
She successfully manipulated and groomed this kid.
To talking about
now she's dead now, but like she kind of got away with it.
But more notably, had an entire secret family with one of his students.
This kid's not going to be the same. Like, look at him.
The parallels between what he did and what
he had it all.
To do are interesting.
I guess she cared about how
would be fascinating.
How her reputation was seen.
Affect her? Did she have more empathy for her father because of what she went on to do? Did he have empathy for her when her crimes came out?
She didn't want to die a PDF file. She should have took the L on that.
There are so many questions that can be asked.
I don't know, semantics.
But
she should have just argued semantics
because that would make her look bad. The vast majority of people don't know about Mary Kay's family history, and hearing that her father had done the same thing as her would only make her look worse. So she immediately tried to shut down the line of questioning, all the while still trying to seem pleasant. Her smile becomes tighter, more focused, and when pressed on her upbringing, she rambles about the church for a significant amount of time in a very nonsensical way. We usually see this kind of inane rambling in the interrogation videos we analyze, as the stress of the situation causes people to seek momentary relief by distracting themselves. It's clear that the line he wanted to draw was to her father, how it was a strict religious upbringing, but he had an entire other family on the sidelines. That's his goal with this question, but Mary then tries to spin it as if he's making an indictment on the church as a whole, which he isn't. All Mary had to say was that her childhood was mostly normal. She had 6 siblings, loving parents, and was raised Catholic. Had she not wanted to talk about her father, she could have sidestepped the question by focusing on what a good dad he was, how she helped him on his campaigns and whatnot. Or she could have said that her father was a good man who made some mistakes, and left it at that. But within 7 minutes of this interview, she's already completely lost control and is panicking. This is not a police interview. Mary is not being held against her will or being forced to talk to this journalist.
She's in Australia. She's being held against her will, I assure you.
When did you first meet Billy?
Meet? Well, I met his brother's older sister before I met him. So there are 4 in his family. And then the first time I was familiar with the name Billy Fula'au, gosh, I don't know, 1980.
Hey, it's like DSP said, are you gonna fucking remember what you had for lunch April 1st, 2012? No.
Was that when you were
I asked her about when she first met this idiot.
He's one of my
She's not
students
gonna remember.
back then. I hardly remember. Of course, I remember his name. So, and I knew the Falao family.
Yeah, the immediate deflection.
Because I knew the
Oh,
other
well,
siblings.
I knew like his
So-
family members first.
Before, and then here came a unique one. So, well, they're all quite unique, as any family, I think, all the siblings are unique.
It's just baffling
This
how
is
he's
what it
like
looks
offering
like when a
no
person is lying
input
to
at
you.
all.
Mary knows exactly when she
I
met
understand
Billy,
why, but to just
obviously. She's
like at that
promoting a
point, why is he
documentary that
there?
talks about her relationship with him, where the exact date is given. And for the past 20 years or so, this relationship has been at the center of her life. And everyone who knows the name Mary Kay Letourneau would know when they met. But saying that she met him when he was in 2nd grade makes her look bad. So instead, she tries to dodge the question and pretend that she just doesn't know, which is a terrible decision because it just goes to show that she's a liar. When confronted with the actual year, Mary immediately agrees that she first met Billy when he was in 2nd grade. She doesn't even pretend that the interviewer is reminding her, and that she just recalled that fact on her own. Most notably though, she seems to accidentally slip up and imply that she was attracted to Billy when he was in the 2nd grade. She says that he was a unique one, then seems to realize how fucking weird that is in the context of her crimes, then tries
It
to
just gets
backtrack
so
by
much
saying
worse,
all members
bros.
of every family are actually unique. The idea that you would set this whole thing up and then crack under pressure that you basically created by not hiring fake journalists to interview you about your weird fucking relationship is
Only 11 dingus
fucking
streams in March.
wild.
This will be a test of your memory, Billy. I mean, you.
Why are you counting? Leave me alone. I'm gonna make up for it this month, surely. Blame the MSI and my anxiety.
Really, like,
Not helped by fucking comments like that, Carl.
just random, just pretty much random stuff.
What sort of memories?
Like I remember hiding in
A lot of power.
The closet in the classroom, and then me and my friends we used to be in there hiding in the classroom.
Why don't you say what you were doing hiding in the
We were just hiding in
We're
the
looking at
closet.
this teacher who groomed her student. And there was like a big controversy over it because apparently women can't be
Which only makes me want to know
rapists.
about it even more. Go on, Mary. What was he doing in the closet?
This fucking journalist
Oh,
though.
what you said to me is like, yeah, we're hiding in the closet, and we'd hope you'd walk past with a book under your skirt. I'm like, what the heck? I mean, who's like tells like years later, like, is that what you told? It is what you told me. Mm-hmm.
Make you feel better.
No, I'm just saying.
Man, he wants to get out of there so bad.
Mediation here.
No, I'm just saying it was like.
Yeah, March
what
had
does
no
he
fucking
remember? That's
great
what he told
games
me
coming
to
out,
remember.
man.
And I'm like, wow, I had no idea.
There's also,
Feels like she wants to cry.
girls in there that liked me, and I used to get like these weird messages from them, like little notes.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I thought it was so rare. I had no idea there were closet. The closet spanned the whole side of this, so it's not like the just.
It spanned the whole side, or did it
And there were these
expand
big, giant,
the whole
like,
side?
bottom
Expand?
and top of the doors.
Alright, so we just watched Mary Kay get jealous of 12-year-old girls hitting on Billy, which is obviously gross. I don't think I need to explain that too much. But let me draw your attention to the fact that Billy asked Mary not to publicize that particular story. That story doesn't make him look bad. He just doesn't want it shared. So much of his life has been shared because of Mary, and we see him ask her not to share this small portion. But Mary
Yeah, it's like when
excitedly
DSP
says it
overshares
anyways.
about Kat.
That demonstrates a clear lack
Did
of
she tell
respect
you about
from
the
Mary
fucking
to Billy.
restraining order
And
she
that,
had to take
alongside
on her
how
old
uncomfortable she was,
boyfriend,
answering at the
who was
beginning of the
abusing
interview
her?
would indicate a very controlling power dynamic between the two.
Billy was a ladies'
she wanted
man.
to share this story because she
Truly
tried
an
to use it
almighty
to
Billy.
demonstrate that he pursued her. Therefore, she was blameless when she had sex with the child.
What attracted you to teaching initially, Mary?
I just found myself. I was originally in the School of Music,
Did she tell you that she can barely read stream chat? It's going way too fast for her, dude.
I found myself music and
That fast?
music and dance.
Fast as fuck DSP chat. It's faster than Speedy Gonzalez.
Teaching positions, whether it be coaching or choreography, and I just.
He's always like this, Eddie B. A lot more in these newer ones than the old ones.
Once I got to college, and as much as I enjoyed it, and I believed that I was, I knew I was good in the arts in that area, and I so enjoyed it. And I thought
Yeah, it's not as bad as This Is Monsters, where This Is Monsters it can actually get kind of annoying.
Part of Disneyland they traveled.
I think when with dreading it, because when he does enter that mode, it is kind of deserved.
So I thought, oh yeah, that may be where I'll start, right?
Considering the subject matter.
So
It feels like he only reserves that for the truly despicable cases.
And that kind of interest. But when I got to college, I found that I was good.
Is this music or teaching? Are you talking about?
I'm talking
Or I
about
feel like
music.
This Is Monsters did it for every single
Well, this is
case.
what happened. I found I was an A at teaching. Because even the professors at college, they said, oh, well, you take this group over here. They recognized, and even prior to that, prior to getting to college, I was coaching this and choreography. And I realized that, you know what, I'm a B in music and dance. I'm a B, good. It's good, nothing wrong with the B. And
Well, dude, she was just amazing in everything, dude.
and everybody recognized it, and I've soon recognized
Everybody
for
recognized.
myself
Everyone loved her, dude.
that I was really an A.
What made you an
She was the go.
I think just being tuned in to a lot of good listening and being aware, and how about just really making clear what the objective is, and setting goals, adjusting them along the way, as the learning or the gaps are showing, knowing how to adjust things and bringing in the resources, and it just was natural, very natural.
Can you remember?
Nothing about you is natural, lady.
Good teacher.
I remember all the kids really tuned into what she was saying.
Yeah, I think you most especially.
I don't really know what to look for and what a good teacher is. For me,
Yeah, because you didn't care about any of the teachers other than her. You wouldn't know what to look for in a good teacher, would you?
You know, where it's like kind of monotone, where it's kind of, you just kind of fall asleep while the teacher's talking. Which just happened a lot of times in middle
He
school.
says as he speaks in a monotone voice. Truly hypnotized.
What? This is a tough question. What first attracted you to Mary? Can you remember?
Is he gonna report them both to the police again? What are these questions? What did you see in the 12-year-old lady?
I think that was it. And then. And then, yeah.
No, the hypnosis is kicking in.
Like that
She laughs and he's like, it's a Pavlovian response. She laughs and he laughs. Oh yes, I must laugh. I must laugh so that I know that we're having a positive relationship. It's normal.
Certain things. Kind of like saw common views on stuff, life.
Similar interests.
Yeah.
How Billy talks about Mary being his teacher in the early stages of their relationship is telling, because it's incredibly indicative of his maturity at the time. For nearly 2 decades at the time of this interview, Mary had stated that she loved Billy because he was mature and pursued her, that he was a young man, not a child, and that he was wise beyond his years. But when he was allowed to speak for himself and vocalize what it was that attracted him to her, the most he can honestly say was that she was pretty. Even when he tries to expand after seeing Mary's concerned look of disapproval, he is incredibly vague, saying they bonded over life stuff and shared interests. What life stuff?
Life stuff
What
at
interests?
12
We
year
don't
old,
know,
12
because
years
there was
old.
likely very little that these two had in common, because he was 12 and she was a mother of 4.
So,
Mary, when did you first realize I have feelings for a student?
Probably. Well, first of all, he wasn't my student. Weren't any feelings. So, which I think is really important. Here, it was very important for here in the United States, in the state of Washington, it was really important for it to be put out, you know, I guess politically in a lot of legislation. It was important.
I don't think this is a political issue.
As if it was a student-teacher
Nice try, though.
but it really wasn't. So even though once upon a time,
It's one of those non-partisan
when did you
things.
first vote? I feel kind of awkward answering that because it's sort of wanting to connect it to this was a student-teacher relationship, and which is really big in law. And doesn't matter, coach, teacher, supervisor.
Their teacher, so your teacher long after you leave their class. Agree.
After. So I am saying that.
Seen teachers after I've, you know, gone higher up in grades and all that. And I never really treated them any different. I still had like that, you know, that respect for them. They're still Mr. Guy, even though I'm not in their class.
They pull your certification, so.
Oh, I bet I missed the third one. Wait. Most well-hidden ninja in the entire game.
Continuing education. I had classes.
Almost missed
He
them.
was also in a class at the same college.
I mean, hiding spots are just pitiful for the most part.
For summer. So yes, it was summer school, but it was school, it was a class in the summer.
Let me ask you. Okay, so this obviously is bullshit, but what's blowing my mind is the fact that she is trying to state that they never crossed any boundaries or any physical lines with each other while she was his teacher, and that was just a headline used to drum up publicity, even though in the documentary that she is there to promote, they say the opposite. They go over the timeline of what occurred, and she admits to not turning him down when he first admitted to having feelings for her when he was her student. She then went on to ingratiate herself into his life more and
teachers
more,
from back in
getting
junior
him
high
rides
school, just
home,
like before.
having him
Yeah, it's
sleep
just like
over
that,
with her eldest son, so on and so on. So the idea that nothing ever happened
respect
when
and
I was
like
his teacher is so
veneration, because it's like
false.
an authority figure in your life,
She
and
is
they
a
don't really
horrible
stop
liar.
being an authority
She's
figure,
not even
especially if
good
they're
at lying
still
and
a
weaving
teacher.
tale
Like if they're
because she
still
gets
in that
distracted halfway
position,
through her own
you're just
sentences.
not in their class anymore.
Let me ask you, Villy, in a different way. At what point did this morph, I guess, from teacher and former student to boyfriend and girlfriend?
Yes. Tell us.
Just friendship, really. And
Friendship.
then,
Started as a
during,
friendship, huh?
Summertime, you know, things just got a little
Loving in the
closer.
summertime.
Yeah, there was some.
Baby, won't you be mine?
There's some. I don't even know how to say it. Dramatic.
You should ask Billy more, like specifically Billy. Like ask Billy these questions. Don't ask her. She clearly has some sort of script plan, even if she can't play it out.
Just led to us kind of connecting on a deeper level, and then you got even more wild, crazy once the police found out.
They got
and
wild and crazy,
found out.
right?
I think at least we spoke to each other as if in that summer, we felt like it was boyfriend, girlfriend. And
It was
that's where- I
truly
guess that's
white girl
where
summer that summer.
Teachers, well, when you consider we were in the same college, we both took an art class at the same college, and I think it felt really great. I'm just saying it felt great because we were so close as friends, and then just to not be his teacher in any capacity, and to be friends, and to be
I disagree with that, but go on.
working on the same projects, and just on the same level, and it just felt great. And just saying, I don't know what was dramatic going on, but I mean, inside of us, probably, yeah. When we realized, I don't know.
She signed him up and paid for the art class, by the way? Oh, buddy. So it's not even like, or
Given
even
he was
that
a
part's
minor,
not
he didn't even
organic.
make the decision to take that art class himself. Mary, you two are not on the same level. He was 12, and you were 34. It's also apparent that Billy does not remember a lot about this time, which only further
Yeah, because
illustrates
he was
just how young he
12.
was.
It's best not to argue. It's best not to argue.
Ask me about 12-year-old Billy Dingus. I would not be able to tell you a fucking thing. I was in school.
Mary did
That's
Billy make
it.
it clear to you that he was interested in you physically, sexually, I guess. Can you remember that moment? You must remember that moment.
I just remember, yes, there was one point, and I said, put that away. I just meant the idea. And
The idea of being a predator, I think to you it was a little bit more than an idea.
there's a story about that. I don't know how much time we have, but
How did that idea manifest?
Well, don't
Billy?
say,
What did you
don't
say?
spoil that, Eddie B. They're gonna ban me for being underaged.
No, I don't want to talk about it.
You gotta be 13 to have an account, I think.
I appreciated, this is the wrong word, but there was a moment where he said that he did say he was in love
Hello,
with me.
Pim Pam.
And
We're in the
it
Peachy post
scared
game.
me.
This is the story of Mary Kay Latorno. She pursued a relationship with a 12-year-old, and now they're married. And they're trying to explain that it was totally legal the whole time, and it's true love and not a case of grooming. One of the worst cases of grooming I've ever seen, actually.
And
that was before anything physical between you both? He said he was in love.
Actually, the kerfuffle stuff might be worse. Because that's like grooming with extra steps that then also leads you to permanently physically altering your body for the worse.
Did it feel like
And
love to
it's
you
like
back then, Billy?
reversible, but you'll never be the same.
Yeah. It's what you would, I don't know, for me, yeah. I mean, for anybody, first time, figure out what love is for the first time, that's all you know. So for what I know that it was back then, yeah, I would say that was real love.
I'm trying to take
I agree,
a couple
social
of
media is
steps
fucking
back to
everyone
when
up,
you first made
but
that
especially
brave
the
decision
youth.
To say something to Mary. Was it initially on a dare or, in front of your mates?
Yeah, it was actually, it started off that way with trying to get closer to her, but that was the reason.
of which
And-
I knew nothing about.
Yeah, so that's how her and I started talking, was because there was a bet. And then, later down the road in the relationship, kind of just, the bet just wasn't even, haven't even crossed my mind anymore.
So, one thing, and I think this is an answer to your question.
This is the most
It
awkward
was,
pre-stream ever.
And I still think about this moment. And still, because I remember, well, I'm just saying, every time I think about this moment,
I think he is looking at the corner demons. He's not. He doesn't want to look at her. Sometimes he'll look at the interviewer. He'll never look at her though, unless she looks at him and kind of like begs for it with her eyes. Other than that, he's just focused on the demons.
And I don't even think school was really, I think it was basically done, things were closing up, but I was on my way out the door and he said, wait a minute. And he said, how old do you think you're gonna be when you die? And I said, I was really excited because I'm gonna talk about my grandmother, right? And now I just said my mom's gonna live till 100, but my grandmother, which is not even her mother, my father's mother, she really did live to 103. And
What a tangent, lady.
I was really excited because he had never asked about my grandmother, or any, thing maybe beyond my parents. And I said, well, I'm gonna at least be 100 because my grandmother right now is 100, and I'm most like her. And I started talking about how she still teaches piano, and she was 100, right? And I was really excited.
No, Pim Pam. No. No. Did you know they have 2
I
children?
was excited to talk about my grandmother, and he cut me off and he said, well, if you're going to be 100, then I'm going to be 80 because I'm not living another day in this world without you.
Yeah, thankfully she did not make it to 100. Despite all her gusto, on all her hype, she fell for her own hype. She was not not as strong a constitution as her grandmother.
Close. And I was, a little tiny bit of me was like, you just cut me off. I was talking about my grandmother. And I mean, if someone asked you to talk about your grandmother, asked you to, well, I guess you didn't really ask me. I thought it was an opening to talk about my grandmother, which I was proud to talk about.
If you extrapolate the age forward like that, it makes it sound better, right? But, you know, back then, 34 and 13, did you have a sense that what you were doing wasn't right?
This portion of the interview is strange.
Oh
because a
boy,
lot of things
can't wait to
happen in
see how
quick
she answers
succession.
this.
First, when asked if they can recall when Billy approached Mary, he is once again direct in saying he doesn't want to get into the details of that. He is polite and straightforward, and he sets the boundary that he doesn't want to discuss that any further. Again,
yeah,
this kind of
she
firmness
should have just
stands in
went the
direct
Billy route
opposition
here.
to Mary's behavior, as when she doesn't want to answer a question, she will still try and answer it in a roundabout way. But instead of respecting Billy's wishes, she
Maybe her
laughs and
grandmama
begins
made it to 100
divulge
because she
the
wasn't a
story
cheating
he just asked
whore.
her not to. Billy knows that this interview
Yeah, that
is
probably
going
is
to
why.
be aired. He knows that this documentary is going to stir up speculation about their lives once again, and he is trying to support his wife while also protecting himself. But at every turn, she refuses to let him do that. She does not respect his autonomy, which should go without saying, given that she began assaulting him when he was a child.
Hearing him say,
Putting the grandmother aside at just the age.
80 and 100.
Yeah, never mind the cheating. Yeah, the fact that she wasn't a PDF. The grandma.
I was just thinking about 80 and 100, if you want to know the truth.
No, a part of you was thinking about.
Sadly, she could not even scratch the surface of 80.
By all accounts,
We couldn't even
everyone
kiss
in
80.
Des Moines says you're one of the best teachers going around. A fierce intellect. You must have known such a smart woman that something wasn't right about.
Not fierce and smart enough to not get caught.
Well, just know that there wasn't any thought or any idea that something was going to happen. So no.
Yeah, 80 and 100. Yeah, that's definitely normal.
It wasn't
Yes.
We were just, even when he said 80 and 100, I was just thinking.
We call it an
you're so
apples to
right, I
orange
don't wanna live another
comparison.
day without you either. No, it wasn't a thought of, oh, and we're gonna have children, and there wasn't a thought like that. It was that
Okay,
type of a
but it
closeness
happened.
that You're so right. I don't want to live another day without you either.
After watching every interview Mary had done throughout her life, reading every article, reading her book and all of that, it has become clear that she really doesn't seem to grasp the weight of what she did to Billy, or why it was wrong. She tries to justify it by saying they never crossed any physical or emotional boundaries until summer, when she wasn't technically his teacher, and therefore nothing was wrong. But let's say that is true. It isn't, but let's pretend this stupid ass shit is gonna make sense. Her relationship with Billy was still wrong. Her taking him under her wing, signing him up for community college courses, driving him around to and from school, having him bond with her son so she could see him more, giving him special attention in and out of the classroom, that was also wrong. That is not indicative of a great teacher who just loves her students and wants to see them thrive. It's characteristic of a predator grooming their victim. Even what she says, how she was deeply interested in his art, that she saw him in a way no one else in his life did, and that he needed her to reach
Can we
his fullest
see his
potential.
art?
She was forcing him to rely on her,
No.
making it impossible for him
That's just
to
the
have
excuse she
boundaries with
cooked up
her
in the
because
moment.
she was so ingrained in his life. His mother was busy with work, so he needed Mary. He wanted to learn how to draw, so he needed Mary, and so on. She gave him the special attention because she wanted to sexually exploit him, and for her to say otherwise is ridiculous. So even if everything that she says is accurate, she would still be a predator. She just believed.
I think
her
if that was going to be
predation
your
was
story, you would hold
justified
on to
because
some
they
of his
ended up
art.
being together.
If
Their
it
dynamic,
was
at least from
truly
what we can see,
exceptional,
is not a
truly
healthy one.
gifted.
And not to jump ahead too much, but in 2020, after formally divorcing Mary, sources closest to Billy stated that he had begun unpacking their relationship and realized it wasn't healthy from the start. Even if we were to give Mary all the benefits from every single doubt, she is still a predator.
What's fascinating about your relationship is that it has endured. You know, that separates it from anything else that might go in the, what people would call teacher-student space. But I think what I'm trying to get at is a sense of back at the time, at its inception, before this had evolved into something like love. Wasn't this just a physical relationship between a woman and a man, or I should say at that point, a little boy?
No.
Well, you shouldn't say a little boy.
You shouldn't say that. That makes me look bad. You fucking moron.
Well, a teenage boy.
Okay, that's a bit better. But I would still, I would prefer you say young man.
They're treated as an adult, and they're not called little boys, and they get a life sentence. So when you put it in that perspective, of course. So it's like
It's not a perspective. That's what happened.
Those are special circumstances, usually stemming from extreme examples of heinous crimes, and many people debate whether or not that is justified. She routinely does this where she thinks she's going to destroy people with one unrelated, irrelevant fact, and it never works. It just makes her look like a
Destroy
person who is
with
trying to
facts and
justify
logic.
sexually assaulting a child, because that is exactly what she's doing. It's also notable that Billy never seems to back her up or agree with her line of thinking.
I want to come at it from the angle. No, I'll tell you.
Do you want to know? Are you hearing what I'm saying?
I'm hearing what you're saying, but I want to come at it from this angle. As a 34-year-old woman, did you have any philosophical problems, moral problems, with entertaining the idea of a relationship with a 13-year-old boy?
Well, I wasn't entertaining the idea, and that's my point.
But you clearly were.
Eventually.
But you just said you weren't.
Eventually, we both.
But you obviously were.
And did you have any pause at the time, thinking?
Oh, it was just a whirlwind romance. She had no time to think.
What I
That's
thought
her
is
gambit there.
He doesn't understand that I have 4 children and I have responsibilities. That's the only thing. And you have to keep in mind that now it's
I was, but I
20
wasn't.
years ago.
Eventually.
And sure, in the last 10 years, all across the world, the laws
not
have
at
changed and
first.
everybody.
Well,
and
then
you'll
things
even
just kind of
see,
happened.
Ever since.
Right.
Mary Letourneau. Ever since, but see, that was 20 years ago. Now everybody has.
That was literally 20 years. That was like a fucking billion years ago, man. Who fucking cares, right?
Every teacher, and forget about even the teacher part. I would hope that every adult that's a female, regardless of being a teacher, would know after my situation, pay attention. Because there's law. There are laws. You might think when you're in a world we were close, and no, we weren't thinking about those things. No, I wasn't. There were no laws back that anybody, there were no situations.
No, there were laws. There were laws, Mary.
Oh,
the law
there
was
weren't.
statutory rape.
Mary saying
no, wrong.
there were no laws at
Incorrect.
the time when she was arrested, charged, and went to prison is borderline comical. The police didn't make new laws for her. She wasn't a special new case that no one knew what to do with and had to go to a special court. There were laws, but like most standards and ethics, Mary didn't think they applied to her. Moreover, she thought that because she's a woman and Billy was a boy, that it wouldn't be considered
Yeah,
assault.
there
The
were
case
there were
did gain a
laws
considerable
for
amount of
men.
media attention because the majority of people had
My
never heard
case
of a
was
woman assaulting
groundbreaking,
their male
stupid.
student, but there absolutely were laws to deal with the situation.
For males. And if you look historically, it was a male only. And then the laws changed when the.
Does she think she was
when
the first
equality-
female
Let's
rapist,
film
like,
out on
ever?
this. Want to? Because I'm ready.
Sure.
Okay.
Such an
so
intellectual, a fierce intellectual.
Equal rights amendments from state to state here in the United States, and it even happened over in Australia, New Zealand.
So even if we
and
accept
what's
your
called the Equal
premise
Rights
here,
Amendment.
you just
And
fucked
what they
over
did is
your
they
fellow female
they
PDFs,
gender
which is
neutral
good for us,
laws.
but
Prior
like
to that,
bad
it was
for
male
you.
only. It was a male-only statutory rape. So when did somebody get on the news and say, "Hello, world," or "Hello"?
Hello,
New Zealand,
everyone,
hello, or- I
ladies
don't
and
know how many
gentlemen.
states over there, but if they're in states.
Welcome back to
Nobody
part
got
9 of
on,
Grooming Simulator 2024.
Nobody did a press release here in the state of Washington or in California, where I was from, and said, "We have now changed the laws. It is no longer gender. It is no longer gender specific, a male only." When I grew up, sure, as a teenager,
You should
I
have
knew
protested against
that,
that.
oh, if that male, the males knew.
No, you
Because it
found
was
true
well-known
love
thing,
already. You
because
didn't need to. It was out of your
because my
hands
dad's
by
out
that
there was
point.
saying,
Clearly.
Stay away from the daughters here in this house, because I'll get a shotgun out, because you're older, and I can go to the police, and it would be called statutory rape. I don't care if you love my daughter. You're 26, you're 30, whatever you are, and my daughter's only 16, 13, 15, whatever. It was a very well-known statutory rape was. It was very well known. It didn't matter if there was love. It didn't matter if it was consensual. And that word is there. Statutory, meaning it doesn't matter if there's consent.
I prefer stationary.
Male only, and it's not until, and if you can look all across any kind of scholastic reading on this.
All right, 4 more
it
levels
goes
to go.
Historically, and my name will even be there. Not until.
Yeah, I think she should just stop
situation
talking. Stop femsplaining. I don't need to hear this shit.
In the law.
Who asked for this?
So are you saying there was confusion about the law at that
No,
time?
don't worry,
or
Pim
that
Pam,
you
she's
didn't
dead.
understand?
There ain't nothing to complain about.
Who knew it? Who knew it?
She got what she
But
fucking deserved.
Mary, come on, you knew that it was not right, even if it wasn't black and white. If you
You
didn't have
knew.
the statutory papers there, you knew.
Morally.
She never did. No one ever told her.
That's what you're saying.
No one ever told her that women could rape. No one did. No one ever did. No one ever did. Yes, thank you. She's fucking dead. 6 feet under the ground. She'll never scare anyone ever again. Massive W here. She can't hurt you anymore, guys. Apparently her cause of death was some people looked at her and they thought she came back from the dead, so they just put her back in a coffin.
Morally.
No, I'm saying morally.
And that's how she
legal.
became the crypt keeper.
Not the legally part, no.
But you are such a smart person.
One, I'd never even been in a courtroom. Yes, I am a smart person, but I'm like hyper-focused in my areas.
So you're saying, Matt, I'm a smart person, I'm revered as a teacher, but I just didn't know it wasn't right as a 34-year-old to be with a 13-year-old? Sorry, I just didn't know.
Not in a criminal sense. But
Please
I
don't
thought-
say 34 and
First of all,
13.
you just said teacher again. And
Well, you were his teacher in second
once
grade.
upon a time. Once
How does that? Yes, it was once upon a time. You're going all the way back to like 1990, whatever. All this was like years
I'm
ago.
just trying to accept. In the end, you stood up in court and pleaded guilty to 2 counts of child rape.
to some elements.
2 counts of child rape.
Well, the only thing that title is a deterrent, and I'm glad it's there.
It's a
As a
deterrent?
deterrent. Now I understand the laws in general.
Yeah, but I don't want to talk about the logistics of the law, Mary. I mean, you stood up and said, yes,
Yeah,
I did it.
it's just
I did
kind of like
something wrong.
you're deflecting to the semantics of it.
That equal.
Yes, the elements. It's like when DSP talks about the gameplay elements of a thing.
If you really want to go into like the. Let's see, where do we want to go on?
I just want to
She obviously doesn't want to talk about
You
it.
think you did anything wrong?
At the
Oh
time,
no, it was true love at first sight.
Um,
Say it. Say it. She
I
doesn't
want
want
you
us.
to
She can't
also
even say
respect
it.
One thing, we're married. This is.
We're married. This is totally legal.
So when you, and we're not, like, between us, we know what happened at the time, and it's entirely.
It seems more like he could barely remember what happened, and now he's just kind of roped into it with a fog brain.
We know.
But isn't it?
This portion is extremely illuminating, as Mary almost uses the fact that her and Billy are married as the ultimate excuse. I was going to say, get out of jail free card, but that doesn't work in this case. She's trying to insist that because the two are married, that any question of how they started their relationship
he obviously did not want to be there.
Disrespectful. She's saying, sure, it's wrong to sexually pursue a child, but that child is a special case because he became her husband. This is something that many predators have done, and it's why many victims end up in long-term relationships with the person who exploited them. When you're being groomed like this, the adult will usually emphasize just how special the child is, how they feel so emotionally, spiritually, and romantically connected to them in a way they never have before. The child is cool, interesting, and not at all like anyone else, which of course is the only reason why they would ever even consider breaking the law to be with them. The adoration and attention that the predator will shower on the child is profoundly affirming, and they will buy into the manipulation, wanting to believe that this person who is making them feel good isn't a creep, but a person who sees them as they are. As time goes on, the predator can't just discard their victim, because that might result in their grooming being found out, so the relationship will persist. And as the relationship persists, the person who was preyed upon
What's Rob
will
gonna do since
justify
he's
the
so
odd,
boring?
problematic
Yeah, I don't know
start
what
of
he's
the
doing right now.
relationship, because it resulted in a long-term relationship or a marriage. To be clear, any adult seeking a relationship
Don't
with a
worry,
child
with
is a
Ralph, you just
predator.
gotta wait.
Mary
You
is a
just gotta
predator.
wait.
Isn't it
Something
a
will
fair
happen with
question?
him.
I'll ask you too,
And then he'll be
Billy,
worth
because I don't
talking
wanna
about again.
disrespect you
I
guys.
will say.
Is it a fair question to ask is it a fair question to ask you both whether you think at the time, Mary, you were doing anything wrong?
If you knew the personal
I would
situation
say
with us,
that is the most good
and on
faith
that
question you could
side,
possibly ask her.
I wanted
This
everything
guy
to
totally
go
has
away.
good
I'm
intentions.
like a big peacemaker.
He's totally on their
And
side.
I thought, you know what? We're not going to have this go into a trial because that's drama. That brings
It's
in.
fucking drama, you guys. You
my
guys know I don't
father,
fucking
it
give a
brings
fuck
in
about
his
drama.
Family, and no matter what.
I just wanna have fun.
happened,
That's all I wanna do. I wanna boot up with my
between
husband,
us,
and I just wanna have fun. I'm tired of this shit. You guys
as
fucking
far
keep
as
bringing this shit up for a billion years ago. Like I don't
changed
care.
everything.
I'm happy now.
In those
That's kind of what she's doing, ain't it? Like she's just trying. I'm happy now. I don't care about this. Why are you bringing this up?
And the fact that
Why can't I be happy?
that I, as the adult, was going to make this go away, and we would all
Yeah,
get
like
on with our
I just
lives.
want to make this go away. He says stuff like that all the time.
I would get back and not
I just
even
wanna
get
live
back,
my life,
resume.
man.
Like I got some responsibilities to some children and a marriage to resolve, and for the best of
I have a
everybody,
family?
I said, I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna stand up, and this is gonna just the least amount of drama, the least amount of harm.
Mary, I can't accept that. This goes to the heart of the whole story for me. When you say the best for everybody, what I'm trying to ask is whether it was the best for Billy at the time. I mean, he was a 13-year-old boy, he had a big decision to make. Was it the best for everybody, Bill?
Continuing?
You're saying you made a big adult choice, Mary. And I'm not trying to turn this into an adversarial interview. I'm trying to say,
It
when
is.
you say you made a big adult choice and made
It was.
the decision that was best
The
for
game was
everyone,
rigged from the
was it
start,
best
buddy. I don't know why they agreed to this.
Oh, you mean
to
should I
pursue
have?
this?
Okay, so should I have?
Bill, if you would appreciate it, I just want to let Billy speak. Can you
But
answer
if
that
I-
question, Billy?
Let's clarify the question, though.
It's different because we entered a
Should I have
long-term,
said
meaningful
not
relationship. Was he speaking about
guilty and
Panda
brought
there?
him to trial?
No. Should you have pursued the relationship at all? Should you have walked away?
You're presuming.
No, it
I'm
absolutely is adversarial. He started out. He started out so nice. He was like
You're the adult
smiling with
now.
her.
Okay, but that doesn't mean the personality makes it so.
Classic good
Here's a
cop,
succinct
bad
way of
cop.
saying it,
Except
and I appreciate this is a difficult discussion.
Preston, the one person.
Well, I think it's kind of disrespectful that we're married and you're going
compressed.
there.
No, because it's the inception. I just want to get that. I just want to deal with what happened at the time. I appreciate that you're married and this is an enduring relationship.
I'm married, you
I
fucking
understand
idiot.
that.
Why are
I'm
you
not
asking me about that?
saying It
Why
was
can't you just-
wrong.
you just can't be
asking
happy
you
for me?
To answer the critics, okay, at the time. Billy, you're 13 years old. You're transported back. you can make the decision all over again to pursue this relationship. Do you do
It was
it?
true love, obviously.
Would I do it
Yes.
after knowing my kids now,
After knowing the
I
kids.
think there would be a lot of things that I probably would have changed. I mean, I've looked at it. I spent a lot
Good
of time
deflection there,
thinking
bringing
about
up
it,
the
like,
children.
If I was to pursue it, which way would it?
Because then you can twist it into like, would you prefer the timeline where your kids don't exist, as you know them
really
now?
don't know. You know, I can't. There was a lot of complicity of emotions going on with the both of us, her and her personal life and my personal life. And I think a lot of those elements kind of brought us together to be where we are today. Was it right? Was it wrong?
It was wrong. Decisively so.
All I know is
there
that
ain't no debate there, man.
is that it happened, and everything that did happen that we do speak of, that we felt within our hearts for each other, was real. But in the legal system and for
This is what
the
we call a
average
qualifying
normal,
question. We answered those with another
you know,
question.
it is obviously wrong for many reasons.
Be a bit more
And
specific.
I respect the law and the
Just him
reasons
admitting
for
it's
the
wrong
law.
is like we're getting some progress
And,
here.
From personal experience and from seeing other people go through it.
Yeah, we saw those photos, Carl. He was full on Chad mode.
Yeah, I just. It is what it
Obviously,
is.
that was a part of the pignosis. So we
Billy is
disavow.
unpacking a lot from this question, but before we move forward, I think it's very key to point
It's the most
out
he's
that while
spoken
he
in
never
the
says
interview-
that he does
in the
regret it
interview
or doesn't,
period.
He makes a point to state that not being with Mary would mean not knowing his two daughters, which is likely something that Mary had used against him in their time together, just based on how she acted in this interview. Should Billy say he regrets parts of their relationship, or that she took advantage of him when he was a child?
20 years
Mary
of
had
built
convinced
up
him that what
post
he
nut
was actually
clarity.
saying was
It
that
just
he doesn't
hits them
love
all
their
at
children
once.
and wishes they were never born.
His life
Again,
flashes
her main
before his
argument
eyes.
showing that she did
Oh my
nothing
God.
wrong is that they
I
are
made a
married.
big
They have
mistake.
kids. Things ended wonderfully for them. Therefore, she can't say that she shouldn't have sexually abused Billy. This is just one of the effects long-term psychological abuse can have on a person, because Billy has basically been programmed to never question or examine what happened to him in any significant way. Most people have regrets, especially in their first relationship, but Billy is not free to express those regrets unless he wants his children dangled in front of him.
This story, your story, is almost an exception to the law because you fell in love. That makes it all okay.
I wouldn't say it's okay, but I think a lot of it could have been handled a different way. Could have been less stressful on the both of us.
I would say a different way would be for it to not happen at all.
When they found out about it, I mean, I'm pretty sure this type of stuff isn't new, and it's gone back ages, you know. But our story was the first one to be publicized, and
I can't imagine how tough it was to live through that for the both of you. The media storm, the court case. What was it like back then in the eye of the storm?
the media, court. That time, all I was thinking about through that entire time was how she was doing and was she okay? And would she be able to get back to her family, her kids? I never really thought about myself. I was more worried about what she was going to be doing, you know, or how she was doing. And kind of felt like maybe they should have gave us a chance to talk things out, or at least work things out. They kind of just cut the contact, you know, between us. And I just think that wasn't right. I think they should have at least maybe supervised visits or something to at least talk things out.
Talk things out. So another thing that DSP suggests, instead of taking the punishment or the consequences, why don't we just talk things out first?
and
They should have sat down and had a talk with me to explain what I did wrong, so that I don't do it
A lot of
again.
things I didn't understand at that age. I didn't know anything about the law. I didn't know anything about raising a family. I didn't know anything about. All I knew was that I loved her. That was it. I didn't know anything. Like I said before, it's basically like anybody who's figuring out love for the first time. The first taste of it, and that was me.
Yeah, I bet you tasted it a lot, you fucking sicko.
I just think I think a lot of cases just kind of get put into categories, and they see the highlight of it, but they don't really look.
This would be
at
a
the
category
individuals,
5 for me.
A little more deeply. I think what happened with us was that, this was just huge. She's a beautiful 6th grade teacher. Her background, where she comes from, where I come from. They figured, oh, this is a really great story.
Send this video to Cobra.
And
He wouldn't finish it.
They just ran with it. Was anybody caring for her feelings or my feelings? No. Nobody really cared about that. And I think, and I'm not trying to play the victim here about any of it. I just think that
They don't see Billy in pain. Look at
there's
him.
a lot of things that could have happened, but they didn't. There's a lot
He's
of
trying to
help
rationalize
that,
it, but he
folks have
can't.
gotten that didn't happen.
He was the biggest victim of them all.
Have you at any point, Billy, felt like a victim? People like to call you a victim.
Well, growing up, I've always had people telling me that's not really how I feel. That, oh, she made you feel that way. So I was always getting that. So now that I'm older, and I've grown up and I've been through so many experiences, I know my feelings. I know who I am. I know who I am as a person. I know, and I love every little thing about me. And I wouldn't change who I am and all my experiences that I've come through in life that brought me here. I mean, it's been
Another
a ride,
thing that
for
DSP
sure.
says.
And,
I wouldn't exchange anything. I wouldn't do anything differently. I don't think about the past like that. I don't.
think,
I'm not like that.
There is always going to be critics.
Do I
out
have
there. A lot of
regrets?
people just
No.
wouldn't understand.
No, I don't.
I, for one,
Very inhuman of you.
Being 35 and looking back, like switching the roles. I mean, I, for one, couldn't do that. When I look at it, I mean, after even raising my own kids and looking back at it, I was like, I for sure couldn't do it.
What do you mean by couldn't do that?
I mean, just from knowing everything that I know now, I mean, I couldn't. I mean, even just even
shoot.
without
I missed the
knowing,
second one. I just
and
saw him.
seeing a 13-year-old, now, me being 35, I couldn't like look at a girl that young romantically.
Is that hard to hear, man?
Oh, I don't relate that to our situation.
But it's the exact same situation in reverse.
No, that's not our situation. It's different.
Yes, it is.
Because men have power, right?
No.
No, don't you know?
Things that
No,
are not actually the same should not be.
yeah,
treated
apples
as
to
if they
oranges.
are. But that's.
Don't you know men have the power structure or something?
I mean, it
would be different if it was reversed. Because like men are disgusting.
Guess what? It doesn't cross my mind, and it never did.
Really?
So I would never.
What do you mean it never did? I mean,
it never did?
It did.
When I didn't pursue it, but stop, Matt, please. Please.
I mean, in her defense, I mean, the entire time when the
I never pursued it. I never thought about it, and it's never crossed my mind in any. Of course, it's like I'm not saying there aren't. The reason there's a deterrent title like that is because maybe there are people that a male that might even consider it.
I would say there are people out there.
There might be. And
There are definitely. I mean, for us.
Good reason. There's the law is
I mean,
there.
there could
I'm
even
right
be
with
a
it.
guy that's my age that finds a 13-year-old attractive, and that. I don't know.
She has to be
Just for
so
me, I
careful
couldn't
with this question, and she's
And he
not at all.
doesn't. We're saying neither of us think that way, but we're both happy that there's such a law that's
But Mary, you see what I'm saying? I'm not
Mary saying that she had never considered grooming and sexually abusing a child is like if you were to blow up a target, plead guilty to blowing up that target, go to prison, serve some time, get out, blow up that same target when it's rebuilt, plead guilty again, get released, then do an interview all about how you would never blow up targets because you now own a target. She doesn't seem to comprehend that she did exactly what
Groomed
she
them
was
from the
accused
age of
doing.
12
She
and
was
they
caught
have
doing
2
it, She
kids.
admitted to doing it. She did it. But saying it is too far.
But if the genders were reversed, she says it would be a completely different issue.
Especially when she is
it wouldn't be the same at all.
to promote the documentary that she made about the relationship in which she admits to grooming and abusing her husband. You can't be confused that people want to talk about this when you came here to talk about this.
I'm not trying to cause an argument here. When you were 34, you did think that way. And
No, Jay Frosty, it was true love. She never thought that. She told us.
I didn't think about it.
She was never down bad. It was just true love.
But that's not
Basically, Romeo and Juliet.
I'm not saying this.
Shakespeare,
I
hello.
didn't think about it. See you later. Sorry.
Did Romeo and Juliet have the age difference? You fucking sicko.
You know what? I'm not even technically
Hypocrite
single
and
yet.
debunked.
And he's calling me his girlfriend. And I thought that was, it's like, this is not right. He needs to let me get on with my life, and I'll see you later. I'm not saying it in a cold way. It was breaking my heart to know.
That's what I'm saying, Peaches. They should be Romeo and Juliet.
To move on in his life and
complete with the ending.
Everything he needed to. All of his dying pledges of love, and I'm like, you gotta go. You gotta finish school. You gotta do this. He was accepted into an one of the big art academies here already back then. And
at 12?
It was, I wanted him to go experience life, and I wanted to raise my children. I didn't expect to get pregnant. Where we were at the time, whatever.
Look at that fluoride stare. I've been looking at it all video.
In support.
Thank you for the let's fucking gun.
That are there.
So you're saying you're saying it's night and day, for example, between what you did and the laws that would surround pedophilia.
I'm actually was entirely evaluated probably 3-4 times, and there's not a single trait of anything inside
hello, Shroom.
of it. That's pretty loud and clear in any document.
That's like
that's a child.
That's like a mental imbalance where somebody has their attraction.
I was excited for you to watch this one. Yeah, I've been watching it for a couple hours. This is it's quite the tale.
According to Mary, at least.
Well, a child,
look, she did nothing wrong. Women can great. That's what I learned from this video.
He wasn't prepubescent.
Does that
He was
make a difference?
Okay. First, let's go back. How many 13-year-olds are having sex with 13-year-olds?
Well, Jordy told me it happens all the time. Fucking on the regular.
No, but are they having sex?
It's not relevant.
It is absolutely relevant. Are they having sex?
I don't see it as
Are they
being
having
relevant.
sex?
Are they having sex? Are they having sex? Are they? Are they? Answer the question.
They're not children. They're developed.
They are children.
They're not children having sex with children. They're teenagers. They're doing actually really and
semantics
and across the board with even in legislation, they recognize that 13-years are going to have sex.
So should we rip up the laws and say
yes,
it's a
the very sexually active 13-year-olds?
No, because there are cases, and it's called strict liability. There are cases where there could
13 years old ain't a child?
There could be. So you have to have
I thought 13 years old was a teenager when I was like 8, and I was like looking up to like what I had to, what was on the horizon for me in middle school.
And abuse.
Ah, yes, those 13-year-old teenagers. But now I look back at it like, no, you're not really. No, I would say you're still a fucking stupid kid.
It's happening. We all know. Everybody knows across the world it's happening. Teenagers, it's natural.
Ah, yes,
There's no
natural,
laws that are saying
sexually active,
teenagers
actively
can't do
fucking
that. They're going
13-year-olds. Even if this is the case, they're not fucking their teacher.
You don't say, that pedophilia with pedophilia.
Oh,
That
boy.
doesn't even make sense.
It doesn't even make sense. Like, it literally doesn't make
There are
sense.
people that have
Like,
disorders.
like it just
The laws have to be
doesn't.
there.
Like,
They absolutely have to be there.
Do you agree, Billy?
the law needs to be there, but it doesn't make sense.
There are people out there. I mean, I've watched a documentary on pedophilia, or just because I was curious, because being in my situation, I was really curious about it.
As in whether you might have been a victim of pedophilia?
Yeah. So I was like curious to watch it and just listen to what some of these actual people that do have it, what they were talking about, and then these scientists were talking about like their brain. On how their attraction is almost like
Yeah, even if her logic is true, and it isn't. They don't sex up their teachers. They just don't.
mentally challenged. I don't know what do you call them, but they're not fully grown. Like that part of their brain doesn't fully grow, but everything else is growing. Just not that part that they're attracted to. Like they could be your best friend. And in their mind, they're probably trying to figure out why am I attracted to younger age range than my own.
Because you have fucking problems and you need help.
Disability, you could say.
I can see you.
If you can't get help, their fathers will help you get help.
Discussion, Mary, I understand that. Are you saying what you're saying is that this is a unique case? You've never been attracted to anyone else underage?
Okay, let's just. I want this to be useful to your audience, and I don't think it should be.
I'm not going to answer that question.
And overglossing that term is specific, like as Billy was talking. It has nothing to do with me. One, because he wasn't.
Here's the deal.
He wasn't a child, and we have to respect.
Can we ask her what she considers a child to be? Like, what is the age range for her?
On their behalf, because when you say he wasn't a child, he was 13.
Okay, and so we go back to 13-year-olds are having sex with 13-year-olds.
It's not even happening.
When you say he wasn't a child, that's the
It's
only part
not.
I'm grappling with.
Okay, if the two 13-year-old teenagers are having sex, do you want to say there's two children
If it
having
was,
sex?
why wasn't 13-year-old Dingus invited?
It's infinitely worse if that 13-year-old has sex with an adult.
It is true, but we're not. Let's not.
Okay, so she just gets. She concedes.
I want to entirely respect the intelligence of your audience. I am offended by the whole line of questioning because I don't.
I'm telling you, she was. She's a big Wingo fan. Fucking on the regular.
I don't think you're giving. Even to ask the question, I think you're misleading the audience to even.
You're misleading because you're not acknowledging that 13-year-olds fucking 13-year-olds is different from them fucking their teacher.
Ask the right question.
So why did you spend 7?
I looked up the definition, and he did. Turns out the reporter is smarter than Mary Kay. I didn't see that one coming.
7 years in prison. Why did you spend? Why were you sent to
We could
prison?
talk for 4 hours, and I would be happy to start. And any attorney out there, any legal authority will be right with me on this. It's called a strict liability law. If sexual intercourse happened, no matter if
You seem to know a lot about the legalities of this lady.
The aggressor, no matter if he initiated it, and being the younger. I am the adult. Sexual intercourse happened. In our state, there are 3 elements. Sexual intercourse happened, the age difference, and third element, we were not married. What does that say right there? And we were not married. That means
just
if
being
we
married
had been, in theory, if we had been
You
married.
think there's a statute of limitations? Okay, we're married now. We like undo it.
But there's a reason that
No crime was
13-year-olds
committed
are married,
in
34-year-olds
actuality
is just not right.
due to the progression of
It
time.
happened in Virginia,
Well,
legally.
So should it be
Rikita
a
said it was legal. He
Well,
did.
It's not entirely. I'm just saying it's a strict liability, but you keep going back to that part, and I went now. Strict liability law means if it happened, It means same thing as when an oil company for whatever reason, spills oil into a river. Strict
This is
liability.
wide
Doesn't matter if it was
deflection.
negligence. Doesn't matter how it happened. It happened.
What I'm confused
So
about.
it just happened.
What I'm confused about, man.
Yes.
We're equating
because
ourselves
details do
to
not
big
matter.
oil?
To be clear, even if Billy pursued Mary, even if he told her he loved her and was the most romantic child in the world, he was a child. She was
It
the
doesn't
adult.
matter.
She should
It's
not
her
have slept with the
responsibility as
child.
the adult to tell him
details
that it's
don't change
wrong.
the situation. All they do is illuminate why the crime occurred.
Like,
And
bring
given
that up to the
majority
parents
of
and then the
details
principal
we've
and
been
then the
given
school board?
directly by Mary have been false, we likely will never know the truth.
Areas whether or not you, in your mind, you think you did anything wrong because you're throwing laws at me and consent and age and
You're
marriage.
giving your audience, you're throwing in.
Yeah, at least it's not a food
these,
analogy.
Bandwagon terms. and I think it's
Bandwagon! You're a
confusing them.
pedophile! You're a
Put
groomer!
all those terms to one side. Did you do anything wrong?
I've always said, it was.
She
should
can't
I
even say
run
she did
from
anything
him?
wrong.
I did at one point say you have to go.
So if you
I
did nothing wrong, do you think you should have been sent to prison?
Then, and I didn't know I was pregnant, but I did say you have to go. Do you understand? You have to go. It was very hard.
I think legally it was wrong.
Well, we know
Legally.
legally it was wrong.
They can't even say
We now
they can't even
know
say
that.
morally. Like, okay, it's fucked up morally and legally, but like,
The connection.
it happened and we all gotta take the L and we love each other. And there's nothing you can do about it.
I'm gonna be the same as you. I would not take back.
Everyone.
I think legally it was wrong.
Well, we know
I
legally.
feel like that's the first time, maybe in the whole interview, that he finally admitted that it was wrong
It was wrong.
on at least
We
one
now
level.
know that.
Emotionally
We
and
now know that.
emotionally, the connection that we felt for each other. I don't. Your answer would be yes or no.
Was emotional connection, not a sexual one.
I'm gonna be the same as you. I would not take back anything. I'm gonna say the same as you. And if I could do something different. One, I don't live a day like that. I do my best every single day.
DSP
And I
one.
can look back and say, Mary, did you do your best every single day? And I'll say yes.
When you send,
Start up the
when you send
tears.
your children off,
I had a great day today, and I didn't have to like shit on anybody.
Did you do the right thing?
You know, when I have a good day, other people don't have a bad day.
I'm not going to continue with you trying to have me answer that question. I told you I did my best every single day, and I live my life that way.
I just want to live my life. I just want to be
And in
left
that
alone.
Situation.
I just want to have fun.
Even.
I just want to have fun. I just want to have fun and groom minors.
Even that
Why won't you leave me alone?
Even at the moment,
It's been so
do I wish
tough
I had
for
a different
me.
attorney? That's the only thing.
Quote the
can tell you
groomer.
at this point, did I-
I'm not.
should I have
I'm
had a
quoting
different
someone.
attorney?
Twitch admins.
And
I'm quoting this sicko. Tubes.
But did I, at the time, did I make the best choice? He was my neighbor. Was he the best choice for an attorney in this situation? Heck no.
Do you think you were wrongly?
I don't know why she hates her attorney. Her lawyers did the best they could with the case, and to be completely transparent, there's no
Yeah,
version
like,
of her trial
again,
going any
7
other way
years.
than her being
Just
found
the perfect
guilty.
amount of
Again,
time for
she
her
was
to get
pregnant
out
with
and
Philly's
like,
child
he's
when they were
20
brought
years
to police
old.
attention. There was no version of
You'd have
events
a
where she
freaky
wouldn't be
fucking
found
romance.
guilty. Her lawyer was able
They
to
didn't
get
go-
her
they
off
should have went
originally
harder
with
on her.
less than a year in prison when her initial charges called for nearly a decade. He did his job. She didn't listen to him and ignored multiple court orders. That's on her.
Wrongly imprisoned.
Absolutely.
Why?
Because you don't know our story, but we do. We do.
You should never have gone to jail.
If you knew us, and if you knew our
Was a male teacher, you get
The
20 fucking years, no
intimacies,
argument.
which guess
Don't
what,
you
are
know that's like a
nobody's
completely
business
different thing?
now.
That's not the same thing. That's apples to
They don't
oranges.
I wouldn't do that to our marriage. I wouldn't go back to that time and put it in a book. I wouldn't.
You wrote a
have
book,
movie
though.
That tried to. The movie out there that is not true. The book out there is not true. Nothing that's ever It's like, but
I've never heard you say that before. That
Which
you,
part?
You shouldn't have gone to prison.
I did the best that I felt at the time, the decision that I made. And I tried to take the guilty plea
Did
back
you? Because it led you here.
when I realized I was tricked and coerced into it. I tried to take it back, and it was a few weeks after. And I have said that before, and I think
She was not coerced. In this interview, literally just a few moments before, she claimed she took the plea deal originally because she wanted to make sure Billy was okay, and she did it to protect him. She never mentions coercion or feeling as if she was forced. Moreover, what would a not guilty plea do?
I was
Did she
not
intend on arguing
guilty.
that she didn't
I
sleep
was
with
in
the 12-year-old
love.
as she was
There's
pregnant with
difference.
his kid? And if so, did she think she was going to win that case? I'll leave the rest of the interview in the description box down below, as the commentary we would have to add to it isn't relevant to the case. The interview and the documentary did little to change the public's perception of the relationship, and many felt strongly that Billy was still being abused. Shortly thereafter, Billy would file for divorce once again, and the two would legally separate. Multiple sources would come forward and state that Billy did realize that the
Billy
relationship
W.
was not the love story that he had believed it to be, and that he could see it had never been healthy in the first place. However, mere months after the separation, Mary would be diagnosed with cancer and pass away at the age of 58. This case is one of the most remarkable, as to this day, there are still people justifying what happened here. A young boy was groomed, assaulted, and had the majority of his childhood stripped away
Press
from
S to
him.
spit.
He was tormented and made to
Got
believe
fucking
that what
belted.
occurred was his own doing, and that he, in essence, brought it upon himself, and that simply isn't right.
Karmic
Stories like Billy's
retribution,
should be
dude.
treated with
She
respect.
got what she
and should
fucking
be treated
deserved.
the same as when the victim is female, and I hope we were able to showcase that with our reporting. If you appreciate this video and would like to see more from us, let us know by leaving a like and a comment. If there's any topic you would like to see us discuss in depth, let us know by emailing us at dreading.official@gmail.com. With all of that said, have a great day and remember to stay safe.
Well, that was worth the month hiatus. That was great. That was one of the best episodes in recent memory from Dreading there. Well, I can't call it a happy ending because the whole case is disgusting. But she got what she fucking deserved. And, you know, we can only hope Billy gets some mental help now that he realizes what has occurred to him his whole life. At least his childhood up to now. He's like in his 30s, essentially wasted. But, you know, if he lives... If he gets the help he needs and therapy, he could possibly live as long as Mary's grandmother, 100. So if we look at it from that angle, he's got 70 years. He could turn it around. Yeah, he can. I shouldn't laugh at that. He can find someone of age now. That is actually unironically true. We have a minor boogie update, guys. Yes, the minor boogie segment.
Now moving to the only guy who might be even more pathetic than that, which is Boogie2988.
I posted.
Oh, man.
No.
So Boogie broke his silence in his hiding to post this.
Okay.
So he's been in hiding for like 5 days now. He locked his Twitter down. Everybody believes that his girlfriend has left him. Is she back? Game over. No, she's not back.
Aww. He has not come back to
There are no
Boogie.
signs that she has returned to the Boogie domicile at the present time.
And maybe
But
Boogie can
is
take
now
some
gonna
pointers from
claim
Mary.
Persecution by the online left SJWs.
Maybe it was her case that gave him the
For his
idea in the first
jailbait
place.
Yeah, so we've been also covering Gamergate too.
Mary said it would be different if the genders were reversed, and Boogie was like, challenge accepted, idiot.
And his involvement in against Tipster and stuff, and he somehow has jumped on the coattails of Gamergate, and like is now saying the things that everyone's been saying for 5 years, 6 years more. But here we go. Let's see this.
I posted like 21st birthday pictures and stuff for me and Desi.
It wasn't just pictures, dude. You did like a whole video.
You bathing
where? Yeah, where you were in the tub with her, and it was just so creepy and gross. And there's a 30-year age gap, dude, and people obviously don't approve of it.
And he made
and
jokes
it's not
about
just.
it.
Yeah, I mean, everybody online hates it, and you know that they're gonna hate it. You know that they're gonna shit on you. You're outrage baiting. It's so transparent what you're doing. But now he's gonna cry the victim and say he's a culture
Mary should have taken the
warrior.
boogie approach.
He's fighting
Just,
the evil
I don't know, be a
wing
heel about
that
it,
wants to
flaunt
take
it,
games
flaunt
away
and
from
flex
white
it in front of
men.
everyone's
And
faces.
He's fighting the good fight, and he's only getting this hatred from the evil SJWs. Really, Boogie?
Yeah.
Really?
Holy sh! The liberals who are supposed to be like pro choice, pro this, oh, they're faux so
It's not just liberals.
What?
Everyone hates you.
It's everyone disapproves.
Oh my God, this is the biggest.
Some 20 fucking 16 comments from Boogie right there.
You know, and he knows that we make fun of him, and we're not liberal. Boogie, Earth the Boogie. Everyone thinks you're not just for the girl thing, by the way. Also for everything you do.
I love how he's like, I love how he's like, I thought that leftists were pedophiles. Why don't they support this?
Well,
argument. Like,
supposed to be like pro choice, pro this, oh, they're faux so anti that. All of a sudden, holy. No one has been meaner
It's a
about
little disingenuous,
our
Boogie,
relationship.
and you can tell because you're not even being specific about what it is that you're doing.
Earth the Boogie.
Beat them.
Earth the Boogie. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, I'm pretty sure we've been really cruel to you, pal.
The worst.
We're pressing X to doubt.
Stop. And by the way, this makes
Cat agrees with me.
love liberal people.
Yeah, I mean, you gotta kind of ring it up, leftist dub, even though it's an imaginary W. Like, it's a W that doesn't really exist. It's an imaginary W. Like, doesn't even make sense.
Oh, like my topic about video games.
See, Boogie, if you had my trolls, you know what they'd be doing?
I missed the fur.
They would
Missed the last
go
one.
try to find like your ex-wife and interview her about your new relationship. That's the my trolls do.
No, don't forget the trolls. Keemstar did that.
So I love how Wings thinks that his trolls are like the only ones that would ever think to do something like that.
You know?
Everybody's trying to get a hold of Boogie's ex-wife, and you know, like she just wants nothing to do with it. She's moved on with her life. She's living probably a much better life. But it's funny to me, Boogie goes, well, Keemstar tried to do that. Imagine after the guy tries to interview your ex-wife, bring out all your dirty laundry, everything about your past, the most personal stuff about you. You then go work for the guy? You go be his fucking slave and you get on your knees for him like Boogie? Like, he's just not a man. He's a fucking worm. He's like a bum. He's an insect. He's trash.
Try to do that. Yeah, Keemstar
Yeah, they were giving
reached out to
Boogie so many
Matt's wife.
W's yesterday. Though the
For
clips I
real,
were watching,
that's the thing.
I was watching were old.
Something that happened. He wanted to put her on the show. I know we bring.
Wait, it's recent.
Well, he did, while Boogie was working for him, he tried to do that?
On lolcow.
Amazing.
The fight up all
What
the time.
a
Can I say this?
bomb.
Because there was a plan that we didn't implement in the fight because we couldn't put it together. But Keemstar wanted
What
to
was
get
it supposed to be, like a wrestling match? It's like there's a plan in the fight. Like, why didn't you just
There was
do
a
this in
better
WWE?
entrance idea for
So we
Wings
were
and like
planning out
singing
the fight. We were
Lit Up Like the
scripting
Fourth
it.
from
Like,
a Happy
why would
Drunk.
you say this?
But Keemstar wanted to get Boogie's ex-wife to come ring walk with me.
He should have.
And Boogie agreed to that? That is a cocked man. That's really foreshadowing the next song. Yeah. Can you imagine if that happened? And then Boogie's
That's quite a, yeah, that is a very suppa face for Boogie.
That was
Or
the
Boogie.
clause that the ex-wife had.
Like I said, he had to W. Why'd he drop it, man?
Somebody says it's curb your obesity.
All right, right, minor, very minor Boogie update. All the W's he took, Uno reverse card, and now Boogie's taking L's. Speaking of Gamergate 2, on the subject of Gamergate 2, I know you guys love Gamergate.
I've had a lot of people ask me my opinion on Gamergate 2, as much has been made of Gamergate in the 10 years since
yes.
it happened,
Yes.
but little understanding has been gleaned from it. These are my thoughts. While it started from a small and personal affair, it revealed a set of cultural fracture lines which broke apart into warring factions, which were, of course,
He just gets to the point,
greater
Sargon.
than any one individual.
Damn it, Carl.
That Zoe Quinn was responsible for Gamergate.
You go back to making
and
regular
Franz
videos, and it's
Ferdinand
like you
was
never
responsible
left.
for World War I. The issue has been caused by a parasitic class of woke activists who had infiltrated the institutions of the industry and had set about reshaping it to fit their ideological agenda. Without relitigating the numerous problems of modern progressive ideology, this class of activists despise straight white men and take pride in degrading and immiserating them. Where they can't humiliate men of European descent, they actively marginalize and ostracize them under the rubric of inclusion. This is the sole focus of their activism and has been for decades now. They are proud of it, they proclaim it, and they have achieved it. This is, of course,
Oh
a
shoot, I
form of
missed the...
racism and sexism.
I missed the
Most
ninja
people are not in
again.
favor of
God damn it.
racial or sexual
I got distracted
discrimination.
by
and it is
Sargon.
carried out
Don
with this
Sargon.
kind of malignant attitude. People will happily consent to having
I used to listen to Sargon a lot too back when we made videos more often. Now he does the Lotus stuff,
because those things are done for the good of
which
the
I hear
subject
is
itself.
doing
It is
it's
an
successful.
unwelcoming position to allow men into women's bathrooms or to have a
He's
movie
mellowed
portrayal
out a
of
lot
famous
considerably
historical
since
figure not to be accurately representative. However, that is not why
he
woke
started
activists
Family.
discriminate. They discriminate out of malice. It is not that straight white men are not welcome to become woke activists either. They absolutely are. But
That doesn't mean I won't mock him for having a suit, though.
In which they are to receive lower status and recognition in penance for being straight white men and the alleged natural advantages that this brings over women, people of colour, or homosexuals. Whether such advantages exist is highly questionable, especially when compared to the kind of men that tend to join the woke coalition. But these men are content to accept their moral inferiority and self-abnegation as the ritual humiliation which allows them to take their place at the bottom
Yeah, he
of the
does spell it with a C.
hierarchy of the woke
Carl
tribe.
Benjamin.
This door swings both
Greetings,
ways.
Carl.
Anyone who fits the race, gender, or sexuality hierarchy can also be expelled for insufficient commitment to hating white men. This identity caste system is not something that
Yeah, he's put out a lot of new
liberal-minded
videos
people feel like
recently.
participating in.
I guess
In
he
fact, it is
he has nothing to do.
Most people
He streams on
hold
Twitch.
a much more egalitarian view of personal interaction.
Sadly,
and feel
at
that
odd
they should
hours
treat
for me,
others
so
as
we
they
will
themselves
never
wish to be
get a
treated.
Sargon raid,
Most feel that
or
it is a
raid
person's
Sargon
merit
rather.
that should be rewarded, and the way they act towards others is the appropriate metric by which
Such
to
as the
make character
consequences of living in the
judgments. It is
ADV time
imposition
zone.
of the identity caste system on a group of people who did not wish to participate in it that is the root cause of Gamergate. In August 2014, a series
Yes,
of
he
articles
actually
were
plays
published
games
by
on
the
Twitch. He
parasite
doesn't. It's not like
class,
Hassan. He doesn't do any
which attacked
political
the
stuff.
dissidents
He
in
he
the
does
only way
in
they
fact
knew
play
how,
games. There
through their
doesn't seem to be
identity,
any political
which was
segments from what I can
interpreted as a
see.
kind of slave identity in which pathetic, weaselly, straight white male gamers were incapable of grasping the propitious moment in which they found themselves to become beacons of progress for this new moral order. And thus began a guerrilla war between the activists and the dissidents, with the activists occupying the institutions and seats of power, and the dissidents having a large base of disaffected gamers from which to draw aid and succor. The insurrection lasted for well over a year, but eventually petered out as other real-world events took precedence, and further populist revolts erupted in other spheres of life. The gaming industry's revolt was not unique, it just happened
Gamers,
first.
rise up!
However, Gamergate was not a success, and once the energy of the insurrection had faded, the woke activists still controlled the positions of influence and continued to further inject their ideology.
You can't take it
into the gaming
seriously when
industry.
he talks
Now,
like
it is
this.
not uncommon to
I
find
know,
games allowing people to choose
I know it's not a
unsuitable
bit.
pronouns for their characters, or have game developers deliberately removing straight white men as the default or even as an option from modern video games. The inability to properly organize is why Gamergate was not successful, but also why it was able to persist. The large swathe of gamers who objected to the woke hegemony came from a variety of walks of life and political beliefs. Many simply wanted just to be left alone. However,
they just want to have fun and have a good game.
A particular moral homogeneity and will not leave anything alone. They are on a moral crusade to bend the industry to their will, and they get paid to do it. Every day, they wake up excited to advance their interests.
No, Sargon did not die.
Wars and have
no, that's not true.
Eaten into the core of every major studio and influenced nearly every major production. Without a totemic axis around which to mount a coherent
wonder what the comments on this were like.
The paid activist class,
wow, you're back?
Which can present an alternative moral
Where'd you go,
order,
man?
Which is also consistent and compelling. There appears to be no way for Gamergate to actually win. The best Gamergate supporters can do is wait for them to fail on their own. Gamergate was fundamentally a collection of liberals who were not happy with woke ideology because it flew in the face of their sensibility.
Collection of liberals. I don't know if I would agree with that. They were all liberal. Everyone in Gamergate.
Tuned to its weaknesses, which is a subject I have covered at length elsewhere.
Yes, known liberal Mr. Medicare.
If you'd like to know more. Liberals are not in favor of racism, but refuse to attack what the woke activists see.
But I think that maybe because he has a different definition of liberal.
And so seem, from the woke perspective,
but I think that's just a component of the copium.
Last generation's racism. The woke activist has the upper hand over the liberal here, as liberals do believe in universal recognition.
No, I agree with that, TRPG. I'm not saying I disagree.
To restructure the world to
I like Carl.
It, and believe that if we continue forward in a generally liberal way, we will eventually achieve this goal.
There we go, last ninja in the game.
The liberal and the woke activist then is merely in method, not in ends. And the woke activist has a vast amount of intellectual labor behind their organization and subversion, whereas the liberal has been coasting along on the same doctrine since the 1960s. So it appears to me that
thank you for the Poppy Aqua Saber.
Is doomed to fail. The desire to resist woke ideology is of course sensible, but the old school liberalism of those in objection to it is essentially negative and has no forward-facing plan for what ought to be done. The message, when it's boiled down to its most essential,
this is a new Sargon video,
is do nothing. Without
Carl's thoughts on Gamergate 2.0.
Impetus to do one
it looks like a video that came straight out of 2016.
The woke activist is able to fill this void with imperatives that fundamentally align with the end goals of liberalism.
I could have told you this was a classic. You'd believe me. You would all believe me.
Diversity is good, says the liberal. Therefore, we shall force diversity, says the woke activist.
He doesn't even sound any older. It's like he stepped out of 2014. It's a luxurious.
Insurrectionists do not have a positive doctrine to advance, which is at the same time a contradiction of the woke ideal, and thereby cannot also be a continuity of it. To be left alone is not enough, because while you fight each defensive action against the woke incursion, the woke activists are in a constant state of advance, planting their flag over each new institution until the insurrectionists are encircled, totally discredited, ostracized, and then treated like a pest to be exterminated. They have a moral order that they are seeking to bring into being, and you are the obstacle to it. They know who their friends are, they know who their clients are, and they know who their enemies are. You don't. The gamers did not have a plan to eject woke activists from the industry, but the woke activists do have a plan to eject you. They have spent the last 10 years working against you every single day. You haven't. And that's why you're losing.
There you go. That is the Sargon of Akkad take on Gamergate 2.0. Could have been worse. I don't really have much against Sargon. I watched his videos back in the day. I'll do a little bit of the joking here and there. I'll have a chuckle or two at his expense. But his videos were always, I don't know. I like his voice. It's cozy to listen to. Big ups Dead School, welcome in. You missed the true crime segment with the teacher who groomed her 12-year-old student. But don't worry, she's dead now. She can't hurt anybody. Now, that was quite the video. I almost feel bad for sitting on that one, because that one's been out for weeks. Ah, yes! We have, I believe we have found and located every single ninja in the game. Ninja, please. A lot of them weren't very hard to find. Like, maybe the worst one was that one of that ninja auto runner segment. Was more of a case of having to replay every level in the game again after replaying them so much already to get all of the sparkles, to find all of the ninjas. There's a unnecessary amount of retries to do all the 100% stuff in this game. One of my biggest critiques, right up there with the lack of Mario characters other than Peach. The completionism is a bit too much. I guess you could just get to the credits without redoing stages for 100%, and then so that you only have to do each stage once. And then in the post game, if you're real good, or if you use a guide, you can do every stage 100%, including the ninjas on the second visit. So technically, 100% speed run, you'd only ever have to do each level twice. How close to dominating? We just did it. Well done fighting all of the apprentices. I will present you with an award. Whoa. Is the hide and seek complete? Like, what is that, address? Yes, it is. I told you it was gonna be a dress. Okay, we have acquired every dress in the game. This is the secret dress. It turns me pink. Don't you guys like pink? It's a girl game, so you're supposed to like pink. And if you don't like pink, then so what?
Fantastic.
I don't even think it's the best dress in the game, though. I think the special dress looks better. I think the Kung Fu dress looks good, too. Yeah, I certainly got the drip going, don't I? These projectors look like lemons. Overall, the drip selection, pretty good. But a lot of pink dresses. You know, I know this girl likes pink. But, you know, we could do... You know, they get more experimental towards the end. I like the ones that completely change the primary colors. But just way too many pink dresses, especially at the start of the game. Like, wow, come on, guys. Hey, but starting me off with the most basic ones, I didn't think by the end that we would have a collection quite like this. Obviously, they got a lot more mileage out of just giving her like 100 fucking colors to work with. So they don't really have to design a dress, per se. Best costume? Yeah, the Kung Fu one is up there. Along with... Let's see here. I actually like the Mighty Dress, special Mighty Dress. And the Great Dress. Very simple, but very cute. Actually, all the boss dresses look good, too. Yeah, really, it's like what I said. The ones that deviate from the standard pink are the ones that stand out the most. And those are the ones I kind of gravitate to. Yeah, I actually, it's like, again, seeing the starter dresses, I really didn't think we were going to get anything, like, aside from pink and variations of pink. Because of, I don't know, the Nintendo mandate. But now we are absolutely done with a capital D. I never have to boot this game up again. It's going to go straight to the shelf. I'm never going to look at it. We're not even going to let Nisa Dingus play it. Fuck that. She doesn't deserve to play games. She would rather play Roblox. Or, well, more specifically, watch other people play Roblox. Back on the shelf, baby. And just for verification, everything, you see the gold medal? The gold medal means I dominated it to the point of you deserving a medal. Yeah, there you go. The only thing not on here are the mini games per floor. But I did those. Clearly, you can see it, right? Correct?
Time for a celebratory bubble blow. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you for the celebratory bubble blow. Dude, I was totally waiting for that. Reward is a bit meh for completion, I'd say. Yeah, just the idea in general. Go to all the levels again and find all the ninjas. It's not very compelling. The levels themselves don't change. They just hide ninjas everywhere, and not even in exciting hiding places. There was maybe Thank you for the slime. But the hiding places aren't even very thought out. Like a lot of them, the first one is just right there as you start the level, and the next couple of ones are just kind of sprinkled throughout. Not a lot of thought went into that, but I guess they just put it there, just give you something to do. And they're like, oh well, now that we put that in there, we need like a reward for you. And the reward's like, let's just put in another dress. The kids will like that, right? The game feels very much like a Final Switch game before the next gen. Yeah, it's not on the level of like a Mario Odyssey or even of Mario Wonder, but it is something new that's not a remake. It's like, it's new but experimental enough, and not while being simultaneously experimental, also safe enough that they can put it out at the end of the life cycle, and if it does bad, it does bad. It's okay. Because it's not a big project. It is a average project of average size, of medium size, that is trying to give off the aura of being a grander project. So basically a lot like plays in real life. Now let's see here. See what can we end this on? How about this? Yeah, it's a robust, medium-sized game. Rodents. Oh, I thought you said robust. That's what happens when I don't focus on chat. All right. DSP is the worst Helldivers 2 player you have ever seen. Getting team killed, glitches, and bugs. Yeah, the game's officially dominated, Carl. There is nothing left to do. I did everything. I just show you the checklist. Rewind the stream. Press the clip button. I did it. I always did. I always do. I need some Helldivers experts to come in here.
When I moved out here, that was the end of it. Seriously, like 2014.
Is this statistically the worst Helldivers gameplay ever?
All right, everybody.
Ever?
I'm playing Helldivers 2 because people kept bugging me about it. Let's see. Use the map to navigate Helldiver training facility. People kept bugging me about it. Money, 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 money. Like a fucking money machine. To try to pull. Okay,
it's a money creature.
Okay. Need face plant. Oh, the camera's already clipping into the ground. Oh, hold on a second. Let me check something out.
Better clip into the ground than still be on.
Yeah, he definitely had a bean burrito.
You see, I wasn't restreaming until midway.
Right now. Shut up about Stellar Blade. We're not even talking about that. That's later in the month. I already said I'm not interested in it, and if you spam the chat with it, no matter who you are, I'm going to time you out. So shut up about Stellar Blade. That's not the topic right now. You have to listen to what I'm saying and stop spamming chat with nonsense.
I feel like if you keep bugging him, he'll eventually play it. It worked with this game. I don't want to hear it. If he'll play this, he'll play anything, especially right now. Desperate.
Huh? Just pick up ammo. Where? I don't have any. I don't get it. Oh my god. I'm fucking stupid as shit. I agree with you. Okay?
Otherwise, they'll just keep coming.
Right? There's a grenade. And you aim. Wait. How do I get it in? Toss it at the aim. Oh! Well, guys, you only get one life in this game, so that's it. I'm sorry that it took so long for me to play it.
So
but that's
as a hot girl main character.
The tutorial I'm done.
Just pester him even more.
Maybe next life, I'll play again.
I'll just be real annoying while playing it.
All right. Well, first of all, you're not good enough. You're not strong enough. You aren't funny. You don't make content. You're ugly. You suck. From Lady Helldiver. Have fun. Friendly fire is real.
Totally legit person. Lady Helldiver there.
Artillery and eagles. Robots are harder than bugs to fight against. I didn't even know the game had robots. I thought it was just bugs. So great robots. What is this? Like friggin' mechs and shit? Friendly
He's talking
fire
like
is
what?
real.
You know what the setting is? I'd be surprised if there wasn't robots. What the fuck? You know where you are?
I received a $100 tip.
Sheesh.
The Defender of Freedom is here. I just want to say I'm proud of you for getting in your out of your comfort zone and trying something new. I hope this goes well. Despite all the negativity, we've got your back. Well, thank you very much. What is it? Who was this person's name?
Yeah, that's a good fake one right there.
The Defender of Freedom. With a $100 tip tonight for Helldiver shit. Here we are, covered in blood. Open the social menu. I'm not social. I'm not a social person. Why would I open the social menu?
No, you said it, not me.
Shit management.
Yeah.
I'm gonna guess this last one is ordering DoorDash.
These people, these LARPers are so lazy. They just AI generate their names now. Boys who do business.
Nobody back home
Whoa.
can believe I get to talk to Helda.
Big ups, boys who do business for doing business with me. The 1 month tier 1 for 3 months. Hey, thank you very much, man. I really appreciate it.
I don't blame him. All of us had Helldiver posters all over our bedrooms growing up. I still have to pinch myself.
She's the same person as this person. They're exactly the same person. Look.
The bridge is 4 of here.
Is it? It's like the future.
When you're ready.
They know how to clone people yet?
Clones? Maybe they're the clone army from Star Wars?
I don't know how you do it, Helldiver.
Yeah, look.
Facing off against monsters who haven't got a democratic...
Fuck this game! Fuck this racist
Sounds like you're
motherfuckers
fucking
who made this
racist,
game.
man.
Oh, come on. All right, I thought it was the same woman again. I was like, what?
We shall shepherd the galaxy.
That would have been funny, though, if it was the same woman again.
Oh, my God. Like... Oh, shit.
They're all, it's just the same character model, like it's a big glitch. They're all acting as different characters, but it's the same model. And he's like gaslighting himself.
Already
Hey,
killed.
he's got the Heil hat
It's
on.
huge, and it could crawl up. I thought, oh, if I stay up here, maybe it can't get me. It crawled right up there. Didn't care.
Enemy.
Oh, what the fuck? Well, that was a terrible spawn. You spawned with all the enemies on my ass.
Oh, I know, Jay Frosty. This is a very force yourself to like it game because people told you they wanted this, so you better pretend like you want to play it.
Outstanding patriotism.
I'll tell you this.
Am I enjoying the game? Yes, I am.
There's been some theory crafting that this playthrough was paid for by that $100 tip or something like that. That $100 tip was prepared for in advance, and it was probably someone who emailed him and said, like, they're not confirmed, but probably someone that emailed him and said, oh, I'll give you a $100 tip if you play Helldivers 2. And it came at the right time because he's also thinking, oh god, what am I gonna do? These RPGs aren't working. I gotta do something. And it's like, you know, all the planets are lining together. I kind of agree with that, but it's not confirmed. But I feel like that could have happened, and then he has the epiphany that, okay, well, if I just have only that happen, it'll look suspicious. So let me also bring back Street Fighter 6, so it looks like it was like a multifaceted decision that I made all on my own. When in reality, he was coerced by money.
But I am not the Hitler of gaming. What a stupid question.
Yeah, it just came so... You're right. It's the fact that it came so quick and immediate. Oh, thank you, Aqua. It came so quick and immediate that it makes me think, like, isn't it out of character for Dave? Like, if it was really Dave doing it on his own, I'll give him credit because he made a decision. He made this decision without polling us. I said it last night. However, if you scrutinize it too much, you could argue, was this really a decision he made himself? Because it's almost out of character for him to even do that. When if money was no object and he didn't know the money was going to be there, wouldn't he have polled it then? Instead, he appears to make an immediate decision on his own without polling, and then he just so happens to get money later that night when he plays it. It's like when you have the promise of money that allows you, that gives him the power to have that conviction to say he's gonna play it, if that makes sense. It's like insurance.
All right, enough of this idiot.
Never mind the organicness of the tip to begin with. You know, the AI generated name, the completely insincere message that is LARPing as if they're trying to be sincere.
Acquisitions? What's that? Oh no!
Yeah, the feedback goblin suddenly switches flips a switch. It just doesn't seem right to me.
This is actually in game. You earn this, right? Don't tell me this is a microtransaction.
According to Gondola, he misunderstood this.
Microtransactions, I think, are the future. Money. Keep little
Out of
transactions of $2, $3, $4, $5 here and there, and the next thing you know, you spent $1,000.
Yeah, look, there's item reviews. Recommended by 9 out of 10 dentists. Oh, I should get this one then. I love dental health.
Do you?
And
Well,
then
yeah, he brushes
goes,
his
here's-
teeth like 4 times a day.
I found it.
He'll boot the
I knew
stream,
it.
then walk away to tell us
Right?
he's gonna brush his teeth.
It is not pay to play, but you could. Right now, I could buy this. Okay, how is it not pay to play if right now I could spend money and get all the guns? Right? Could I not? Could I not spend money right now and unlock a bunch of guns?
I can't
that are, like,
debunk him.
OP?
You're gonna have to debunk him for me. I don't know.
So,
is he spitting
I think
facts?
It is kind of pay to play.
Debunked? I don't know.
Money. Keep.
When you have your map open, you can put a marker on the map.
Helldivers
with
Rose, how do
push
we
with
answer
arrows.
this?
Do this to mark objectives so you can follow them with the compass. Keep on moving on this game. Enemies are infinite. If you keep triggering bug breaches, you don't get shit for killing enemies. You do projectiles.
Guys,
like
he's
guerrilla
having
style. You
so
can
much
master
fun,
for days
guys.
Pressing square when overseeing the planet missions. Press square when you're on the ship to see a menu to buy weapons. Use your medals for that. And by the way, mission you did is level 1 difficulty. Currently taking it to level 9. Thank you.
Like
for
he's
playing
reading
cool.
a tip. Like he's speed reading a tip
All right.
there.
Oh, we got
Just
more.
a tip.
Bag's empty.
Shit.
Last reload.
I'm on my last fucking clip already. I'm gonna have to go to my shitty handgun. Oh, what? Now, wait a minute. It crawled through the corpse of the other one. That's bullshit. It totally should not be able to dive through the corpse of a dead one like that. How are you supposed to tell it's there? That's bullshit. Okay. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, no. Ooh.
Oh, my lord.
It hit me bad, man.
Unlocks the battle pass, but you need to earn medals in game to get the items in the battle pass. That lines up with what Gondola was telling me yesterday.
I have no idea what I'm doing. I don't know what's going on. And I don't know why.
Oh, there's a ton of them. Oh, no, this is very bad. Oh, this is very, very bad. There's so many. Oh, fuck. Oh, shit. God damn. That was a lot of them. You think it's bugged I was supposed to spawn? Well, that's great. I just started playing.
Calling down a set. Engaging terminal. Reinforcing.
Yeah, he didn't have a problem with Street
You're
Fighter
wasting
6's
my time,
microtransactions.
basically.
Huh, curious. So it's like he didn't have a problem with Dragon's Dogma 2's microtransactions. Huh, I wonder what those two games have in common.
This is how I play the game.
So weird to hear that without the Snort Burnell there.
Well, I guess I can't play, guys. I guess the game doesn't want me to play anymore. The game said, oh, you were enjoying your first session. Let's just ruin it now for everybody.
Glitched.
I'm on it. Reinforcement.
Hades is the super chat saying they have to reinforce you. Well, I guess they don't like me then. They hate me. They think I'm an asshole. They tried to call me back and I'm not coming back, so it's a bug. Wow. My time was wasted. I did nothing wrong. I did everything correct. Why did I deserve that? I did nothing correct. I did everything wrong.
Wait, I looked away. Was that like that was last night? Did he really say that?
I'm not coming back, so it's a bug. Wow. My time was wasted. I did nothing wrong. I did everything correct.
Oh, I hope that was in jest. Come on, dude. You're a fucking caricature.
I did nothing correct. I did everything wrong. What's going on? Is the game not working? Look.
Look, he says it on purpose. He knows it's a meme. He wants you to clip it.
The host has left the game. Oh, good. The host left the game as soon as I joined.
Yeah, even he doesn't want to play with you.
The host left the game. Oh, no. Some jackass, level 89 admiral.
Two health pods.
And he's got a spiffy outfit. Look at that. That is nice. What the hell? We like landed next to each other perfectly. Look.
And fear the shadow of neither death nor tyranny, but justice is your cause.
We so choose to use it. All right. Oh shit! That guy landed on his ass. You saw that? He took a tumble.
Let's play. Affirmative.
God, Phil is such an awful teammate.
Why is he shooting me? Oh, he's shooting me. He just killed me.
Reinforcing.
Why did he do that?
He said he wanted to play. He didn't play with them.
Why did he kill me?
Reporting to the front.
Oh, his name is some jackass. Oh, that sounds like something Phil would say. Yeah, I don't think this person likes him very much.
Why did he kill me again?
Does he think he's winning here by like not giving a more emotional reaction?
The enemy.
No, they want me to rage. They want me to seethe and be angry.
Why is he doing this? Like, what's the point?
I'm not giving him what he wants.
It's just making the mission harder, is it not?
Yeah, he doesn't care.
Right? Like, why would
he
he
just
do
wants
that?
to shoot
It
you.
doesn't make sense.
That was worth the cost of admission to him. Being able to say they shot Darkseid Phil in the game.
Did he quit? Did he just quit the game?
Yeah, he left you to fend for yourself against the bugs. What do I do? He did not quit the game.
He died, and no one summoned him back?
Now, that's a subtle guy reference. What do I do? Not even whoa, what do I do? What do I do? That could be, you know, plausible deniability in him typing that.
Still in the game, he's gonna keep doing it. I might as well just quit, right?
That's what I was saying last night. It's possible that he's just getting griefed by an organic griefer. But no, it's a troll. I would like for him to get griefed by a griefer, and then he accuses them of being a troll.
Wanted me to play. This is
But
what
it's
I'm
just
facing
it's just
tonight.
an
Okay.
organic asshole.
That was fun. But what was the point of that? Right? I don't get it. I'm a total loss. You tell me what that accomplished.
Oh, he was having fun by the end of the night.
Okay.
Doesn't matter. He made his money.
So the first match I tried to
He's
play,
got his vest
glitched
on.
out completely and didn't work at all. They couldn't revive
It
me.
looks
The
like
second
two
match,
ties,
someone is
two
just grief-killing me
individual
over and over for no
ties
good
on his
reason.
shoulders. What a
shit.
vest we have.
Holy shit! Holy shit! Oh, I can't see anything.
See my vest.
God.
See my
I couldn't
vest.
see anything at all. I was completely overwhelmed and killed. Damn. Oh! Oh no, it's behind me! Oh! They somehow spawned behind and got my ass. Damn, we were overrun.
This is coming back, isn't it?
That's a terrible.
Oh yeah, it is for his birthday.
And yeah,
His birthday.
I will
That's
definitely
this
play more
Saturday.
next week at some
That
point.
I'm not
But for
restreaming
now,
with Anne. Not.
Thank you all.
Asterisk.
for
Not. I'm
watching
not.
This fun stream of Helldivers 2. Until next time, thanks a
Got
lot.
Anime to watch
Peace
Saturday.
out. Wait, how do I get it in? Toss it at the aim. Oh!
All right, that was a good clip. Yeah, I'm sorry, guys. You'll have to, you'll have to watch the never-ending Tevin stream. Look, I'll have better coverage of it than, me. Obviously, I don't like watching the fucking guys' big-ass events anyway. They're always lame. I only restream the couple that I restream because it's like some sort of sick, twisted tradition by this point. But I'm gonna call it. Yep, Mr. Pun was right. I'm gonna call it an early night.
I got stuff to do in the morning, man.
So me starting off early actually worked out in the end because I was able to finish the game and fully dominated, and I'll be able to for once get a very good healthy sleep, get some good rest. It's only 11 for me. This is outrageous. The thing is, starting to stream off before midnight. This is like fucked up. Like, what the who possessed this man? This is crazy. But it's a buyer's market of way better streamers than me that you can watch. I'm gonna send you to one of them. Thank you very much, guys. We're gonna read off all the stuff, and we'll be back tomorrow. Definitely now, because I'm gonna be well rested and rejuvenated, ready to go. Yeah, it's not even midnight. I know, right? What do you? Okay, do you want one more thing? One more. Okay, I'll give you one more video, specifically, and it's a video I've been specifically meaning to watch. So actually, don't click away yet. Don't touch that dial. Don't you do it. Don't you hear my preemptive farewell? And I go, oh, I better click off the stream. No, because you're gonna want to stick around. Sit your ass back in that seat. This is the guy. When FGC trolling goes too far, the Sonic Soul mental break debate. I don't know who this guy is.
What's up, Tech family? Welcome back to
I already don't like him.
Beautiful day, beautiful morning. Hey,
this is like a person Goki would redeem for me to watch. What up, bro? What's going on?
I appreciate you guys taking the time to help the channel grow.
This is someone Brother Dingus would watch. I'm the one. You're watching my content, man. Click that bell.
Streamers are at the point of mentally breaking down buttons that need to be
Arcadius.
All right, y'all. So this one is deep, right? So I'm gonna kind of present it the way that I saw it. I will explain both sides, so hang with me, right? I'm gonna definitely unpack it all.
He looks like the Stinky Bandit,
debate, though, that's currently going on, right? Because you have a very well-known player in the FGC, right? Sonic Saw. I'll put his information on the screen and down below, so you can definitely check him out. He has quite a bit of a reputation, right? Got familiar with him over the last couple of years. He's known for talking that shit in the game. He's known for popping off. Very passionate player.
The Goon
also
Squad.
Very good player, right?
I think Goon was in favor of this guy's arguments, which I don't know what they are, but there was some talk about the video on one of the servers I'm in.
Right? That's the FGC pretty much taking sides and debating, right? Starts off right here. Somebody by the name of Honest to Hold. They say, here's the clip of him, speaking about Sonic Saw, threatening people. Clearly, he's mentally unwell, and this is one of many times where he's broken down. He should be banned.
Look at that avatar. That's like that's a Fraga smile avatar right there.
From Twitch. He should be banned from attending any tournaments.
He knew what he was doing.
He needs to get professional help, and they actually tag Twitch right here. Now, here's the clip in question. We're gonna watch it. There's some words that I'll bleep out.
An absolute good faith report to Twitch there.
I would fucking kill y'all. Fuck y'all.
Hey, you guys have all seen this.
I'll say whatever the fuck I want.
I'll say whatever I fucking want.
Right? Every fucking day.
Every fucking day, Carl.
Support me every fucking day. It's the same shit.
It's the same fucking
treat
shit.
me like I'm a piece of
these
shit.
fucking Nintendo games and no one cares. None of you care.
Y'all keep fucking with me. And y'all gonna fucking see what the fuck happens. Y'all wanna fucking make me mentally fucking ill. Y'all wanna keep me over and over again.
Look at him. Homeboy.
Happens. The game. Spend time.
Homeboy is so fucked up listening to this. It's almost kind of like cartoonish. He's obviously putting it on. He's not. He can't be that fucked up by the video. He's like, oh my god, this is so serious. Oh, I don't know. Oh, this is so sad. He's obviously hurt. This is so passionate. What a passionate exchange I'm listening to.
I'm tired of this shit. Y'all keep fucking bothering me over and fucking over again. Y'all keep
He's fucked up.
Y'all keep fucking coming after me. If y'all fucking continue to do that shit, I'ma find y'all. So stop
Don't forget to follow the stream.
I'm not scared of nobody. I'm not fucking scared of nobody.
That goes for my stream too. By the way.
Major, if y'all fucking come up to me and try to say some slick shit, I will fucking
Let him suck on that bottom lip.
I'm tired of this shit. I'm tired of this shit. I've gone through shit in my fucking life every fucking day, and I gotta with y'all.
Follow me at Sonic Soul.
Y'all know me. Y'all don't fucking know me. Y'all don't fucking know me. Cause if I fucking come near you and I fucking.
Now, thankfully, thanks to the new Twitch bans, the new Twitch rules, even if this guy does get banned, it is still kosher for me to react to him. And thankfully, he's not banned, but it's just something to keep in mind.
I will duff the shit out of you. I'm tired of it.
Yeah, he got banned from Evo Japan.
Every day. In my house, I'm mentally fucking ill. I gotta take care of them every day. I work my fucking ass off.
All because he gooned with his Mr. Pun. Like, are you watching the video? Like, you can't say you're gonna beat people up in real life and then attend a big convention. Oh man, okay. Let's see what kind of performance he has. We just saw Sonic Soul's performance, but let's see what this guy's performance is.
All right.
Oh, how it all started? No, apparently they've been A-logging him for years before this. But I'm about as lost as you because I don't know the lore. Goon was trying to investigate like where it all came from. Like why does he deserve this? Because even if you say, oh, he goons in Discord with his moderators, but he was getting shit long before the Discord stuff. So maybe it's just all internal FGC drama. But I've seen people say, oh, he trolls LTG. Don't we not like LTG? And apparently I only found one instance of him even trolling LTG at all, and it was from like Street Fighter 5 days. So if it's that, is that like worthy of like 5 years, 6 years, 7 years of Halo? I think there's more to it. Maybe it is justified. I don't know. Maybe he does. Maybe he pulls on Hogan's behind the scenes, and then I don't know. I don't care if there's a connection to Phil, Red Animator.
So there you have it, man. Obviously,
man, he looks tired.
Now, if we don't receive any information,
yeah, I think it's more than gooning, but I don't know what it is. Like, I've never been, no one has come to me with the like, Dingus, here's the full story. I'm not asking people to even come to me like at all. That's weird. That's disgusting. You sick perverts. But I haven't seen anything beyond these clips, which are incredibly recent, and the Discord gooning. What? Like, I'm not even denying that there may be something, but I don't know what it is. And apparently people in the chat don't know either, because I feel like one of you would have said something.
More information, which we will. Like I said, I'm going to present both sides and why that happened in the first place, right? But if
I guess that's why we're watching this video.
Like if we just were to watch this much, you would be able to see that obviously this is a streamer, a gamer who's at his breaking point, who's, from his words, is just tired. And he keeps mentioning mentally ill. It's like, you guys want to push me to that point. I feel like I'm getting to that point. He even said at the end there that I have experience with that because there's people in my house that I have to take care of. Like
is that even true?
And he's like,
yeah, how do we know he doesn't just say that to like,
you're gonna get, basically.
You know, as a shield?
He's snapping. It's to the point where you can feel the energy, and it doesn't feel good. You know what I'm saying? This is the part where you want to kind of go in and calm people down and let them know before any more.
Fuda on Discord is Fuda. Okay, even if the Goonin is Fuda, like Fuda is disgusting. Was that worth the rant we just saw? I don't think that's like there has to be more.
Unpack it more, right? People right here are kind of responding, and you got different point of views, but let's unpack it, right? Because there's a lot of people talking about this. Starting right here saying this is omitting a lot of context. Let me add some. This started over someone's backseating,
that's him.
He said to stop.
What? Speaking of the guy
who kept pressing and got banned. People in the chat on YouTube constantly picking fights with him, and then they cry wolf and their feelings get hurt. At Volster responds to that saying, a lot of these things could have been avoided if Saul had stopped putting himself in dumb situations in the first place.
Just don't get trolled, idiot.
But when you've done things that he
what
did,
are the dumb
things that led
Look,
to it.
it's tweets like this. You stop putting yourself in dumb situations when you've done the things he's. What are the things? What are the things?
On top of having people warn him several times, what did you expect? At Master Havoc responds saying, Saul is legit playing a video game, trying to focus and get ready for Evo Japan.
Like, sure, now you can point to all these mentally unstable rants, but it's been going on for years beforehand.
Backseating in people's chats. Then I see somebody by the name of Ultra Cloud respond, right, saying, everything I've seen from Saul makes me not really like his presence. With that said, yeah, if people constantly dogging on him and backseating him, people shouldn't do that either. It's not much effort, and they really should stop fucking around. Then this is where it actually gets deeper, right? Because Sonic Saul actually responds saying, maybe look at my body language. Of course, he responds to everything. Look at the sadness. Look at me crying because of the constant harassment. Dissect the things I said. I'm frustrated and tired of what people keep doing to me every day.
He's regularly over there, Eddie B. From what I can see.
I'm tired. I can stop.
I'll look at the chat in those videos that Peace watches, and I'll see Saru like in the chat.
And act surprised when it lashes out. Stop harassing and bullying for internet points, and I won't lash out like this. Thanks. Then you see some responding to that, kind of taking it from a different perspective, right? Like maybe he should just stop altogether and he's not built for this type of response, right? Right here saying, get off the platform if you can't handle it. Just because in an ideal world shouldn't happen doesn't mean you can change it to be so. Either have your mods on it or get off the platform. Simple. Then Sonic Saw responds to that.
Aren't you guys glad we don't gotta deal with this shit?
Get good, bitch. You can't handle it. Log off. Let me.
Let him talk shit like, oh, you have to get your mods on it. Like, I don't think I would ever say a sentence like that. So says me, like 10 years before some sort of karmic turnaround where I have to sick coggers on someone. Coggers, ban that person! And someone clips this part of me saying 10 years ago that like I feel like I would never say. I have to have my mods get on something. Then I get exposed and laughed at.
Box you and see if you can handle it, yeah? And then he posts the screenshots below. I guess where people were sending him messages.
It just don't matter. It just don't.
Where people were actually doxing him, and of course it's cropped, so you can't see all the information. But you see right here where it says, "You're right, Sonic Saul. Nice house. Can I swing by and get some coaching? You're mine." And it's a picture of the dude's damn house. Then
it's kind of homosexual operations
right
there.
Here saying, "Keep whimpering, baby. I'm about to finish." What the fuck? They literally
it's $5 though.
Just so this comment would stand out and saying, "Keep whimpering because I'm about to finish." If that ain't some evils, this man is literally talking about I'm touching myself till you're whimpering. What the fuck? What?
What?
Get some help.
If that ain't some
well, it's like what I was saying. He should be the heel. Like, just be the heel.
And they
Own
back
it.
to Sonic Saul one
Own
more time
it.
saying, "I'm not
Own
saying
your
it doesn't
shit.
suck, my guy,
Eat it.
but this is an everyday occurrence for every big streamer,
Be
and they
the
don't
heel,
all have
Sonic
these
Soul.
meltdowns on
Stop
a
being
regular
a
basis."
baby.
I ain't saying that you can't be frustrated, but the minute you give into this, you lost. Ban people and move on. Sonic responds laughing pretty much, and then says, "Well, guess Etika should have done the same." They respond one more time saying, "I mean, I'm just trying to be honest and fair with you. You can get mad."
Yeah, they
but
just
how
let her
about
invoke
actually
Etika like
stop
that?
being mad for 2 seconds. Breathe
Was that
and
his-
think
I
instead
don't
of just
know.
reacting.
I don't
I'm
think
not
Etika
trying to piss
gooned
you
on
off.
Discord.
You're doing that to yourself. Saul responds to that saying, "You
He uses Etika's name pretty often, actually, more than a handful of times. And I haven't seen a lot of Sonic Soul stuff, but he kind of brings them up a lot. Does he see himself in Etika?
I'm angry and pissed off right now. I'm laughing because I
just
see
stop being a
bunch of
locale.
shook
Like, I don't know what
people
else to
that got
say.
Mad, I snap back after the copious amounts of poking the bear. I'm sure you."
From the lack of concrete answers, it seems to be like the result, the origin, is internal FGC drama that really just doesn't matter. Like, really doesn't matter. I can't. I don't have any other explanation, and it just ballooned. It ballooned to this point where now he's a lolcow. He's just someone whose very existence generates laughter and amusement. And we're kind of past that point where we could kind of walk back from the cliff. Like, you've already jumped, man. Now, whenever you get angry, like, people look at that and laugh at you. You know, they don't feel sorry for you. They laugh at you.
Years of harassment, doxing personal information, and influencers slandering you before
I've seen a couple
smiling in
Etika
your
streams
face
before
when
he,
you see them
you know,
won't have lasting
before
scars.
he, you know.
You don't know shit. Then none other than Big Bird
I watched him play
responds to
Fire
this
Emblem.
as well, saying, "Not gonna lie,
Back
there's
when he
an
was
alarming
a
level
fake
of
fan for it.
obsession with internet people trying to see how far they can push someone, then cry wolf when the person snaps. It's very telling when the 'he needs professional help' is mentioned dead last when it should be first if we're pretending to care." Not even trying to talk specifically about Sonic Saul here, just in general, I've seen a lot. Perfect Legend, Punk, etc. The only difference is there's not many that actually crack. Then Omni actually responds to this as well, saying, "Pushing someone to the edge and then attempting to deplatform and demonetize them over the veil
played for
of
the
being
barefoot
mentally
waifu.
unwell is some real fucked up shit."
But he didn't even finish the game, which was the most annoying
The
part.
FGC is notorious for constantly trolling and egging old beef sets, and then when people get upset, they act like the person shouldn't
You shouldn't give him that power in the first place, because then the trolls don't go away. It's the same thing with DSP. It's like, I hate to simplify it to that, because I assume with Dave it's definitely a little bit deeper than that. With this guy, obviously, because I don't even understand his rabbit hole yet. But it really can't just, you know, go down to that. You know, you give them the reaction, they're gonna keep poking the bear.
Be mad. Prime example is Perfect Legend versus Sonic Fox was a decade ago, and PL is still getting trolled daily to this day. And you know what? That's 100% right. I was thinking the same thing when Big Bird said that.
Big
When
Bird.
have you not heard the 13-0? Perfect Legend will say that every now and then, right? It doesn't stop. They will constantly do that over and over, even though that meme or joke, you know, whatever it is.
But that's
is
something
long
he can
played
be
out.
known
They're
for
never gonna let
now,
it go
like the May
because they
1st
never
burst.
fucking forget. The FGC, I'm not gonna say total.
Okay, look, I don't know anything about Perfect Legend, but he could do like a shirt that says 13-0.
Obviously,
I'm just
the FGC
saying.
is a lot bigger than that, right? But the trolls, I should say, in the FGC
They do not forget. Whatever you did 10 years ago, 15 years ago, whatever, if you're on stream, you will see that shit in the chat. You know what I'm saying? Under your video, whatever. They will do anything they can to just throw it. It's like, I don't know, it's fucking, they're frozen in time. And we'll unpack some of that at the end of the video, right? Because it gets even deeper right here. Or I should say even more sick right here. Because somebody says, I don't know why some people can't just leave this man alone. Somebody actually responds saying, because we own him. We can make fun of him. His clips are bangers for laugh. Because we own him. We
no,
can
that's
make
kind
fun
of disingenuous to make
his
that.
Clips are banger.
Well, I know he probably needed a tagline for the video. It feels like, who is this? Who even is this person? Are they of any notoriety? It's like an anonymous account. A bit disingenuous to say, yes, literally just one tweet, probably some A-log on their alternate account, because we own him. We can make fun of him. Oh, every Sonic Soul troll, every person who's ever laughed at Sonic Soul thinks just like this dude.
For laugh. Then Big Bird basically quote retweets that saying,
a little bad faith, Mr.
Right? And then from there,
Stinky
I see
Bandit.
more of an explanation of what happened. So we'll start to unpack it right now. But for those that still might be a little fuzzy before we get into that, you can see right here where it says someone was backseating in the chat. He told them to stop.
Man, we don't even name drop Mr. Saru.
He banned them.
Master
Later
Saru.
on, he's chilling on Snake Eyes chat until someone brings up the situation and chat gets out of hand with Sonic being thrown under the bus. So Snake bans him and Sonic goes on a long rant about the FGC and the people who stalk him to only show up for drama.
That is him.
Even bringing up
That's literally him.
Punk again.
He's a mod.
Showing the difference between the two. I used to think Sonic Saw was a head case and very toxic. Someone to not interact with, but as I started
He's
to
always
really
over
watch
there
his
now.
streams and study him, he's just a regular guy with attitude that maybe
He's just a guy.
He's also passionate
He's the
and
one.
loves to compete. This guy loves video games. He loves fighting games. He wants to be left
think he's
alone.
in the-
He
you
wants
think he's
to
in the
mind his own
circles
business.
speeches?
Can people do that?
There's no
Because
way
it
he
seems
ain't.
like
Like,
they
come
can.
on.
When he was
Smash
legit
Saru.
doxed in private Discord
Fucking
messages
kidding me?
that got leaked recently about something else. Damn. Okay. There you have
Big
it.
ups,
Right?
though. Thanks for stopping by. This is the
on one
last
hand,
video.
From what
But
I know
thank
from
you.
Sonic Saw, I've seen him. He does like to talk that shit. He pops off, right? Some people I've seen say, like this guy just said, right, that he can be toxic, that they thought he was toxic, right? But then others, like the same person said, upon further
Said he was
review,
in the circles?
it looked
I don't know.
No, he's just passionate. And
I don't
a lot
look-
of
this is
people,
not a
although he does
primary
talk shit,
locale
they
of
egg him
interest.
on all the time, and you kind of saw that in Sonic Saw's words as well, right? He kept
He's
referring
growing,
to
though.
The bear.
He's
Stop
climbing
poking
up the
bear.
ladder.
Stop fucking with me. Stop fucking with me. Is this what you guys want? You're doxing me. You're getting me kicked out. You're trying to get me banned. You're now
Button
tagging
check, this guy is a
Twitch,
clown.
asking them,
I said
telling
he
them
looked
that I
like
have
someone
mental
that you would
health
recommend
issues
to me.
with. I could point the
As soon as I
fingers
saw
right back
his
to you and
face.
say you guys are the one that caused this in the first place.
Yeah, this
But
is
then
like
you got
someone
others
Goki would
saying,
recommend to
they're
me.
bringing up that it happens, like Big Bird, right? Saying that it happens to a lot of other people, like Perfect Legend and what else did he say? Oh, Punk, right? He said the only difference is you don't see many break. Not on stream anyway, right? We've seen players break before, but who's to
DJ
say
Academics
that
of the
people
FGC.
don't cry when the camera's off? That's
That
real
really
fucking
explains
talk.
things.
I mean, can be fucking real. Who's to say that people don't break, right? They just don't do it on camera. Now, that's not me saying that PL and Punk have, mentally broken down. I'm just saying in general because it happens a lot more than you think. And I'm gonna tell you like
So
this.
the bug
because
guy-
I don't-
bug guy's there.
I probably know Sonic Saw as much as any of you watching this, right? I've never met him, right? Just known what I've seen from him throughout the
You've just known the guy.
last years, right?
He's the one.
I do agree. The thing that stands out to me the most is what Big Bird said when he says there's something about internet people wanting to push streamers or noticeable names to the point that they want a reaction. They want to break them, right? Typical troll behavior, right? But
Just
some do
ban
it
me?
more than some
You
people just
wouldn't.
appear to latch to somebody and they just keep fucking going. You know what I'm saying? It almost like becomes their hobby in a weird way. And I'm gonna tell you like this. We can turn the
Whoa. Run that back.
some people just appear to latch to somebody and they just keep fucking going. You know what I'm saying? It almost like becomes their hobby in a weird way. And I'm gonna tell you like
That one hit a bit too close to home.
this. We could turn the PC off all day. We could just turn the camera off and be like, well, a lot of people say, go
should.
touch grass. Just turn it off. What the fuck are you talking about? We
Just-
can
yeah,
literally do
go
that all
touch-
day, right?
that's what I'm saying. Go-
But
just
it happens.
literally just
You
go
can
touch
get so
grass.
much
Who
love
cares?
When you get those few
Just
negative
walk-
comments,
walk away from the
especially
screen.
when it's somebody that constantly chooses to throw your past in your fucking
There's like a
face.
2%
It
chance
might
you're gonna
be
get
a sore
pizza sent
memory,
to your
you know what I'm
house.
saying? You might have forgiven yourself or gotten past it. It might have been
1.2%
traumatic. You know, it could be a lot
chance
of things,
someone
but when
actually
they
shows up to your
constantly
adobe.
Just fucking flick you. just constantly just bringing that
Humble
memory
abode,
back.
rather.
It's like a
I mix it
little
up with
slap in the face.
Adobe.
And you can laugh and you can have a nice comeback. But in a way, it mentally fucks you in a way, because I truly believe, and I've said this before, nobody really teaches you. This internet shit, although it seems like it's been around forever, it's still fairly fucking new to us. You know what I'm saying? Like, we're kind of learning it as we go along.
That's why it's crazy for today's generation who are kind of they grew up with this shit already existing.
Mentally prepare.
Whereas even me, even Reed. This stuff was not around when I was a Billy.
Built the same or the same age and experiences and whatnot, so you never really know what it's gonna take just to make somebody break. So I'll wrap it up right here. I say all that to say this,
assume it's the same for the rest of you.
Say that, you know, it could have been avoided if Sonic Sol didn't keep putting himself in dumbass situations.
I kind of think I want to say it's too late for Sonic Sol.
Like I said, I don't know for sure, but I could see, yes, that actually can happen, right? On the other side, though, from just what I'm seeing,
like, it was already kind of over from the Discord thing.
That, yes, people were doxing him and they were coming after him. And then on top of that, once they got what they wanted, they tried to report him.
It's just it's been over. I'm trying to think, like, is there any way to come back from this?
Basically, taking away his livelihood, that's really fucked. I mean, that's really messed up.
And it's so fucked up because I say this, but it's like
Sonic Sol's at it again. He's being
it ain't like it's one thing. It's a bunch of things that are coagulated into the twisted web network that is the various crimes of Sonic Sol. What, is this like an extra clip he put in?
Piss, baby. Like, let's just stop.
Addressing FGC drama and targeted harassment. Why I snapped.
Let's just stop the act, bro. Like, y'all harassed me. I called y'all out. Y'all didn't like it, and now y'all trying to cancel me for it.
Well, you said you would kill them in real life.
What do you expect to happen?
You actually hear at the end of my stream.
Down and keep taking it.
An early clock out.
Over and over.
I beat the Peach game 110%, dude. Massive domination.
Honest. Be real with yourself for a minute. You've been harassing me. Y'all been doxing me. Y'all been consistently
you can't get doxed multiple times.
I had to call police.
I think he spelled doxing with one X or
just
two.
Lie down and take it and not say that shit. Oh, he says that shit. We gotta ban him now.
Twitch about to ban him too. I was saying the new Twitch rules. It's okay for me to react to him even if he does get banned.
Yes. I can keep going on and on. The same influencers I'll meet in person and they straight up smile, which is what I said in my stream. But nobody listened to that. Nobody cared about that. All people cared about was, oh, he said he wanted me to die. He said he's gonna go to majors and hurt people.
Well, you did say
like
that.
The context before it, not like all
Where
the
was
shit
the
people did before
context?
it. No.
I don't think the cons don't care about the context. I know that sounds a bit ironic, but you know, they hear the thing and you're like, you're fucking done, buddy. They're not gonna risk it. They don't know what you're gonna do.
Even top FGC people shitting on me for years. And you want to say to me that my response is unjustified? That's crazy.
And to be honest, I don't know what
More of an
the answer is.
overreaction, a bit different than saying it was unjustified.
If you dox, I mean, you're the biggest piece of shit in the world. There's no fucking excuse for that. I don't care if you think Sonic Sol is a douche or what. Doxing and all that other bullshit, that's just straight up, that's bullshit. But as far as like
bullshit,
when people are saying, should Sonic just walk away?
That was a way of putting a nice bow on that. It's just bullshit.
If we're actually all going through years of mental fucking torture in a way, is anybody really built for that?
No, Sonic Fox is a different annoying person whose names start with Sonic.
Different type of trolling.
He's a completely different individual.
So it's not like we're all equal. So once again, like I said, there's gray areas here and whatnot, but from the information that y'all received and what you know thus far from all of this, how y'all feeling, because there's definitely some interesting takes. Let me know. And that it is, ladies and gents. Definitely let me know. Hey, definitely let me know how you're feeling. Like I see, this can go a couple different ways, right? So let me know how y'all feeling, man. Thank you guys for the amazing love. We will see you soon. If not tomorrow, definitely the next day. And as always, I don't know what it is, but I know it's about to get better. Love y'all, fella. Peace.
Actually, he actually capped for him more than I thought he was.
And now for that moment of FGC bliss.
No. So, yeah, not a fan of that personality. But what do I think about it from the dingus standpoint? Well, I do think he overreacted. Do I think people press on him like too much to a point where it sends him over the edge? Well, see, the most of what I see is his reaction to him getting pressed. I don't actually see the pressing beforehand, so I don't think I can comment on that fully in a way that decisively says, oh, they all press him to a point where he reacts like that. I still would say, even if you get pressed, when you react like that, when you give them that any kind of reaction that incentivizes them to continue what they're doing, and it's a bit too late for him because he had the Discord thing. It's been over. Peaches is right. It's been over since the Discord thing. There is no way to come back. It's over. It's over, you guys. You just take the L. What you should do is just shut up and just continue doing what you're doing and not having any more spur outs. Flipped out over losing a game. So before you came in, Seal, I was saying, what did he do? Like, specifically, what did he do? He gooned in Discord, and he trolled LTG like once in 2016, and he had these spurg outs. But he was getting fucked with for years before the Discord gooning thing, so I don't believe it was just solely that. And he only trolled LTG once, and we don't like LTG anyway, so is it just some, I'm thinking it's like FGC drama that is ballooned to a point where he's had so many, you know, spur outs and cry segments over the years that's all accumulated to a point where, you know, collectively, it's just a bunch of minor incidents and scenarios. There was no one big thing. But it's gotten to a point where, wow, Sonic Soul, you're a fucking asshole, right? Like, I'm not trying to cap for him. I'm not. So don't look at it like that. But I'm trying to get, like, I'm trying to look at the puzzle here. Like, I have all the pieces, but I don't know how to assemble them. Like, what am I looking at? Hello, Jesse. Thought this game was over? It is over. I just beat it. I was doing post-game today. Look. Medal. Medal. All medals. All medals. All medals. Oh, scroll down. All medals. Game B. I just needed one more stream to do it. No one was trolling him when he freaked out. People were making comments over losing the game. Started bringing up trolls out of the blue. You're annoying in fighting game local scene. You're going to get made fun of. So I assume that was part of it. Yeah, I don't have any... Without the context of any other kind of big event that he was involved in, I got to chalk it up to that. It just seems like... You know, you have moments like that in reality. So then he gets ingrained into like the community, and you know how the community is. Like they all talk shit about each other, from what I can glean. So his name kind of goes around, and then more of these incidents keep occurring, and then he starts live streaming, and even more of these incidents occur on stream. And because they're on stream, it's easier to document them. So the tales and rumors and gossip on the grapevine evolves into like dedicated clips you can go watch of this dude spurging out over video games. And people love a good spurg out. That's why people got interested in Jordy, in Dale, in DSP, Ree. And he's not allowed on the Covenant Express. Yeah, and he goons in Discord with Master Saru. According to DSP, the FGC is nothing but shit talkers. I actually believe him on that. Yes, that's true. I think they all hate each other, but they stick together because that's the business. That is the bed which they have made for themselves. It's a bed of filth and muck. But you know, they gotta stick together because that's just, you know, that's just the business they're in. It's tough. It's tough, and they need that money. They need that money and those tournament pots. People I follow on Twitch strictly because I know they were rages in a Smash scene. One even from mine. Sonic Soul just needs the Dave treatment, banned from tournaments and forums. Let him freak out and cry on his channel. Yeah, it's just I think it's kind of over for him. Like I'm trying to think, like, there's no way to recover from it. Like, even just the Discord stuff on its own. Where with the Discord stuff, you could say, okay, who was the victim in the Discord stuff? It's more like his sexual fetishes were exposed, like Fudanari, and it was disgusting and funny and amusing, and then he spurred out from that, and it was funny to laugh at that, and then that just transitioned into people discovering him, and then it just turned into more like, oh, he's just funny to watch whenever in general. Master Saru's the victim, yeah. Because it just flings more shit over the Master Saru. I saw some people saying that there were minors in his server, but I never saw proof of that. It seemed to me like that was more just because he is Sonic Soul, there is a possibility that there are minors in the Discord server, and that because of that, there then may have been a possibility of there being minors in the Discord gooning calls. But there's no proof of that. That just seems more like people, at the moment, spinning fan fiction to make that look worse. Now, I'm not saying that didn't happen. I'm not in the fucking gooning circle, so I don't know who were the participants, aside from Master Saru. I don't think it's a PDF file. Stop bringing your food to waifu into people's discords. Yeah, okay. I would just say, don't do that at all, because then it gives the people it gives, again, just like how you reacting gives the trolls the reaction they want, you having the gooning Discord allows people to make the argument that there is a possibility you are a PDF file because there is a possibility that minors were in your gooning circle. Now, from what I know, he wasn't PW dubsing people. He wasn't like asking them for their driver's license. He wasn't asking for the birth certificate or the social security number. So there was no verification, I don't think, of who was in the gooning circle. But absence of evidence is not the evidence of absence. I've seen Discords where people ask for that channel and mods have to let them know publicly. Yeah, it's just to cover their own asses. Immortal Witch was probably in that Discord. No comment. Tune in tomorrow for more restream antics on top of Saturday for the super secret Dolph protest too much birthday restream with a guy in hand. That is not gonna happen. It's a line you have to draw sometimes, I guess. Yeah, it just, I think at the moment, until anything further like concrete, not just like, oh, it's the possibility that there may have been someone in the server that was like a minor and during the gooning stuff. That just seems more like an attempt to make the gooning stuff like an actual thing that you can get them on, when you don't really need that, because he does that. He hangs himself in Minecraft pretty well enough on his own with the spurg outs. It just seems like you don't need that layered on, especially when you can't like definitively prove that. And if you can prove that, like, why aren't you going to the authorities with that? Like, I don't know what kind of line that crosses. Can we call like the cyber police on that? It was a sexual content thing though. Discord does have toss. In fact, you need to check for 18+. Yeah, but again, I wasn't in this circle, so I don't know if they were checking or not. But I feel like at the moment, until if it ever comes out that happened, it's not fair to say or even suggest that that did happen and that he's a PDF file. I would just say reserve your stance on that until, well, not even until, like, if that ever comes out. Oh, he said he didn't, so that's like a yikes? Huh, well, I haven't looked at a toss, but if you say that's toss, then yeah. Now, where was I? Don't give him the reaction. It's kind of over for him. There's nowhere to come back from it. It was already over from the Discord stuff. Yeah, I think I said what I need to be said. Well, okay, do I think he deserves it for spurging out? Well, nothing's deserved, really. If you really want to get esoteric about it. Deserved, does he deserve it? I feel like when you use words like deserved, it starts to border on a little cringy. Like the one parentheses 1 comment he found. Hello, GPM. GPM, I said hello to you earlier. You rated GPM. Get out of here. I said hello to you then. Hello, GPM. But it's like the parentheses 1 person they found that was like legitimately a cringe A-log with his A-log. Oh, he deserves it. We do this to him. We. It's like when you say deserved, it's like the same language to me as saying we. It's that personal army shit, which I've never been a fan of. He wasn't the raid, you watched a movie? How the fuck was I supposed to know that? You didn't say anything. You raid and run, but you don't even say, oh, hey, I'm raiding you and I'm gonna go watch a movie. How the fuck was I? I'm not psychic. Can't fucking read your mind, man. Hello, GPM. But yeah, that's my take. I don't like the word deserved. It strikes me the same language as we. So do I think he deserved it? Well, I don't think he deserved anything, because I don't look at it like that. I look at it as, well, if you spurg out and you put that on the internet and people laugh at it, Well, isn't that just a natural consequence of you spurring it out, man? Maybe don't do that. And don't give people a reason to laugh at you if you don't want to be laughed at. But it's like, I don't know. It's a bit too late now. You can't pull yourself out of that hole. People are just gonna know you for that now. You're like, you're known. You're known to people outside of the sphere.
Go check your Twitter feed right now. It's on there right now.
I'm doing great, Jesse. Thank you. Let's see. Sonic Soul deserves what he dishes, as we all do. Sure, I'll look at it like that. If I can use the, I'm looking at it from the perspective of does he deserve the hate and the trolling? That's the part where it's like, okay, well now you're getting a little bit personal, Army. Now, does he deserve what he dishes out unto others? Like, does he deserve to get that like right back at him, like karma or something? Yeah, I get that. Now that's a little bit more. That's a reasonable rephrasing. Versus, oh, he deserves it because we do this to him. We make him so. Like, that's, bro, get out of here. Okay, Jesse, his trend thing, Twitter trend. Smash 4. Everyone is posting Smash 4 clips as it's losing online functionality. Since Smash 4 is being late to rest, I figured I'd showcase my favorite glitch from the 3DS days. Hey, it's a Pac-Man clip. Oh. Okay. My take on this is that it's very funny, Juzzy, and it's so funny that we're actually gonna watch it. So let's pull this up on Brave. Dude, I love Brave. And then after that, that'll be the absolute end of the stream. So we got an overtime. 40 minutes of overtime for you fucking assholes. Yeah, so it's trending because 3DS Online is going offline. People want to share their amazing, super funny clips. And I agree. This is a Pac-Man style clip. Smash 4 is being late to rest. I figured I'd showcase my favorite glitch from the 3DS days. This never worked for me. Well, you know what? I see Lucas. I completely dropped Smash 3DS by the time the DLC characters were releasing. Teachers, you gotta teach me this tech. Smash 3DS was so broken. Thing is, I would do a variation of this trick as well, because but I would do it off stage. So a lot of people would try to jump up on Pac-Man's trampoline for an extra boost, and I would do up B again to move the trampoline to felt them, and usually their up B would be wasted, or I would move the trampoline after they hit it on red, so they get into helpless, and then I move the trampoline over. It was something like that. So I would do this, but not on the stage. Did this get patched? I feel like this had to have gotten patched. No, come on, Kirby could have made it out. Ah, Pikachu could have made it out. Maybe. Oh, I preferred when Greninja had his water swords, the water katanas versus the water kunai. How much GSP did he get just from doing this? Greninja shouldn't have died there. Well, he did! Oh, come on, DDD's got it. Oh, come on, DDD. DDD could have made it out. You're telling me DDD could not have made it out. Now, if he does it to a Pac-Man, if another Pac-Man, like it's a massive L. excited, Mike, for Friday Night Fights tomorrow. So excited. I'm going to bed now so I can have the restream ready to go tomorrow. Yeah, it's cool that you can have like Smash on the go. I liked it. I actually played it a bit more than Smash Wii U. But its existence certainly hindered the Wii U version. You know, it cucked us out of Ice Climbers, and then it allowed them to resell you a whole new game with Ice Climbers in it, right? Well, Friday Night Fights, come to my stream for an hour and 30 minutes of Street Fighter 6. That is tempting. I don't know if it was patched. It may have been like clips from an earlier version of the game. I don't know. Hey, but what I do know is that the stream is absolutely over now. Is beyond over. We went overtime for a fucking Sonic Sol segment. What do you think this is? A Piece of Peace stream? But guess what? We have completed, dominated Princess Peach. The peachiness has been peached. And it didn't even take more than like 5 or 6 streams. So I don't know why Dave didn't play it, other than he's self-conscious about being a 42-year-old man, almost 42, playing children's games. And it's like I was saying with Arlo earlier, it's only a children's game if you impart that tag, that label onto it, because Nintendo has never said it was a children's game or a game for little girls. You just let yourself be gaslit and gassed up by social media, and you're scared, you're self-conscious about what social media thinks. You don't want to be known as a 42-year-old Polish Italian American cock playing a little girl's game for the Nintendo Switch family systems. But guess what? I played it, and it was fun. So maybe Dave should broaden his horizons a bit. I mean, hasn't he been doing it that week? Hasn't he been doing it all week? He's playing Helldivers. He'll probably play it one more time before putting it to bed. It's nice to rest. Hey, speaking of things I know need to go to bed, Pablo really wants me to go to bed. So let's get to it. Thanks for stopping by the stream. Yeah, I watched the Arlo video without you. Where were you? You're supposed to have notifications on, idiot. You're supposed to click the heart, click the bell, then hump the bell, then have mobile notifications on. You're supposed to be in the Secret Dingus Discord, and you're supposed to be following the streaming channel, notification channel. Moron. So you can be prepared, and you can be the first person in for every stream. You can never miss another early Dingus boot ever again. But you guys can't complain. You know, I was ready to turn off the stream at like 4 hours and some change. We made this like almost 6 hours because I'm such a good person. So basically, it's not that I gave you less stream. I started early and then gave you roughly the same amount of time for the stream. It just started earlier. Now you guys feel cheated because you're used to like Dingus streaming to 4 a.m. But that was never the case. Back in the long time ago, it was pretty normal for Dingus to stop the stream at like 1 in the morning or midnight even. Or basically 10 p.m. if you're JC. Making chicken, who wants some? Oh, I had some chicken earlier. A nice old chicken sandwich. Rotisserie. Very cool. But a big ups to the dingers, the dongers, and a swollen __ ones who made it to the end of another amazing Dingus playthrough. Toxified, of course, in this instance, by groomers, Sonic Soul, and Mr. Chad McGraw. Oh, and pitbulls, who they all need to be illegal. It should be illegal to own a pitbull. But thank you to TRPG Gamer, CLT. Yeah, predators. And in the case of pitbulls, like predators in more than one definition of such. But TRPG, Rencheck, Seal, Slaughtermoon, Eagles do the wiggles, Almighty Goki, Golem, Almighty _ Tevin, the guy. I'm in his stream right now. Perez, Guitar Punk Master, GPM, Red Animator, Tim Pam, Brent Check, Mr. Pun. The Discord doesn't exist. I'm just fucking with you. Jesus. Peaches. Juzzy51, D-Scythe, The Lurkers, Alpha Elite TV, The Unfun One, and Lee. Nato Cog. They were here the whole time. Alchnop, Egg Gang 1738, Carl. Bye, Carl. Stinky Zug. Praise that soon. Arcadius _ D Scythe, Gondola Gaiman, JC, Kanji Monster, Kian Goon, Law Power. OIOIO, Moitis, OMG Zelda, SCP, Scrumbles, Sweet Bean 96, the Gajima Rolled Order, and 2 Quickie and a Shanios. Yeah, the secret Dingus Discord is gonna be leaked, and then it's gonna be exposed that I'm a gooner too, and that'll be like, oh, that's why he was capping so much for Sonic Soul, because he saw himself in the black FGC guy. Thank you to Boys Who Do Business, the re-up tier 1 for 3 months in a row. GPM, the raid with a party of 4. Almighty Goki, the 5-bit cheer. 2 Quickie, the 100 bits. And 2 Quickie, another 100-bit cheer. Dingus rents a floor in Anne's Discord. You should try to sneak into that one. That's actually true. There's no point for a Dingus. Like 2 people would be in it. Me and Juzzy. Just you know what servers I'm in. Just at me if you need it, or DM me on Twitch. Don't be, just add me in the chat. Like, what the fuck? I'm like here every day. Never mind the people who said I streamed for only 11 days in March. Those people don't know what they're talking about. Everyone finds Dingus's channel with the guides. That's the real exposure moment. Okay, Tevin is on BRB. So assuming he's still going to exist for the foreseeable future, we're going to go to UNFW1, the Unfun One. I never get a chance to rate them, and they're always rated me. We're going to go over there. Bye-bye, adios, mimi time. We'll see you when we see you. And if we didn't see you, then we didn't see you. But if we did see you, then we saw you. And if we didn't see you, then hopefully we'll see you next time. If I can see myself in the mirror each and every single day. And hopefully I can inspire viewers like you, Ru2, to see themselves in their mirrors each and every single day. I gotta please the council with a long form stream. I don't know about that. I already did we just came off the 24-hour stream. That's reserved specifically only for anniversaries. Go, if you're not following the Unfun One already, go ahead and follow him. He's playing Shadow Gambit. Or is that Gamba? Is that Gambit? Shadow Gambit. Okay, so there's no gambling in it. He also plays Mario Galaxy 2. The only 3D Mario I've never played. Wow! It's a playthrough that even I can dance along to. We'll see you tomorrow for... I don't know. And we'll figure out what I want to do. Because now the Peach game is done. The raid message is... because he's a big fan of Arlo. It's a Peachy, Arlo-approved raid. For 32-year-olds. Oh no, 42-year-olds. Yeah, there we go. Go ahead and copy that. And follow the Unfun One while you're over there if you haven't already, you fucking idiot. Gaslight me into a birthday stream. I'm not gonna do it. I'm not. I got anime to watch. New season. Spice and Wolf. Bye-bye. Take it easy.